was taught to hustle through the pain. Mind, body, and soul, without each what will I gain? So many try to use me when I help pave a way. But man, that's just life, there ain't really much to say. I'm the one, I know I'm the one, everybody follow me. The one they all trying to beat, I know that I gotta beat. I've been training hard, I'm ready for any rivalry. I lost it all but kept the fight in me. Now look, I've been laying low but speak on me and I'ma show up. My squad full of bosses, can't let anybody hoe us. Yeah, my life is sweet, I got the whipping doing donuts. Wanna live like me, well here's the contract, you ain't know what. I signed up to grind, I signed up to be the best, man. Chin up when I hustle, I can't focus on the next, man. They said that I gotta work, I said, oh yeah, I'm on it. Cause when it's said and done, we gon' see who really want it. Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? On cheddar, who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm working hard and I'll show them. When out the water, I blow them. Who really want it?
Who really want it? It's really the question of the day. Y'all talk a lot, but I don't see y'all walk a lot. You know?
Fighter is my name, legendary is my aim. Already legendary, y'all know that we ain't the same. Whether sun or rain, ain't nobody else to blame. The life I live is mine, so I control the change. Tell me that I'll lose, tell me y'all don't see my vision. Tell me that I'm no one and I got some competition. I'ma show you what it looks like when you never listen. Open your eyes and pay attention. I'm on a new level. Hell no, I can't settle. Gonna be the best and I'ma show more than I tell you. I am not impressed because you got a little metal. I'm here to take you down and bring the heat like I'm the devil. I can show you light, yeah, I can show you heaven. I can show you how to win when you think that you're failing. What I tell you, yeah, you gotta work, yeah, you gotta be on it. Cause when it's said and done, we gon' see who really want it. Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm getting better and better and only focus on cheddar. Who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm working hard and I'll show them. When out the water, I blow them. Who really want it?
Mean a lot to me because I have friends that I think were more talented than me in old rosters and were part of the Silk Road at one point and stuff like that would definitely be for them.
To me, it means that we're the cream of the crop. Being the Ascension just means that we're the top talent in tier 2, and being the top talent in tier 2 means that we're going to be looked at for franchise, and I think that's important to me because I want to be in franchise at the end of the day.
It would mean a lot to me because I've been trying to play with the players that are on my team for a long time, and I think it's a great group of guys that are hungry to win. We have a strong passion for this game, and it would be a great morale boost for everyone to show that we can do this and compete at this level.
I mean, we already did it, so obviously it means a lot. We know what it takes to make it there. We know what it takes to win it once we get to Ascension. So it would mean a lot for us, and I think it's an opportunity we won't drop again if we make it there.
To me, that I've almost like really made it, like completed the dream, because my dream is, you know, just to go play on stage in front of people I love, you know, like getting into VCT, that's what that would be. And so then the next goal would be qualify for the big tournaments and then keep going higher.
It means the world to me, honestly. Like we've been working pretty hard here at TSM, and for the last 2 years, I feel like I've deserved this opportunity to play, show what we're capable of, and qualifying would be the start of it. But yeah, it means the world to me, honestly. That's how I play for. I don't play for top 4, top 8, or whatever. I always try to aim to qualify.
It would definitely be a big step in my competitive career. Would definitely, you know, focus all of my time on this and not having to make money and live in the real world. So yeah, something along those lines.
I kind of want to just go live in LA. I don't want to be here anymore, like in this like storage room. But yeah, it'd be pretty cool to just go play on the stage. I want to play on the stage more than anything.
Dude, that'd be crazy. Dude, imagine my first year after waiting so long to already play, like qualify for Ascension, be able to live in LA paid for, and then compete in franchising. Like, that's insane, bro. Like, we got to make that happen, and that's why it's gonna happen. Yes, sir. Manifesting that. Yes, sir.
I mean, probably everything, right? We're gambling on this ride. So, I mean, I play every single day. It's, you know, it's like it's a normal job where you have to grind and, you know, you wake up every day, me and my team included, you know, and I'm sure every team that's playing in this, you know, puts their heart and soul into it, trying to qualify for that spot. So
winning Ascension, that would be like really good because we're just proving ourselves to be like by far the best. Get to play in franchise next year as a team. So,
you know, the whole goal is to make it to Ascension. And from there, we're going to try to make it to the league. So yeah, it means everything to us because obviously we need to be there and we need to get there to make it League One, and that's everything to us. So.
Two splits of Valorant have led up to this. 8 teams remain playing off inner playoffs to figure out which 2 are going to be moving on to the Ascension tournament and one step closer to making it to VCT Americas. It's going to be a great day today, and I cannot wait to get started. I'm Sierra, and joining me on the desk, we have Roy and we have Lemon Kiwi Jen. I am so excited, guys, to get into today's matches. I'm inspired too after watching just VCT Americas in general. It's been so much fun. Yesterday's matches are amazing. Roy, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. That video kind of got me hyped up. I'm not going to lie. I love the confidence. I love the energy. I love the competitive spirit. And there's really no more slouches from here on out. So it's all going to be pretty good competition.
I'm really excited too. Playoffs begins. There's so much on the line, and there's a lot of rematches happening, and we heard from the players just how much it means to them, because not only could they reach Ascension, but it's also to prove all the work that they've done thus far.
100%. And talking a little bit about the splits and the standings we've gotten, because of course we couldn't include every single team here going on into our finals tournament. Of course, we're looking for the best of the best to be moving on, but this last split, I mean, Roy, it was crazy. Week after week, you never really knew what to expect. This kind of ends up in a spot where maybe it was a little bit more typical. Oxygen and Dark Zero at the top of their respective groups, but it was craziness to get to this point.
No, absolutely. I mean, you can just tell that there's so much character development happening within these teams as well. Like, you know, there was a lot of changes going on in stage 2, and there's like so many things there's so many moving pieces, but towards the end, it was kind of sort of settling down. We were starting to get a pretty clear image of like what teams were dominant, how, you know, what their map pool looked like, like what the chemistry looked like among players. It was really nice to see.
And it's just some really nice surprises, like Blinn coming from that relegation promotion tournament and now being in the second position, along with YFP and a lot of teams that have grown in a positive way, that have improved and have even surpassed teams like Moist Shopify, who were just touted to be like a team to watch out for when Challengers first began. So this really is a race to the top, and who is quicker to improve than others.
I definitely hope we've gotten to the point where we've gotten to see a really good version of the teams, that we've gotten to see a lot of that improvement already happen, and only see the best going on forward. Because bringing up the bracket that we have here for our finals, it's going to be tough competition from here on out. You don't want to be falling at that kind of that final hurdle here, Roy. Of course, we only have 8 teams that could be competing here, but it'll be a really, really exciting. We're looking too at that lower half, that Oxygen, SAD, MAD, TSM to be kicking off our day. But all these matches should be great.
Yeah, I mean, like I was kind of mentioning that earlier. Like, really, the level of competition now is extremely tight. Like, yeah, there is like some slight underdog narratives, but at the end of the day, whichever team is the most prepped, whichever team is the most confident, whoever shows up that day is really going to make an impact. Anyone can beat anyone. Really, there really is no guarantee, and nothing is free from here, to be honest.
It really isn't. Of course, we do have that lower bracket, so it's not one loss and you're out, but still want to make sure that when you're this close to the Ascension tournament, you can really give it your absolute all. And coming back to us, playoffs should be really exciting as well for a different reason, because of course, there was a couple of changes when we're looking at this current iteration of VALORANT, and we have a map pool swap going into this. So I'm curious how this is going to be switching things up, considering it is Abyss coming in for a Split, and Split wasn't necessarily the most played, and I don't know how often teams are going to take us to Abyss, but I think the first one too, I mean, could really put up a show. People have been practicing. This could be a sleeper map.
Yeah, I feel like if you're in this tournament right now, you don't really want to be permabanning Abyss, right? Because then you'd have a sort of veto disadvantage having teams have that over your head the entire time. So I feel like if you know, especially for like teams like SAD Esports, for example, like you definitely want to have Abyss in the pool. It's a new map. It's fresh. There really isn't a set defined way to play the map yet. So there's a lot of room for creativity. And that's probably going to be like a spot where teams can get some of the edge.
And there is footage on Abyss in VCT, so that you can always, you know, not have to do too much thinking and at least run the compositions that you're seeing in VCT, run the rotations there if you wanted to really try taking that risk. There is a lower bracket, so you could try to pull out Abyss to, like me and Roy were talking about, to maybe cheese some people who haven't really practiced this map. But yeah, do you veto it, or do you just kind of let it be up to fate? I think a lot of teams have to focus on the weaknesses that they currently have on the maps that have happened over the season, and not try to go for something new quite yet. But we'll see what we end up with today.
I'd be worried about if a team has Abyss as something they really want to go to, that someone else is just going to take that stage of permabanning it. But I'd be excited to see it. No, I'm not so much about playing it, but that aside, I'm excited to see if it's into our first series today, which is going to be M80 and TSM. But first, we have a little matchup video to get you all ready.
M80 and TSM have faced off twice in the past, with M80 coming out on top both times. While M80 did take a slight dip in performance while they adjusted to the addition of Net, they seem to have found their groove and have rattled off 4 straight wins against solid competition. With the talent and experience that M80 has, we already know to expect a high level of play from them in the playoffs.
Usually bringing on a new player is takes a lot of time, you know, you gotta kind of work out the kinks, but like with Net, we kind of already know how he wants to play, and it was just about getting him acclimated in our system, and the overall success we found has been because of the system changes and just how easy it's been to kind of mesh with each other.
For TSM, this is about finally breaking through that ceiling as a mid-table team who can compete with the top dogs, but never quite topple them.
And yeah, I think we improved a lot against better teams, and I'm proud of that. Like, I think our macros got better. I think our game plans have been better too. So yeah, you can see the improvement, which is good. You know, it doesn't feel like we're randomly beating these teams or randomly competing.
The talent and experience is certainly there for TSM, but matching up against M80 would be a strong test for any team in Challengers. This series could certainly go all 3 maps, and an upset is definitely not out of the realm of possibility.
All right, a little bit to be breaking down there from that video. And first, let's talk about this M80 squad, because M80, when we're looking back at this team, they're a team that they definitely have the capabilities there. They have this core roster, but going into this year, Jen, they got a couple of changes, and at that final mark, then bringing in Net. And I was kind of worried when we got to see this change, but it's kind of clicking. I'm kind of vibing with it.
It all makes sense how they just needed to get Net acclimated. They dropped their first 2 matches and are now on a 4-match win streak. Like, yeah, they'll go to a third deciding map against like a YFP or a Fluffy Aimers, but they are still the team to beat in this bracket. And I don't think it's extremely one-sided because, like GMD said in the video, TSM have made serious improvements, but M80 are such a well-rounded roster now that Net seems very comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, okay, to be fair, I have been taking part in this like M80 criticism because we have such high expectations for such a good team, right? But realistically, ever since they've added Net, they've only really lost their first match against Blinn. Since then, it's pretty much been lights out.
Yeah, it's been really, really, really nice to see. And VALORANT actually tweeted out a little bit about the team too, because when I was looking at M80 and kind of comparing them to last year's performance, kind of felt like there was something a little bit missing. And bringing up the tweet, he was talking about, this was after their win up against MXS, by the way, talking about teams looking almost vintage form again. This is, I think, the perfect time if the team is feeling like this is the form. Roy, I want to know, do you think that they're hitting that vintage form? Is this cope? Like, what's going on with M80? I'm here for it.
I'm not sure how much of that is cope, to be honest, but I think I kind of see what Koala's saying, to be honest. They have been playing extremely well. It does feel like they are kind of leveling up in their own way. And you know what they kind of remind me of? This is going to sound weird because, I mean, Net was on that team, but they kind of remind me of like the VCL G2, where like they don't really need a star player anymore. Like they don't need Koala to be popping off constantly because they have players that can, every single one of their players can take over a game. Like even their IGL Xander, right? Like he paid a pretty heavy IGL tax in the beginning, but now it seems like he's sort of finding his groove. Like BCJ can pop off, Xander can pop off, Nismo, Koala, Net, like anyone can take over a game. So they don't really need anyone overcompensating.
Which is nice to see. I feel like it's nice when you can see somebody kind of step up for the squad, but you can't quite be reliant on that. I think M80, where they have shined, is the capability that anyone can be standing up. You get to see like these 1v2 clutches. I always think back to Lotus moments where I see someone from M80 doing absolutely something disrespectful they shouldn't be, being able to get these multi-kills, be clutching up rounds. And it's really nice to see even Nismo there just popping off with those kills.
Beautiful.
It's so good. It's so good. When this team's looking good, you can definitely think of why this team has what it takes and why we really could see them play again in Ascension. Since we were talking about Koala Noob, wanted to take a moment here to kind of talk a little bit more about him, Jen, because of course we can see anyone from the team pop up, but I feel like as of late, Koala Noob has really just brought some skill to the table.
Absolutely. Koala Noob is such a fantastic duelist, and he has the potential to pull a lot of weight in these big matches. And I agree with Roy that when it comes to M80, their recent matches, there isn't that person who's dropping like 25 kills and everyone else is kind of just supporting. This is like a cogs in a machine, but hearing that M80 feel like they're in their peak form. Here we go. Let's go Ascension. Tells me they exude confidence, which Koala needs that to really perform.
I think as a team, M80, when they have that confidence, they kind of just seem unstoppable. So I am excited if this is a team that feels like they're back in vintage form of what they're going to bring out for the table today. And I think TSM might have to watch out. Talking about this team, whoever did the voiceover for that video was exactly right. TSM, this is a squad that has the talent. They have the players. But looking back at the performances we've gotten to see in Challengers so far, Roy, it kind of seems like there's something in the equation not quite adding up.
Yeah, I feel like some of their X factor has sort of been missing. I'm not even sure if X factor is the right word, but there is, I know what you mean. Like there is some kind of like oomph that's missing with this team. But I think I kind of agree with GMD. Like they at least have always looked like they're improving. Their calling system is improving. The way they're playing off each other is improving. You know, even like Seven is settling into his like initiator role that he's never really played before. So I think TSM's on the up.
I like the improvements that did come out of TSM. They're not at least recently, haven't beaten the top teams, but this rematch between TSM and M80 will prove to us, will shut up the haters, is TSM better than M80, which sounds straightforward, but M80 beat them last time in the mid-season cup, and TSM still have a lot of doubts surrounding them. There's some weak points, some weak maps, but we're entering a Neon meta, which I feel like really suits Sim and allows him to be that excellent duelist, that kind of on the opposite spectrum of M80. TSM, I feel like, have a hard carry person in Sim who can really just blow up a whole map. He is so incredible, and this Neon allows him to have that solo playmaking ability and that aggressive style he wants to do.
I mean, when I'm looking back at TSM and kind of talking back a little bit about that match history, it's a team that definitely can be taking the wins, but when they go up against one of those teams that we've considered kind of top of challengers, that's when the struggles have kind of been. I mean, those are the top challenger teams for a reason, Roy, but when we have TSM in the conversation, talking about the players, I feel like they should be right along there. So I think going into today, it's a really big opportunity to show that their name should be right along everyone else in that conversation.
Absolutely. This team cannot be underestimated by any means, right? Like, they have players that have competed at a very high level for a very long time, despite their age. Like, this is not a team you can just be like, oh, you know, this is a guaranteed win. Let's slack on this matchup. Let's not do our prep. Like, no, like, everyone here really wants it. They all want to succeed. We saw it in the hype video. And I genuinely do believe when they say that it's not just for promo material. Like, they really want this, and they're going to be putting their all into it.
And it's a team that's fairly mentally composed. Like, they are humble enough to realize their problems and to work on those things. But also, the last time I saw TSM was when they had that big beef match against YFP where Jake or something was like talking smack, and then TSM ended up winning. So it's like, you can't even talk smack or try to play anything else but Valorant when it comes to TSM, and they'll maybe even still beat you at it. So that's why I think this is not a one-sided match.
Maybe M80 needed to do a little bit like of trash talking beforehand for TSM to really be unlocked going on into this. But I mean, I feel like it'd be a little warranted. Going back on the history of these two teams, every single time these two teams have met up, it has been M80 to be taking the win here. And I think that's going to be quite interesting going into things. Like, it is a little bit of kind of a... what's the right word to put it? Things have changed a lot, Roy. I think is the best way. But even in the history, even looking back at last year, I feel like it's kind of been like a little bit of a curse. So I'm curious if we can maybe get that broken today.
Yeah, I mean, okay, to be fair, TSM has sort of played hot potato with the IGL role, like passing it to boys, back to GMD. They're kind of like shifting it around. But I think now it seems like it's been pretty much settled. So I think TSM... There's a world where they break the curse, but it's I mean, if we're going off patterns, it's not looking favorable. But I do believe that, you know, patterns can be broken. So I think it's really hard to say right now.
Yeah, and we were all talking about how in the mid-season cup, TSM could have beaten M80 because it was 2-1, and that first map was like 18-16 or like super extended overtime.
Yeah,
yeah, like that could have been a TSM win.
Yep, that could have been a 2-0 actually.
Yeah, so that being said, this could be a really, really different match today, which definitely has me excited for what is to come. But talking about here, this was the last time they met up, the most recently, but looking back at this, it's definitely a little bit of a different time of Val, so it really, really, I think, hits home on how close across the board this was. So you can't just take a 2-1 victory at that face value, Roy. We could see a very different game today.
100%. Like, don't be fooled by Twitch chat and Reddit. Like, these matches, like, the gap between these teams is incredibly tiny. At any point in time, if people are feeling confident, if there's a flow within the team, if the IGL system is kicking in and everyone's kind of feeling themselves, like, it is so easy to take over matches. And like, these players, it's very easy to be fooled because when you look at their pictures, they look really young, but they've been competing for years at this point, non-stop, right? Like, these are the future players. These are the people that will be taking over VCT over the next year or 2 years, you know? So it's...
100%. My thing kind of... No, okay, we're good. Okay. I was like, I can't disappear right now. No internet issues here. I want to start talking a little bit more about the series we're about to see and start heading into our map picks and bans. Of course, again, a reminder, Split is out, Abyss is in. Still think it'll be really interesting. The very first team that decides to take us there, though I think for two teams that have quite a lot of tape for what they like to see, I don't necessarily think off the bat, Lemon, there's going to be too many surprises. I mean, M80 for certain. They're a team that don't really like to deviate from kind of what they know, that's standard, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, like TSM have weaknesses, and I think M80 have done their homework. Once we show maps, it'll be we'll be able to talk more about that. But even in the mid-season cup, you realize kind of these really flip-floppy, one-sided score lines. It really depends on what map we are going to. So the first. Okay, we have this whole new animation now. This is really cool compared to the regular season. But okay, kind of threw me off there. I was like, okay, drum roll. But it's a Lotus being TSM's pick. They played this recently against YFP and won. But this is also a map they lost to M80. So we'll see what's different now.
Yeah, I mean, Icebox is a little worrying. I'm not gonna lie, this Icebox is a little worrying because M80 loves Icebox, and they've only looked better ever since they got net on that map. So I feel like TSM really needs that first map if they want a really good shot at this. And I mean, Haven's like curveball as well.
Yeah, TSM have at least tried to make some adjustments, knowing that Icebox is a serious pain point for them. They've only won it once in the last 5 times, while as M80 is an M80 pick, and it's also by far their best map. TSM are incorporating more Reyna for Sim. Again, kind of a lot of Neon, a lot of Reyna for this guy. Solo playmaking can really be aggressive and fast, but he can be very hot and cold, at least on the Reyna that we saw the last 2 times. And this could help fix, they've really tried to fix their site control problems on Icebox with either, the Reyna, the Harbor, the Sage. They've changed their comp a lot for this map, so we'll see if this one's the right one.
It's been a smidge of time too, so with changes as well and being able to kind of pick apart and see what works, I'm curious with how this is going to be. I do think overall that this map will just in general, when I'm seeing the Lotus and I'm seeing the Icebox, it kind of feels like M80 just got 2 picks into this, Roy. So I am a little bit worried for TSM in that regard. But I think they have had a little bit of time to do their homework. And again, a team that has that skill to take them there. So it'll just be how they decide to show up today.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, Lotus is going to be a very close game. I think both teams are very proficient on that map. And not only that, but they are extremely versatile in the way they play it. Like, they can play it at any pace. They have so many different defaults and spreads that they can kind of run. So, I mean, and Icebox is just like a util dump map at this point as well.
But it's a whole new look for TSM too, because they're going for more Neon Gecko instead of Fade Viper, where M80 is still utilizing the Fade, scan info potential. But TSM, I feel like they're really letting loose on this map. There's less delay potential, which might hurt their defense, but this is going to be all about being rotation heavy and aggressive and how you can set up Sim for success.
I mean, I'm looking at kind of the Neon and other teams to be playing it, but when I think back to M80, I just feel like they just got such solid fundamentals across the board that even if they're not necessarily changing to one of those type of duelists that likes to pop off in the moment, like Neon after these changes, I still feel like they just looked so good with the current iterations that they got and can always just kind of go back to those fundamentals, which has really, really served them well. I think too, when we're looking at this Lotus, that this could be one that could be close between the teams. I think there has been kind of a recent little stumble for both of them. But there's has been time here then, Roy, to kind of fix them up and be able to see what they have coming to the table today. Yeah,
that's a really good point, because I think the last time that M80 played Lotus was June 19th, so about a month ago. So there's been plenty of times for them to revamp. And M80 is the type of team that will do like random things. Like, they'll pull out Yoru on maps we've never really seen Yoru being run that often. Like, they are the type of team that will be like, okay, we really like our identity on this map. We're down to create a new identity for ourselves on these maps and kind of like steer away a little bit from the meta. So I wouldn't be surprised if there are some like sort of curveballs from either team, but more so like M80's side.
I mean, even just thinking back to M80 on Lotus, I feel like this is a map that I always look at. They'll always be down at some point, and then this is where we get to see crazy clutches coming up from the players. So then M80 winning a Lotus that maybe I wouldn't necessarily expect them to, but I don't know. It's exciting stuff. Our agent select, Zippo agent select, is ready as well. So time to hop into this, see what our series today is going to be delivering us. If we get to see any of those swap ups or what identity we're going for today. All right, M80s. Okay, man.
I'm sorry, they're running triple okay, double sentinel is already wild, but triple sentinels?
Let them cook. I say let them cook.
No
they're cooking.
Wow.
Oh, good thing they're starting on defense. This is going to be impossible.
Yeah, they have so much utility. Oh my god.
Wow. All right. Just leaving all of us speechless from the get-go. I mean, if anything, I'd expect one change or two, maybe adopt the Steadlock, something else, but wow. All right. If I'm TSM here, like, Roy, what are you even thinking at this point? Because I don't think anyone could have expected this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to bet my career on it that they have not gotten practice against a triple sentinel comp since this map's come out. So I'm not even sure how they're going to approach it, but I imagine they're probably going to try to get out some of that early utility or figure out where the Cypher and Deadlock like to set up their utility and play around that, whether it's like use the breach to aftershock or whether it's like try to overrun the other side of the map. Like, I'm not sure, but it had to be somewhere within that line, to be honest.
I cannot wait to see what this M80 defense, this triple senti, has got for us. So we're not going to delay this one any longer. It's time for our first match here, the first map of our playoffs, and time to head over to Uber and Gompers to take us through.
Thank you very much, Sierra. My goodness, yeah, triple sentinel composition straight out of the gates here for M80. We know Gompers, they're quite happy to go without duelists on occasion. I think of maps like Icebox, for example. This, though, is a bit extreme.
I agree. I don't know. I'm kind of interested in the map selection too with like Lotus. I don't think M80 have ever lost against TSM on a Lotus map. They've played against them stage 1. They've played against them mid-season cup. Obviously, we've seen how that has worked out. It was a bit of a hard run, but I'm looking for a good game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in the past, obviously, we've seen TSM move over towards this Gecko-based composition that has Sim in a position to create that space on Neon. But what we're looking for, and what generally we're looking for Neon players, and this is to quote Corey, basically, is that he wants to do more than just create space and get traded. That is obviously something that Neon often gets hedged into that corner because you do have a lot of those duelists that are able to hit the sites with a lot of that mobility and break that crosshair placement. Now Neon obviously able to do that to a greater degree with greater accuracy during that slide. So we're going to see Sim on the Neon here. The triple sentinel composition, though, going to be very interesting in terms of how they can get information about contested parts of the map that is going to be challenging for M80, especially on that attacking side.
For M80 too, I mean, the thing I've seen is Xander has been such a huge detriment to the team of TSM. He's been so good at keeping control of the site, so good at making sure that everyone on M80 is set up. So I'm interested to see how they're going to counter that this time around, especially now with a workup going towards 8. Nobody's there other than Koala Noob.
Koala Noob is paying off the Cypher util, so they do have the Cypher at a different site, and it has gone towards B. So there'll be 2 trips and a cam. That can be played off of by Koala Noob, and that's going to be what precipitates the wall being thrown up. Now, it looks like it might have been broken somewhat. At least a lot of early warning here that TSM are on the way in. And yep, Sims hit the site. There's trips, though, here and there that can catch him out. Relay bowl happens on the other side of the wall. And Net gets in the drop instantly. It's BCJ with boots on the ground. M80 are able to respond to this now. Find themselves in a 3 versus 3, but Nismo still on the rotate. Xander decides to go for it either way.
Wow.
The right clicks interrupt the players around the spike. And now it's just poised in a 1 versus 2. We'll have to try and find a way out. This is time being bought. Xander able to double up here with Nismo, but Poised is able to get that 1 versus 1. Doesn't opt to play off the flash. Will have to pull off the net, though, and Nismo has to do something about this here. The barrier obviously is going to stop the shots coming in through the box. Poised runs out, though, and doesn't realize Nismo had long since gotten off.
It's so interesting that, for that duration of time, I guess Nismo was more so waiting to peek the angle. I mean, I guess it makes sense at the end of the day, but that was huge. I mean, Xander with a ballsy play, just right-clicking it down to really make that opening. So for M80, this is a very, very good first initial start. Honestly, they did lose a lot, which did create that main area of concern. It could have been better play. I think the wall was a really good touch to it, though, on both ends here, especially having Nismo playing on that deadlock and Koala Noob playing on that sage. There's going to be a huge hold on the defense moving forward for sure.
And the most important part is knowing when to throw those walls up. You need a way to get information about what the attackers are doing. The Cypher camera was enough there for M80, at least for Koala Noob to play off that and get a wall thrown up at the right time when it was relevant in the round. Little prod here out of B by M80, but they do hear a lot of this action going on over at Mound, and Net's not really looking to challenge this. We might even just see TSM contacting here.
Why destroyed?
They're going to be able to receive it here, forced to back away. Dizzy's going to connect. Well, that's going to be a summed up 7. They can't do too much about Koala Noob there. Messy fight on the site. Kimon's been able to get a stinger to hand here. And Koala Noob will sit inside the dark cover, has heard that weapon be exchanged. So we'll take their time to heal up a little bit now. 3v2.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, they know that there's a rotation coming. I mean, Xander did catch off Poised, so it does stop them dead in their tracks.
Oh, no.
he is able to get away. Hey, I'm all for the post plant 1v3. All right, I think it works a lot of the time where it's less stress, but at the same time, 30 health. You got Stingers and Bulldogs set across on the other side. So yeah, you're gonna have to be very, very stingy with the movement that you're gonna play here, especially for GMD.
M80 pinged it out, so they do have an inkling that Gimon has gone the long way around, and he's only got 30 HP, which is why he's probably very afraid about taking a challenge on such a wide angle. These are very, very tough to win. Gimon has to do something pretty unexpected, but Koala Noob is ready for it. Drops down with the Stinger, cleans up the Omen, and that'll be M80 taking the anti-eco.
Thank you. Yeah, easy round for takeaway, especially like M80, they just know their way around the map. They've talked about it on the desk originally, especially with like the new addition here coming through from Net. Everything just starts to make sense. Everything starts to align itself. They got early information. They were able to play that with Net, taking that first-hand pick, and then moving forward, it was just really an easy shot call from there. But yeah, it just gets harder and harder. Now we're finally actually going to be able to see what TSM have cooking for, you know, the Vandals set down. But impressive gameplay so far. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw, like, obviously M80, because of this composition, right, they do at least have a fade, so they are prioritizing to some degree, like, the ability to throw out an early corn. They are going to try and, you know, use Net's cam fairly passively here, but you'll notice they had to push out a fear at the start of last round, because they do need to go and get info via that mechanism. The comp doesn't allow them to really make these trap plays or aggressive pops over on the A side of the map, right? Like we see a lot of teams, they like have an Omen and they have like a raise or fade combo, right? They can tank shell in towards the attackers. This comp doesn't really allow for that. M80's setup actually gives up a lot of the map. And then in order to get information about, you know, those contested areas, they kind of have to swing for it. For some parts of the map, you'll see them just leave entirely and then might maybe double up like they did like last round, push 2 people out of B and at least get some info about that area of the map. But it's quite hard to play this triple Sentinel composition well.
Yeah, waiting for the... Thank you guys for being patient, especially with the tech pause, but they're close. Ultimate wise too. I'm really intrigued to see, you know, how M80 are going to continue to play with that Sage. It seems more so for the defense. It's just wall up. You know, more so giving them that extra sense of security to make sure that they're settled in. Double Sentinel. So
yeah, it's also really good, right, on like in the post plants when you're attacking. This is what we've seen like the deadlock be used for a lot. It's like you get a safe plant on C and then you just throw a wall into waterfall. And all of a sudden, the defenders have to try and flank you via mound, which is extremely hard to do, or they just group up in halls and run into you and potentially run into your util. So it's crazy, right? And it's a bit of a misnomer, but I honestly think these like multi-sentinel compositions look even scarier on the attacking side, providing they can get a post plant.
All right, finally, we get to start things back up again. And now the difference being TSM finally having weapons to defend themselves when they are looking for that entry, when they're looking for something else, but a very, very quick slow already starting off to keep them back.
And again, none of that aggression. No one's moved up the rubble here. At most, it's Xander just rotating door. To be fair, does well against this buy. Already the Bulldogs found some value. Fault line is going to force him away, as TSM obviously have that much more standard comp that can punish his overextensions, especially with a lot of this util, the Dizzy or the Fault line, for example. And then again, there's info for M80 to play off. They say, okay, we can wall over towards rubble, which seems a bit absurd, but it's given Koala Noob this weird little angle as they've refreshed the smoke over towards A. And TSM are still here.
Yeah, early paranoia playing with your util. It was ballsy, but it was a good move from Xander. I feel like that's all we're seeing from Xander, to be honest. It's just wide swinging the group and seeing if they can get 1 or 2. It seems to work out. M80, yeah, just eliminating everyone off the board.
Yeah, this is obviously a situation that TSM are not used to. They realize now that the only way to get onto A is like to wrap all the way around rubble, which exposes them to both Tree and Baby Door, respectively. And again, it's this defensive util that can funnel your opponents in one particular direction. Now, TSM realized they're just crashed into a save here. They went up against the bonus of M80, a bonus, by the way, that features a ghost, so it's not a particularly flush or rich bonus from the defenders, but yeah, TSM, no idea what to do to get out of that little snafu on A.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, they gotta save. Going more than, I'd say, like 3 rounds for M80 would definitely be a detriment for TSM, but I think it's gonna be hard regardless. especially going into the early, I guess the later stages, because they're playing for defense for M80. I don't really see any other cause, you know, for such a solid double, I guess double sentinel as well as like double initiator title. Actually, my apologies. I believe actually it's triple sent with the deadlock there. Yeah, triple senti. So it's a solid hold for them that they're really looking for here. I think they're just wanting to close this out pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely want to exacerbate the fact that they're starting on the defense side. But it's worth pointing out that, like, on this map in general, like, Lotus, with standard comps, can be really attacker favored because the defenders have to spread themselves so thinly across these 3 sites. But now with, like, 3 support agents worth of utility, you can see how that's been spread across the map, right? There's even a sonic sensor at C where I think Xander is sort of solo anchoring that site. B looks like a mess on the map, and then you've got, you know, both the Cypher and the Sage over at A. So you've got better coverage than you otherwise would have. You don't have to like give up a site at all to try and hedge your bets. For example, like a lot of teams like to be passive on B and play more towards C and A. So it's quite effective.
As effective as this can be too. Already Xander's prepping up for a nice Nismo play. Yeah, wall goes up and it just completely denies that, which makes it so much harder. Yes, they've shot it down, but now, yeah, smoke goes down and everything else really just does not work out.
So obviously Xander has an opportunity to punish TSM as they're breaking that wall, but I think he hears multiple guns and realizes he could be swinging into what eventually would be a crossfire. But still, it's a ton of information, and also the round has been stalled out again. We're down to 35 seconds, and there's still a ton of sentinel utility that has to be cleared on this B side. At least Sim is able to get in, embedded on B. There is still a trip on the side itself, and Wingman is going to work. BCJ chooses his spot perfectly, and even though the relay ball comes down, Net is there with the follow-up, and the judge claims to. Aprido was a long way from the action, and it's about to be revealed at that. And this will be yet another M80 round as TSM still struggling to get going on Lotus.
Looking for huge defusal and an M80 win. That just keeps honestly rolling with it. Now, though, TSM slight save, so they do have enough economy for the next round. So it's not like all has been lost. It's just difficult, right? Like, shut down so early on in the round going towards C. They have to go for a plan B, and the plan B doesn't work because now you're shut down on the B site with all this util that's just being thrown at you from Nismo. So all in all, it just gets incredibly difficult to get the post plan, even then to get onto the site. And once you finally have it, then stuff like that happens and you're wondering, well, what do I do now? But Sim pulling out with the operator on the defense as the Neon, which is interesting, but we're going to see how that works.
I like it a lot here from Sim because, again, this triple sentinel composition has to contact a lot of the angles they want to play. They don't have flashes to push operator players off angles, but they do have smokes. And Xander is able to take care of Kim 7 pretty comfortably there as they tried to fight for rubble. And so Sim doesn't see anything at the start of the round. It's always a smoke in his way, so the operator never gets any value.
Already quite difficult to try to gain some ground to retrieve that spike, knowing that so many players are watching. The angle wall attempting to break itself. They finally just back themselves off. Not worth it. TSM, they have the up, they have the investment, so why bother?
Yeah, the spike is on the wrong side of that Sage wall, unfortunately. M80 just keep trapping TSM round after round here with these sort of late walls. They've now thrown a deadlock wall over into A, just to really make it clear that TSM had no business recovering a spike. And again, that doorway gets one way comfortably. They can sit up and play around this here. And again, TSM forced into a save against a composition like this, I think, where if your momentum gets stopped early in the round, it's probably not the investment trying to play into a short-headed scenario, like a numbers disadvantage, especially with an operator, when you have no information about the map. M80 here go looking, and you absolutely want to try and get this operator out of the hands of Sim. I don't even know if they heard it get fired, though. That's the thing. Not if they realize there is one in the hands of the Neon.
10 seconds left. Last player standing.
Get something out of this, but nah. Just looking for Sim at this point to really shut things down for TSM even further. I mean, the way things are going, I'm not going to lie, it's not looking good, but redemption, I believe in it.
Yeah, obviously, if TSM want to keep testing A in this fashion, obviously that's all well and good, but it's been quite hard for them to actually get out of A and get information about the map. They have to respect the Prowler that gets thrown at them by BCJ, and normally Xander just follows up with a one-way smoke over towards A. And so normally you do have to be patient or you challenge that one way by flashing yourself out of it, which obviously this team of TSM can do. They do have 3 flash agents, right?
Yeah.
They have good tools for pushing players off these angles, which is kind of what M80 need to do a lot of the time. If they get forced off an angle, they have to just contact peek midway through the round to try and get information on what their opponents are doing to make sure that that defensive util, right, like the walls, don't get used for no reason.
They could. It's so interesting too, because it's such a big shutdown for Sim. Like, okay, what are you going to do as a Neon if there's a wall there? And it's so counterproductive for TSM. So now, yeah, kind of like what you said, there really just has to be another way. I think there's no luring anyone out either. So it really is like, it's pedal to the metal sort of comp that really needs to arrive for TSM in order to make the site and work on that post plan. Because in my opinion, they have so many ultimates ready, they could use it, this could work. But how are you going to get there when, hey, Nismo, just set down the barrier and we'll be chill.
It's true. I mean, that is obviously one of the weaknesses here of Neon, is that she doesn't have any of that vertical mobility. So a wall genuinely stops her in her tracks. We're going to have C-Sim at least try and take some mound control. There is a player watching this angle, and Nismo just gets off of it there. Honestly, a pretty huge opportunity for the Deadlock player to find a player advantage. They look pretty well set up, but here comes that smoke. Sim just tests B here. He definitely wants to keep a couple of M80 at B, maybe force some util with a bit of a prod here. But I wouldn't be running headlong into this side. M80 are here in numbers.
Yeah.
There.
We are contacting the operator into B main. It's so rough out there.
They're just waiting for the wall too. But that's good. The patience really does work out in the end. So Sim does run away with one.
And that might be enough for them here. For TSM to say, okay, we can now put some attention over towards B here. We're going to keep at least the fade most likely at B. And Xander probably has to ping off the other extremity and check that A side. But they're being slowed up. And a barrier here as well is going to make this virtually impossible for TSM. Now they're going to ping back over towards B. The defenders have to be pretty light-footed here and respond with these rotations, but that smoke makes it impossible for TSM to play off a wingman whatsoever. Botline at least is going to pressure Xander down. The shot does miss, though, from Sim, as they at least get themselves a Vandal. Still no plant. Sim is trying to put it down now, and that's going to be Sim at least setting up a trade. That's Poise getting some value out of his stinger. And the Annihilation, I guess, is just going to be ignored as TSM were grouped up in upper. They actually couldn't do anything about the player caught in the deadlock ult.
It's not even that. I'm starting to interesting like a repeating trend, I guess, from TSM. They did use patience as like, I guess, sort of a counteractive to the wall. Break it down, leaves him there, make sure, okay, if something happens, you're able to take it. But, lack of util there on the re-entry, which is interesting because they had so much to utilize in that moment, which, you're in a position where you're going 6-0. I feel like you do everything in your power to make sure you can kind of run away with at least one round to start to derive M80 from that economy. But of course, up in the hands of Koala Noob. Now, new game starts.
Notice no one-way here at all from M80 on that side of the map. They got their Roman over at A. So that allows TSM, especially with a missed shot from Koala Noob, to move in and take some control here. I like that fault line. That is, again, another tool that forces Koala Noob off the angle, forces that Sage to repost here, potentially at their peril.
They're so set up, too. They know that there is Rolling Thunder, so you can see them backing off, like actively trying not to be on site, leaving themselves a little bit more room to back away in case TSM want to use that from Poise. But it's so calculated, so well for M80 right now in this moment.
Net here is playing off the camera. That will spot these players as they move across this trip. It was more of an info trip because obviously, as you can see, it can be jumped over. And that will just play off this camera and not take any risks here. This comp doesn't really have the tools to fight for this sort of defensive map control at A. The TSM will be allowed to move up here, potentially through tree and onto the site. And note that M80 are still adamant about this C positioning. They have not moved.
30 seconds left.
Off your feet!
They could keep this going. Rolling Thunder finally settles itself down on A. And they have the site, but they've been waiting for that. M80, they know what has kind of been the plan for TSM originally. So now all they have to do is work on it.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder gets no value because M80 are playing off these sites. It was just Net playing off a cam. Now they're going to go for a retake. Nismo moves up, and the timing is pretty good, actually. Kimono's just a little sharper. Decent spray transfer there for Net, and BCJ finding 4 between the two of them. Still a 1 versus 1 and 7 though. Waiting by stairs. Finally, TSM get themselves on the board. But it's a hulking economy that M80 been able to put together.
They got finally around to kind of give themselves some leeway there. Moving forward. And all it took was the ultimate, right? But now they know, like, if they do apply that pressure, if they do have a lot of stuff coming through, it does threaten M80 back into a very uncomfortable position. So it's mostly just really solidifying, hey, we're going to keep running this down. You guys have to take a step back for a moment as those Sentinels, and you can't play your role, which I really think is the thing they have to instill into the minds of M80. But now, new round, new day, Sim ready to utilize at least their ultimate here, maybe try to get themselves in.
Again, Net paying passively off a camera. So once more, not looking to challenge any of that contested area. Not even holding an angle towards the top of Mound from the seaside. Imon must have been sniffed out here because M80 have felt like they should be deploying that barrier. So nothing's going to be happening at A for the time being. That barrier stays up for quite a while, unless it is going to be removed. And elsewhere, we've got Poise starting to probe a little bit more at B. The hope is that he clears out some of that Cypher util, and maybe drag some rotators off these peripheral sites. Yep, he's getting in and they've actually smoked over towards Link here. This is going to pull people towards B, but TSM, with the amount of control they have now in upper, might opt to end here.
They have everything good. So M80 now trying to at least make some sort of progression. Xander with a 3K off the bat. So now, yeah, re-entry might be easier than before. But yeah, pretty much just finishing that off, which is impeccable.
I mean, again, what we see a lot of teams do when they hit their side is they throw it one way over towards Baby Door. Because they know there's usually 1 to 2 players that like to explode from that part of the map, but there is no smokes there from TSM. I think they threw one Link and then one into upper, which is already under control, I think, of Poised. He pushed up into upper there. You see the minimap. That's where the Omen smokes are at the top of B side. So Xena gets to do whatever he wants, and the paranoia not connecting obviously is his problem, but Omen just went to work on him.
They didn't have to worry about anything, honestly. Yeah, Xander pretty much just shut that one down. And this is Xander's map, to be fair. I don't think Xander's ever had a bad game on Lotus, so...
And Icebox is next, by the way, so...
Yeah, it just gets worse and worse at this point. But I believe TSM, they've had good moments, they've had good rounds. Sim is just running it down, and I guess that was the plan originally, right? Condition this team.
Yeah, I mean, Sim, I think, stunned themselves, or almost did. A relay bolt bounced off the wall and back in, so the Odin here. Koala was able to claim the kill, but a Proto, always good for a couple with that Sheriff. It's not a round that TSM have any business winning. I'm going to be honest with you. Now it's a 1 versus 2. The Thrash here is a problem, but Net is able to clear it before it comes in. He cannot complete the defuse, though. And Gimon a 7. Can play off. Gimon smoke. They can't be walking into his crosshair like that. Net just cleans them up. It was a pretty low health Gimon, if I'm not mistaken. But getting away with that with 4 HP is ridiculous. Zippo clutch for Net.
They are rolling with it. Even in a 1v whatever, right? Like 1v1, 1v2. Midi still continue to run with the punches. Interesting choice for an Odin. It worked in the end. I think Amedi are at this point just pulling out all the stops to enjoy themselves, have some fun. It is 8-1 at this point, so proven difficulty being a proto, just kind of getting that 2K, playing with those 1v1s, you know, in a save round. But is that really what has to work, right? Winning out your fights, which yes, but new strategies definitely needed for TSM.
Walanu playing over at A, still with that Odin Gophers. I think BCJ threw a Horn in there, maybe just to try and set them up, but there's not much info that the Sage can play off of over there to get value out of the Odin. It's an interesting choice in the round like this. There is a crap ton of defensive util over on C here. 2 Sonic sensors, Cam, Tripwire put down, Cyber Cage now being deployed. Wingman spotter running on him. Sim also gets tagged as he moves on onto this C site. M80 at least playing inside the site here. You'll note that they're anchoring. They don't want to play for retake in this competition because they can't flash themselves in. But Gimon is ready. Sees Nismo coming out of Waterfall. And now grouped up in halls, we have 2 for M80 and BCJ and Koala have to go through this together. The Odin is an awkward weapon to make this work with, but Gimon is still gunned down by it. And that does have a neural theft here. It's gonna be a little bit awkward as the fight gets close here. He's able to use it, reveals Sim, but before that ping goes off, Sim makes a swing and brings Net down. A Proto, beautiful stuff. Another multi-kill round for him, and TSM get their second.
Done and dusted. Second round, finally. into the hands of TSM. This is where they really do need to continue. I mean, this is a huge turning point for them, right? Giving themselves a little bit more leeway into, okay, how do we want to finish this round? How do we want to finish this half? Because, you know, give another 2 more back over to M80, they could pretty much just roll with it. Again, composition, very, very hard to get by. So I think they're doing a great job, though. They're reading into, you know, what they can do to contradict what M80 are wanting to play with, which is very aggressive gameplay. Sim playing into that duelist role, even heavier than before, because, again, that's what you need to do for this team.
So TSM do make a pop over under the A side. They use Dizzy, they use the fault line as well. And a Proto gets one for free. Nismo has to contact Peak for some info out of B. We've seen this tendency from M80 in the last few rounds, and finally, a Proto was in position to punish it. Now onto the site they come, TSM. Sim just wants to check tree here, and that's already made his way into drop. And the plat will go down.
That retake's going to be very, very solid, especially with that resurrection coming through. They're running it down. They're just looking for, like, any sort of possible way in.
Double swing here. Timon gets caught out. This is the only way M80 can really retake any of the map, but Poised shuts this one down before it really gets started. Net and Koala Noob still can buy in the next round. It'll be a little bit awkward economically for M80 overall, especially without them taking any further weapons away from TSM. Allowing them to get 3 attacking rounds here.
Last round.
I think if you have a triple Sentinel composition, you can't allow TSM any more than 3.
Thank you.
That pretty much has to be done with. Especially now, I mean, they did load up some ults to make it easier on them. Nismo is going to be able to clock someone with that. I feel like that's like definitely the way for this team to... I maybe just have that plan B if something really does go wrong. It seems like the C site very popular in the hands of TSM, and 3 players there, so they're ready for it if you're M80.
Playing for Mound this time are M80, but it's the same Dizzy thrown out by TSM, one that they've always sort of respected potential defensive push-up on this part of the map. Fowler catches on towards Sim here. Annihilation going to be thrown out. I think Sim is caught inside that cocoon, and there's a smoke in the way. There's nothing that TSM can do because they're not here. They're going to lose Sim for free, essentially, now. Try and reciprocate and hit this A site hard. That wall is not going to stop them here, but I'll tell you what, the slow orb will.
Now they just wait here. No wall available for Koala Noob. So all that's left is to play with that one trip that Net has settled down. The V site. That main point of interest there for TSM. Just actually creating a distraction, so they're not even looking to kind of move forward there.
And it actually drags the 2 players away from tree side, or on the stair side of the map here. The TSM are going to only have 2 players of M80 here. They've managed to clear them out now, and it's going to be a pretty late rotation coming in. See them here. This one's going to get the drop, but a Proto was there first. Beautiful stuff from a Proto. The guy is very sharp today. And a good fake on towards B. Prevented M80 from playing with 4 on that defense.
No, that's absolutely brilliant. They played that very, very well. They baited out tons and tons of util. They tried to gather a rotation settled in C and B by directing some attention there with the util. And now they're thinking smarter, right? They're thinking more in the way of, okay, well, we don't have to win every single fight. We just have to know how we're going to get ourselves onto site, get that plant down, and create that pressure. So I think there was a good guess, but is it too late? 8-4, M80. Lack of duelists, though. So, I mean, how is that going to work out is the question.
Yeah. So the way it works out is that they do have the ability to play off their neon util, their fade util at the start of these rounds. That's something that M80 do have. After that, though, they have to use their smokes to break up the map and try and get, out trade or get 2v1s or anything like that. So the Omen util is going to be super important for this composition. But if they get onto a site for free, if they make the right choice, it's so hard to retake against this triple sentinel setup. But now, though, don't worry about any of that. It's just good old honest VALORANT as we go to work with the pistols, and Sim comes out with 4.
Sim is finally in their element. It just took a while. It really did just take a while. The duelist finally being able to frag out and taking in a very, very solid pistol round that TSM needed, right? Not giving M80 that lead to give themselves that confidence moving forward, and now kind of breaking that down for them. So TSM, huge redemption, in my opinion. I think this is where that turnaround really could happen.
There's an outlaw for Koala Noob.
Yeah.
On the second round of the half. Okay. So again, you can get caught in a lot of this util but beautiful stuff. Koala Noob catches Sim, one of the less armored players on the side of TSM. Yamona holds his ground here at Rubble. He knows that obviously there's better weaponry here for the defenders, and this is a pretty hard spot to push him off of because of the lack of util that M80 have to take space with.
So solid too, just waiting so far up. Playing the same game that M80 were throwing back at them on the defense, but this time, yeah, they don't have 3 Sentinels, but they got a Proto, and he's waiting for you. He's got Cam set up. You mentioned now, finally, yeah, being able to make that happen. That's great.
They throw a Prowler out there, so that will at least get the attention of the player towards Waterfall, but Poise steps up. He says, okay, my camera is have a Vandal. They are not armored. I'm going to spray them down. So how much more is this going to happen? M80 just trying to bounce to sites and find one that isn't stacked with defenders or defensive util. They're going to try now to ping back over towards A here, and Seven's about to have his hands very, very full. There's one. Koala Noob taken out instantly. Dizzy to follow up here to try and wrap around, and yeah, it's going to be absolute carnage because none of these guys have flashes. They cannot force him off that angle, and Seven played that beautifully.
This is where they're thinking in their heads, man, this triple Sentinel composition really was not the plan. But
it's good, but you have to, I think you need more than 8 defensive rounds, crazy as that sounds. And also, like, winning the pistol is pretty important here because you definitely want a weaponry advantage because you are just trying to take a lot of raw duels. So if you are starting these rounds with, like, you know, pistols or like weaker weaponry, like, it's very hard for your comp to actually get to that post-plan phase of the round that you're so strong in.
it's also, I guess, more like just again so defense oriented. Like you said, if you don't get more than 8, you're just already in such a bad spot.
It's crazy we're saying that on Lotus, right? I know it's not a defense side of the map typically, but this is where we run into issues. Like, again, we are just walking around corners. TSM have given up a fair bit of the map here though, which favors M80. I think they really invested heavily in like that mound presence. No one from NA has really gone to test that part of the map. They're just going to insert Xander here by the looks of things to try and draw people over to this A side.
Yeah, noise already made over towards A, so they do lure out a smoke from GMD or Gumond. 7 having to watch this alongside, but yep, already working out that first pick into the hands of TSM.
Nice shot there. I think that was a body shot on Koala Noob. They've gone quite low as a result. 7 caught inside a grab net here, but still. M80 not really in a position to properly test this site. Up on the wall is Koala Noob, but Yvonne is wise to this. He's absolutely expecting this player to walk up, and there it is. Koala Noob goes down. Now M80 playing with 3. And they're realizing now with 20 seconds left in the round, their options are pretty limited. So much so that a save might be on the table.
Yeah, farm for an orb, but that's not going to be enough to
10 seconds left.
Really win the round. Saving up instead, knowing that it might just be game over. That wall there, it's typical, I guess, Sage on top of the wall play from Koala Noob, not expecting someone else to see it, but I guess more so looking for, you know, over the head information. It sucks. Just the way that things really do crumble down for the side of M80. If they do continue to farm orbs, I mean, they could get something early on, but in terms of winning their fights, it's really not working out that way. They just keep getting pummeled down by TSM in these early rounds.
Yeah, and again, they're not far enough ahead to just, you know, rest all their bets on a like ult heavy round where they just win on sheer weight of ultimates. I don't mind. It's like you'll notice that M80 are trying to insert people at either side of the map, right? At the start of the round, they leave Xander by door and have him like open it up because, you know, they're hoping that he can find something. Koala Noob doing the same because that wall is, you know, it's ostensibly designed to let you push into that seaside and plant, but, you know, Gimon knows better. He checks the top of the wall. He knows Koala Noob was probably waiting there. And this is all these little tricks that M80 are forced to have to do because they don't have a great way to, like, have a strong site exec. At least, you know, in a few rounds' time, they can hit a site with, like, a potential Annihilation and, like, a Nightfall setup. So that gives them some options there. But generally, like, right now they're playing on hard mode. And if they keep walking into these operator lines, these scope weapon lines, that's where M80's comp is weakest. They really are very susceptible to like an operator player at like, you know, A long or C looking towards mount, as we saw in that previous round with the Outlaw.
Okay, time for opportunity, though. Big aggressive take up on A. For TSM, just looking for early info, and this is going to be huge, too. Already tons of noise heard. Big early info moving out towards A, so they know this push is coming down C.
Slow orb, though. Does prevent M80 from hitting this one hard and fast. They're going to go for it. They realize at this point, like, you have to just take these fights, so they do. Xander comes up with the jackpot early on here. And the wall is thrown up. That looks like a barrier towards the back of C to make that retake via halls much harder. But Sim has already snuck onto the other side of it. See a couple heads here, is able to bring Nismo down. There's still no plant quite yet, but Sim has to duck his head. Some of the shots came in from Xander. Again, tries to get up onto the side itself. There's no need for this for TSM. They can wait. There's no plant yet. And we have a bounce off to the B side for M80, and TSM are only playing with 2 defenders now.
Such odd placement for that barrier coming through from Nismo, but they do recollect themselves going over towards B. Is this the play, though? Seven does have that crash. So readily available. Yep, and is going to be able to use it. Trying to shoot it down doesn't work out, though. Now everybody else just on the extremities of the site.
There's a flank, though. Great backstab timing here, and Koala Nuva's also still playing it up, but there's really nowhere that Seven can go. He was going to get caught either way. Pincered in 3 different directions, and M80 get a round win there. And I think they bait an overcommitment out from TSM on that C side.
It's the way that things got to work for them, though. They don't have a duelist, so there needs to be some sort of initiation to get them through. Again, like you said, too, like lack of flashes. How are we going to make this work? And it really is just pedal to the metal. Firepower, moving past that smoke, and really just facing your fears. Because other than that, like, there really is nothing to throw down other than maybe a possible slow orb. Okay, let's condition them into this corner. BCJ, give us something. Like, it really is not much other than winning your fights and isolating that. But up top, GMP.
Nicely one out there by Xander. I think again, early on in the round, those grab nets can be pretty effective. And oh no, boys! Yep, that is a pretty fantastic use there of that annihilation. And there was nothing that could be done. Seven, to try and break that cocoon, he would expose himself to multiple players playing towards A long. And this is what I mean about a site execute behind that deadlock ultimate. Nismo eventually goes down, but has more than done his job. Now it's down to Sim and a Proto. Again, having to retake here in a 2v4 with an operator is a tall order.
Keeping the silence in the game. Sim is just waiting for somebody to peek aggressively, but it doesn't matter.
Okay, play off the horns, I suppose, allows them to pick up a Proto. Sim here with the operator has to run. He has to hold on to this now, as 63 HP is really not enough for them to feel confident attempting that retake. Not with this weapon, not today. And M80 get it done again. This time, they do fight for rubble. There's a lot of action that happens there early on in the round, and they brave a lot of that sort of trap play util from the defenders.
Ended things off. And now they're back, baby. M80.
Yes.
All they needed was I'm not going to say a bit of patience, but a little bit more belief in themselves that they can do it with that lack of duelist. They can push past everything else. I think it was huge too, obviously, for BCJ and Nismo to kind of work in cohesion there, you know, utilizing both their util Nismo, propping the ultimate to get a free one, honestly. But yeah, I mean, now with that being said, Koala Noob ready with a resurrection and a possible pick off C. So many players already up.
I like this. The defenders have a ton of util to make these little trap plays happen at the start of the round, but the grab net might have made this a problem. Sims are able to find one. Himon also falls down here as TSM push out into that extremity. It's really a Proto that might have saved him here.
Last player standing.
Nice little sheriff pick off. Poised also good for one, makes it a 1 versus 1. Again, there's a tripwire over at A, which is very convenient for a Proto. And that might give him some info if Xander doesn't opt to go through door here. This one has to be cleared. And in fact, Xander just runs into it now. And so a Proto knows he's picked the right side. Cover a weapon, Gompers. Still only a sheriff to his name, which might be even more scary, to be fair.
I don't know. We've seen a Proto hit some nasty shots on the sheriff. Could this be another one? No, peekaboo.
Very clever.
Yeah.
Xander is that guy. Very, very smart. Again, so running headlong into that trip on such a big map, probably frustrating realizing he's given a Proto a ton of information, but in those clutch situations, there's not many players that you'd rather have on your team than Xander, and he plays that to perfection. What a weird little trap play. You can see just how far up the defenders actually had to push to try and make that happen.
all they're looking for is huge leeway in terms of just pushing past TSM. It's working out. Everything looking good. Winning out all of their fights by far, which now, I mean, they've resorted to just wall banging through with the Odin. Is it working? No, there's nobody there. But it's a good start.
All right, some sonic sensors here. Nismo just figuring out how to set that up, actually to catch a defender out, but TSM are unlikely to offer up too much here. Much like we saw M80 do. They give up a lot of this A-long area and just play off a cam that will look interlinked right here.
Just watching. They have already some sort of info on C. They did see cam, so that could have misled them, poor TSM, into thinking, hey, maybe something else is going on, but no, yeah, ultimate already on its way down towards A, and the retake potential there.
Nismo knows there's a player up at the top here in upper also. One in drop for the time being, and a lot of that util coming out now. Slow warp is being sat on by TSM. He's still able to find a way to break through for the most part.
30 seconds left.
3 up still for M80. Still no spike plant, by the way. That one has been toppled over towards tree, and Gimon walks straight into a sonic sensor. Just the way M80 drew it up. Sim tries to slide on in, and M80 are ready for it. A situation that could have gone awfully wrong for the attackers here. They actually go for a full side exec behind that Nightfall, and it pays off.
That was a pretty huge explosion. I don't even know. Like, how do you react to that if you're TSM, other than just kind of working with the punches there? It was a huge external force of just using all the equipment that you have right in your arsenal, and then picking everybody off on the extremities after that, knowing that they're going to push for this retake, knowing that fast rotation's coming in. And it really is Amedia just reading so well into TSM and what they want to do and what they're planning for. And it comes to the point of they're just so good at adapting. They're so good at understanding, you know, okay, what's the comp that we have? What can we play with here? And how is this going to work? And right there and then, right? You wouldn't think to use, like, Cypher Util is getting so creative, using that for the entry, giving yourself at least an inch of space to really lead some way there. So it's so nice the way they think.
This util is absolutely wild. There is so much going on here. But I think the issue here for TSM, I'm really glad. Shout out to the observers who've been able to capture how that round went, by the way. M80 got caught inside Relay Bowl and like a mosh pit. They could have been in a lot of trouble if TSM had been able to push up into them. But the slow orbs that Koala noobs threw over towards the back of site and to drop made it impossible for TSM to capitalize on any of that like retake util that they threw out. So M80 just gets stunned and knocked around a bunch, and then they're still like, okay, we're still ready to fight for this.
They've got it. They honestly, yeah, I think really at the end of the day, it is just kind of also being accustomed, I guess, to playing against TSM and then their playstyles. I'm just wondering, like, what was the consensus behind this comp? Like, that's all I really want to know, because it's so risky, but it's so interesting that they felt so comfortable to bring this out in a dire moment where, hey, we want to qualify. This is what we want to do.
BCJ is jump peeking the C site with an Odin. I'm not really sure what they're hoping for there.
I have the spike.
There's also a smoke thrown over towards Waterfall here by M80, so we may be looking just to contact behind this grab net. All right, we've seen that one before. See that little cheeky wall there that is going to cut off that link play through Waterfall. Cut off any rotators coming in from C, outside of them going back through halls, and I think they've just discovered that already on the site. They are, though. BCJ falls. And again, Baby Door is a problem. Poised able to explode through there behind that Rolling Thunder, but gets caught in an annihilation pretty much straight away. There's a wall over at upper, I think, that's going to make it hard for TSM to get back onto this site. Eventually they break it, but not before Poise gets drawn to his doom by the Deadlock ultimate.
Exactly.
Now in a 3v4. This neural theft is going to be big. Spike finally gets thrown down. Sim can be an impact player here. Out of Baby Door, especially to follow up on that detain. He gets brought down by Net. Thrash did not find enough value, not enough purchase on this site, and eventually Gimon is brought down, and TSM have to give the map up. M80 with a wacky composition, this triple sentinel. They find success, especially in that latter half of their attacking side.
They were able to run through, despite obviously like being faced with some difficulties on the attack. So for M80, I mean, huge congratulations for that first map win. Second map, though, you talked about it, Icebox. It's concerning, and we're moving there. So, what are the chances? I'm so close. Hi, guys. How are you?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to I'm looking forward to that Icebox because I think it's like a double controller, double initiator comp that M80 like to play on that map without the duels, which is obviously pretty sick. And I think the devs talked about it. We could expect to see like Sims Rainer or something similar. I'm pretty hyped for that one. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, we'll start to get y'all ready for map number 2 and take a fun look back at Lotus.
Well, we didn't know what the heck to expect going into the series. Triple Senti coming out for M80. I didn't expect much less than how it went down then, Roy, because honestly, I don't know, it worked somehow really well. Like, M80 looked really good with this composition with a 13-7 win. That's a statement.
Yeah, I mean, somehow it just feels like you're kind of underselling them just a little bit. I think their ideas were pretty on point, to be honest, on both sides. Their defense half was pretty flawless. They had a lot of really good ideas in the way they spread out their utility. And I mean, just saying the word utility is almost giving me PTSD for that, just watching that match, because they just have so much of it everywhere. Everyone's trying to go. It's just a lot to handle, to be honest.
Yeah, one sentinel for each site, right, guys? Like,
yeah, that's all it takes. Genius.
That's all it takes. But also, it hurt TSM to not be playing a Razor, for them to be playing a Neon, because it doesn't clear those trips and those traps as easily. And you saw how much slower TSM had to play because of that.
I mean, I'd be so annoyed right now if I was TSM, because last time we saw them on Lotus, with this Neon composition, like, they look pretty good. And then all of a sudden going up against this trippy Senti, something that you're not necessarily prepared for whatsoever. I never would have prepared for this, right? I'm not gonna lie. I mean, that was frustrating. I feel like they started to kind of figure out a little bit of things, but then we went into the side swap and it's like they had to relearn M80's playbook all over again.
Now, for a bit, it was looking really good for TSM. I mean, it seems like they were finally catching on, especially towards the end of the first half, and they won pistol. Like, you know, I can even see in Twitch that everyone's like, oh my god, this comp sucks on attack, TSM's gonna win, lol. But then, you know, they come out and they have like this genius game plan of just overrunning sites with just impeccable amount of like exec util, pretty much.
Yeah, I think it took a lot of heavy lifting from TSM at moments, like what we saw, like a Sim 4K and a Proto 4K, and I'm like, okay, is that what it's gonna take to break M80? And sure enough, it was an 8-4 half, where I really thought like you needed a minimum of 10 rounds with Triple Sentinel, or else you were maybe getting into the realm of the danger zone, trying to go on offense with that. So what was an M80 offense with that? You know, the Prowler, the Paranoia, they lacked options, but they still got the job done.
I mean, once we swapped over to attack, it's like, okay, yeah, M80, like they got some sharp shooters on their squad, and they were very careful with how they planned things out, Roy. And I think that was kind of the biggest difference, is they didn't really have the most to be working with.
Yep.
But they had a little bit to be able to kind of execute off of, and beyond that, then landing the shots and winning the fights outright.
Sure.
That'll get you there.
Yeah, remember how we were in the kind of the pre-show, we were talking about the fact that M80 just doesn't really need anyone to have like an insane pop-off. Like, we're seeing it again right here. Like, yeah, Xander is MVP, quote unquote, but everyone is like within plus 2 kills of each other, right? 17 at the highest, 13 at the lowest. Like, everyone on M80 is playing their game. They're all having impeccable impact. They're all playing extremely well, and their ideas are very clear, and it's a kind of a nice vision. It's kind of a refresh as well. It's kind of nice to see that teams have like very new ideas compared to what we're used to seeing.
But I think the Xander had such an important role for M80, especially on offense, as one of the probably the best people, best agents to try and enter the site with the Paranoia, maybe a teleport, the smokes. Like, Xander's role on this team, him staying alive is what was most important. Being the least amount of deaths, being the most amount of first kills, says a lot on how Xander pulled his weight as the, I guess, the pseudo initiator, I guess, on a Triple Sentinel team.
This comp, every time I look at it, it makes me laugh, but in a good way. This was awesome to see what M80 was kind of putting together for this one. And there is a couple of rounds that we wanted to be pulling up. First, to talk about round 6 and look back to one of M80's defensive rounds, because Roy, I think this was a really big indication of where TSM kind of struggled, because here's the C site and Sim's not having a great time.
Yeah, I mean, you can just tell how much utility there is. Like, they try to exec the site, they're getting grav netted, then they're getting walled off, then they're getting caged off. There's also 4 different trap sensors on that C site. They try to pivot B after like completely getting shut down on the C side, and then they come into even more utility. There's a Sage Wall, Omen Smoke, they get paranoid on the entry, they delay so long for the plants, enough time to buy this like fast flood with the annihilation rate, as you can see right there. And it's just like everything is, it's like they're almost in complete control. They're like an anime protagonist, like full control, like from beginning to end of the round. It really is nice to watch.
Yeah, although M80 had this wealth of utility, it's really how effective was it? Was it just delay? Did it net in any kills? That was the key factor to determining the round. You can delay a round, but if there's still time to plant, TSM still had a chance. So they would pull a lot of utility at C and then pivot to B, and then that's how they were able to steal 4 offensive rounds. You know, it's not a lot, but it's more than we expected.
I mean, still talking a little bit of that utility, but instead looking at the sole initiator of the team. I mean, this is where pulling up this next round, round 19, looking at M80 on the attack, where we got to see that even though they don't necessarily have the most rate to be pushing out onto a site with, they're gonna make it work in a really grand fashion.
I mean, yeah, you say that, but they have so much utility. Like, they're completely slowing the left side of the site, not allowing the defenders to sort of get this pinch on the default position. They have the deadlock, the barrier mesh on the left as well, so they're completely blocked off from that side. Look, they're forced into that right lane where there's even more utility being placed on that side. They have stun sensors everywhere. Like, they're literally, as soon as they get on a site, they're like a spider. They're just full web out everywhere, getting spread out instantly.
Yeah, I think there was just a lot of weight on like how this Prowler was going to hopefully try to break any trips. And just taking it one step at a time, because that was kind of the main thing to break some of these traps. And also just that early round of figuring out where all the agents are placed on the map and where is TSM, where are the problematic agents. And M80's read on the game is kind of what Sierra said earlier. Their fundamentals are next level, and that's what made them the better team that map.
And that's going to be a little bit of a tough blow now for TSM, losing out on their map pick in a grand fashion and now going over to M80's map pick. An Icebox as well that's looked really good for them. I think that's the last time that anyone tries to take M80 to Lotus. M80's always good on Lotus anyways. But now, like, TSM, this isn't single elimination. They can go to a lower bracket after this, but Roy, this is where you start getting really worried unless they have maybe a trick up their own sleeve or M80 overcooked.
Yeah, okay. When I was thinking of like, okay, M80 is down to innovate, I did not expect that on Lotus. So now I'm kind of like thinking, okay, should I say that again for Icebox, or am I just cursing TSM at that point? Because I really don't want them to pull out like a quadruple Sentinel composition here on Icebox or something wild for us to watch.
I'm wondering if TSM are going to return to the Reyna, because I've seen kind of Reyna versus Jet matchups for TSM not go so well, because the Reyna lacks that mobility and that kind of explosive entry that Jet has. So if TSM stick to what they know, which is the Reyna, which hasn't, it's been hot or cold. They've innovated a lot. They've played Harbor, they've played Sage, they've played all kinds of stuff. TSM are still very much aware that Icebox is a weak map for them. And this is where playoffs, you bring out all the aces up your sleeve, but then who knows what M80 is going to play. So I think TSM are very uncomfortable right now.
I mean, yeah, even looking back at just M80's usual comp on this, it's, I think, pretty annoying in my opinion when you got like the Viper, you got the Omen to deal with, and like the KJ at like that last stand. And if M80 do want to try and switch something up since the last time we've seen them, I don't know, I feel like for TSM, I'm looking at how they can kind of shake that last loss and make sure like they're going into this next series, Roy, just kind of like fresh ideas. Okay, like don't worry, we have prepped, and just try and adapt faster if M80 do want to get a kind of a little silly quirky with this one again.
Yeah, I mean, TSM is a good Icebox team at the end of the day, right? Like, yeah, they might not have the Jet like Kiwi was saying. Maybe they don't have that mobility, but the Reyna adds another layer of utility that people need to break when they're defending sites, right? Like, there's just, you're literally playing aim labs. I got to flick to the top right. I got to flick top left. I got to break this and I got to break that just to hold the site down, you know? It's like, it can get kind of overwhelming. So yeah, they might not have mobility, but they're compensating by just having more stuff to overwhelm sites with and take their 1v1s or just like kind of just set themselves up.
But TSM don't come off like a team that has a giant ego, or at least like they're not one to act like they do in the map. Like even Sim playing Neon, like how in the replays we saw, we're not seeing like this Neon run it down, use the speed. It was very a careful type of Neon approach, like even using the Neon walls to kind of protect them while they were breaking util. This Neon playing still very defensively on defense, as they should, but it's not Sim like trying to handle the lobby by themselves and pull out a win forcefully. It's Sim trying to play with this team, and I'd love to see him have these peak moments, but he also doesn't want to be a liability and the reason these rounds look even more losable.
Especially going up against the beast that is M80, the team that's saying that they might be back in vintage form, and they're definitely showing up a form today, and it's a lot to be excited about. So I don't know, I'm curious if then we will get the switch coming out from them yet again. And TSM, I mean, again, I feel like little bit of a parrot going back to this, but like we know that they have the skills and the capability. We know that the players can shoot. It's all about just kind of, Roy, that coming together at this line, being able to kind of push M80, because I know TSM, when they're playing at their best, they definitely can. This can be a different series.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, there's just so many good like takeaways, right? Like players can kind of take over the map anytime they want. I do believe we have the agents ready as well, so we could probably sort of see what icebox compositions they're running right here, and then from there we can kind of formulate our own opinions as to what to expect in this matchup. And yeah, just pretty much standard.
Okay. Yeah. We already went off the wall today so far. We're going back to kind of the regular thing. I think at TSM, maybe at Gen, this might be a little sigh of relief here. But I gotta say, for TSM, when I get to see this arena come on out, this is always something that I'm mad pumped for. Because talking about how Sim doesn't have an ego, and I agree, but I love being able to see that more of an ego agent come out, and Sim could definitely frag out.
Yeah, I think M80 tried to throw TSM for a loop on TSM's map pick, just thinking that they did all this homework on M80 and they knew how to break them. But now M80 can just go back to what they know best, which is this being their best map. So why change something that's not broken? I think the big question mark is around this Reyna, and if Sim can have that pop off, can they really take advantage of that small window of opportunity where that Lear has to be shot, like Roy said, and they can act upon that? Because yes, the Lear can be shot. Yes, the Gecko Flash can be shot. But what you do in that moment is what matters.
Yeah, I'm also kind of on the other side of the fence as well. I'm kind of a big fan of the Omen on this map as well, if you're running no duelist, because you have that extra layer of one ways that you can use towards the B site early or towards the A site early, and try to get some of that utility out of TSM's hands so they can take that initial control. And as well as keeping their elevation, right? So you can still play top yellow, and you can still have the op presence that Koala likes to pull out. So it's a very well balanced composition for M80 that kind of has all their bases covered in that regard.
This is definitely not going to be a match that you want to win. Will TSM be able to take it to a game 3, or is this going to be M80 closing it out in 2? We're going to take a quick break so you can get your popcorn, refill your water, and after that, it will be our casters to take you through Icebox.
Welcome back, folks, here to our first series of the day in our quarterfinals of our VALORANT Challengers playoffs. Great to be here, of course. I am Uber here with Gompers. We saw a wacky first map. Lotus, definitely not one we're going to soon forget. 3 Sentinels for M80. It paid off for them. But on Icebox, Gompers, something a little bit more standard for both sides. We are seeing M80 return back to the no duelist comp, the double initiator, double controller setup.
They hate the duelist. I don't... The question is why, but I think it just works out either way. Because, again, starting off in the defense, feeling pretty comfortable with it. But Sim moving on to the Reyna, which, again, not too much of a surprise moving back to the standard of what TSM like to play with. But, you know, with Sim being such a solid player, mechanics-wise and aim-wise, I feel like this is pretty fit.
And I like it. I think, like, the Reyna offers you a ton. You know, Roy brings it up. The Lear is something you have to break, you know, coming into the sites or defending them is really important. You'll probably see that play out here as Sim likely will try and Lear now into the back of this B site. And Prody gets brought down straight away, though. BCJ anchoring like a boss here from Crow's Nest. The net finds the timing out from Rafters. Blink and you miss it, folks. M80 take the pistol with 3 still standing.
Dude, they just, like, rolled with that. I think it was such good placement, honestly, on the side of BCJ. Just kind of crouch playing up inside of Nest, being able to just take an angle that nobody's expecting. But for TSM, yeah, good approach to it. Although, needing a lot more pistol round gone. Of course, it's not the most detrimental time of the game, but definitely the time where it starts to give you that momentum. And M80, they're running off a win for the last game. So, you know, it really is good in their position right now.
I mean, I'm feeling great. Taking the pistol here pretty convincingly. Getting an outlaw into the hands of Koala Noob in round 2. These are all things that make you smile as an M80 fan. Okay, so that 0 point there does at least indicate that someone's playing fairly close to pipes on the defender side. TSM likely going to move in here. And again, now plenty of that util to work with. Maybe a Dizzy that gets cycled here by 7, thrown up above pipes, and we'll see if Xana can hold his ground.
All they gotta do is kind of wait for somebody to make that first move on the side of TSM. They've settled down with some util though.
An interesting Viper Wall here. It's a fast hit Viper Wall. They didn't want to telegraph anything too early in the round, so they throw it up here. BCJ adjusting though, playing towards the back of the side. It was poised towards Xander down, who couldn't find anything from 410. BCJ though repositions here. He's going to get pinched on his left, and he doesn't see it coming. They're far too quick for him. Net does more to break back into the side here, which is the Ghost, and the attackers are so low in health. 7 has to try and swing this now, but in a 1 versus 3, having so little health, offers himself up to Koala Noob, and that is another M80 round. Look at that Viper Ball. It's so weird.
Dude, they just like... I mean, I guess, yeah, for TSM anti-eco round, so... Kind of what do you have to do there?
Yeah.
They were going pretty slow.
It cuts off like a rafters swing that we saw from BCJ, I think, in round 1, which is fun. Yeah. Don't normally see that one's thrown out. Normally it's like just a vertical one from, you know, from like Belt's area, right, that cuts off screen. So fun little adaptation there, but it'll take more than that to win that anti-eco.
Yeah, for M80, they're solid right now too. BCJ loading up with that Thrash is going to be able to use it. Just to solidify this round too, like coming out, Koala Noob making an investment on that. My apologies, Net making an investment on that to give to Koala Noob there.
Midmo wants to play forward there. We see that a lot from Jets at the start of these rounds. Want to push up and punish someone trying to push. Just like a Proto is. And bear in mind, a Proto himself can flash. You might need to use some of that offensive util, though, to force people off these posted angles. I think Koala is playing on top of 410 with an operator. That's a scary prospect. Oh, on pipes, rather.
They have tons of util already settled over on B. And space as well. They could catch out this 1v1.
Oh, I like it from Gimon, though. He gets there early. He just doesn't expect Nismo to be on the other side of the corner. Still no plant here. That's the problem. TSM were really committed to B, despite how deep Gimon was able to get. They can still go for a plant here. Make no mistake. The Viper Wall, though, can't be brought back up again with Gimon 6 feet under this round.
Nah, but they pretty much have B at this point. I mean, they know where some of these players are. Unfortunate timing there. On the side of Xander. Did get some of that damage down, but again, not still in the hands of Koala Noob, and so much more to do, but it gets shut down immediately on that post plant.
Oh, Poise was so low. Net was just waiting for him, and he chops down. Tries to take the fight. Thrash here in the 3rd round. It's about as early as he gets on this map. Clatters straight into Sim, and Koala Noob is able to follow up pretty comfortably with that operator. Now, if there's a world where your Viper is still alive, and you can actually use that wall to try and get a safe plant from, that round looks completely different for TSM. They really let that gun round go to waste.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing
They got
swarm grenade. Here.
pretty much nothing else to worry about. It's a reiteration of what happened last time for M80, right? Solid defense to start, maybe running away with a 4-0 off the beginning, which is a definite option, especially now with those Guardians starting to pop up. Not a lot of ultimates utilized, and the potential in case something does go wrong for Net to have that retake with that lockdown. So yeah, a lot to look forward to from M80 here.
Screen down.
Sims managed to get pretty deep there up belts. Oh my goodness. Boy spotted trying to maybe cross into tube there. And yeah, Gimon wasn't seen going up tube itself, but eventually he gives his position away and allows Nismo to trade. That's a player advantage here for M80 on a round where TSM have now one Guardian left.
Screen down.
A Proto is able to pick up Poised's drop weapon. And I think there is another Guardian inside too, but TSM are really running on fumes here.
Toxins going up.
Spike planted.
Toxin screen
And
down.
then gets that plant. Xander though repositions sneakily. That's beautiful. He knows that 7 thinks that spot is clear. He sees him cross over towards Crow's Nest, using his information perfectly in that moment. And now it's up to a Proto. Okay. Hit with the paranoia, still able to beat that operator player. And eventually will be brought down though as M80 get out to 4 rounds. With a bit of a lid at least being kept on this defending economy, right? Nismo and Xana had to buy again into this round, but the operator will be recovered and handed back over to Koala Noob again.
M80 are Yeah, still solid. Nothing really looking like they're, I guess, more so an issue with whatever TSM are doing. Majority of the time, I guess it was just the unfortunate placement of, okay, well, we don't have economy for these next, like, whatever rounds. Let's just see what we can push for. Okay, uneven buys, that's fine. But more so now moving forward, we do have a lot to utilize here. A lot looking for to Thrash, readily available for 7. Not to mention Sim now might be able to actually fight a bit harder.
How do they force the Omen off this angle? Obviously for TSM, there's no Aldro. Koala might just hold this angle down. The smoke's going to clear. Sim might look to burst through at a moment. Thrash is on the way up to Koala Noob, but I don't think he could reach him. Sim's able to jump across inside Empress. Koala Noob, though, pretty unlikely to give this position up. Again, Aaliyah could force him off the angle, but they're still able to play from this one way here. M80 sticking around to get use out of these smokes.
You are powerless.
This might be an issue, though. Null Command going to be thrown out now. Koala Noob can't TP away. That's the problem. He's actually caught here behind Yellow. He's committed to playing from this position. Poise goes down. It's going to be raw contact being taken by the defenders here. Koala Noob tried to reposition, took a shot, missed, and 7 punishes him. Now 3 versus 4. Going to be getting into the post plant now, and there is that Viper util available for late in the round, and Sim just waited. And this is going to come around the corner. It will only be net remaining. TSM finally get into the game.
Yeah, that's got to be it. They did use a lot, though, to insert themselves into the round. Can that happen every single time? Absolutely not. But still potential for a new load up. You know, obviously having to farm some of those orbs to give themselves something to work with here. But I think all in all, good pushback on M80, forcing them into a pretty uncomfortable position here. It seems like the economy's not looking too bright either. More so very, very scattered.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward. I'd say Koala Noob as well has struggled so far in this map to really get rolling with that operator. Definitely forced off that angle in the previous round. And Null Command is hard to deal with for, you know, anyone who's embedded with an operator and was hoping to use some abilities to get to safety. But that is a bit punishing. Shoulder pick here for Xander. He respects the fact that there's an operator on the side of the TSM, but Sim had that one for free. Thought he'd even have the second, but BCJ at least is able to find one. Eventually, 7's patience is rewarded. It's all up to net. He's a long way away with just a sheriff to his name.
Already taken out so many on M80. Good thing they didn't really buy too heavily into this round, though. Gives them a chance in the future. But it is up to Net, what he wants to do. And if he wants to provide right now, seems like he might just be able to. Already low health coming down on GMD. Yeah, no.
Yeah, not much to do here. Find an exit. Might start trying to play it down a little bit on this growing economy of TSM. Now, obviously, they can buy pretty comfortably for the next couple of rounds. They've managed to keep that operator. And the attackers have another Thrash to work with, so 7 is really starting to get rolling now. A lot of those ult orbs are being fed to the Gecko. And now it's time for that investment to be paid off.
They're chilling right now, especially for TSM. They collected up. They're kind of pretty well made. 7 loading up right back to that Thrash, too. Kind of utilized for this round as well. Actually having that for a while, my bad.
Again, Koala Noob wants to play with this operator. Looking at mid this time. Most of the action comes to 2, though. Nismo's about to get busy. Okay, Koala Noob, though, chimes in through mid. Finds Kim on the spike is dropped because BCJ has this off angle. Great recovery from M80 to get some presence out of Boiler there to intervene in what was happening in the middle part of the map. Again, Koala Noob is brought down. That was the operator player here for M80. 7 has to go on a solo mission to recover the spike. And I think he knew it was under tube. Yeah, I think he's trying to come from a bit of an unexpected angle. There's a double face down there, Gompers. No way he's getting out of that alive.
Yeah, they just had to see his head. Oh my gosh, just a pixel, and they just run it down through the box there. But oh, they picked it up. Okay, BCJ's back, giving it over to Koala Noob. So we're chill. In these moments, there's not much to worry about. They've got their investment back. They have 4 ultimates on the board. Like, you're pretty much looking at a very, very solid around that. That honestly could go south, especially with what TSM is packing too. 7 picking up the op once again. Kind of letting that risk be taken for the attacking side. The A side, though, heavily contested over on the attacking side.
Yeah, just net playing here for M80 for now. Obviously, net has a lockdown to allow M80 to get back into that site should it be taken by TSM. So it might be a pretty ult-heavy round. And Koala was pushed up so deep for this info. I think the turret will be able to take contact there if he pushes too much further. TSM is also creeping up towards A.
They hear no noise, so the only thing they can do on M80 is just kind of work themselves up, see if they can find any info. Smoke, though, settle down on B to make sure there is some sort of defense going on.
2 players are boiling here for the defenders. Yeah, TSM pinging. They kind of know that Ismail is over to the right-hand side. This will be very telling. Okay, 0 point got destroyed. And, well, there's just a contact peek there from the Reyna that spots at least one player a boiler. So here's that defender lockdown. This is now just going to put more pressure on the clock for TSM. They have to give up all that space they sort of manually cleared earlier on in this round. They might just throw a retake down of their own here because they need to get onto the side. They're running out of time.
30 seconds left. Can't use that.
Okay, ready for Thrash, though. Oh, and this might be the moment. The biggest thing is just how are they going to be able to take out that lockdown and really contest some of that space, though?
I mean, they have to fight for it, M80, if they want any chance of it. But it's actually quite a deep lockdown. It's a little bit further than the ones that get thrown at pipes in a safe spot here because TSM wanted M80 to try and fight them for it. Still M80 able to get off the site now, and TSM can assume those post-plant positions. They have a Thrash to play with to really interrupt M80's attempts here. Get that defuse, and yeah, Thrash gets thrown out first.
Oh.
Spots one player there over towards the side, and it catches them out, but Koala Noob has a nice timing here for the top of pipes, and he finds 2, 3, drops down. It's going to be Nismo that ends up getting credited with the kill on Gimon. What a retake for M80. They just shrug off the Thrash. They've got 2 players that at least can respond when one of them is detained.
Hey, a flash goes a long way. That's what we were missing on Lotus. I'll be honest. That's huge, though. Like, again, synergy, good play style, shot calling. I feel like M80 really do have every single piece of that. Okay, they worked well with the lockdown, being able to find, a way to just counter that. The adaptations for M80 are huge. We got to see it on Lotus. We got to see them constantly be able to understand, hey, they have the ult. Hey, they're going to do this. Hey, they're going to do that. What are we going to do in this situation? Okay, 3v4. How can we fix this? You know what, Koala Noob? Just go shoot. I'll flash you in. And this is good. That's the communication you really do want to see. TSM is struggling to kind of fight against that, which, again, teamwork makes the dream work, so.
There's got to be some discussion here, I think, about the economic situation for TSM. Their bank might be broken. They might also be looking to try and leverage this Viper's Pit and turn it into a round win. They're at pretty extreme risk here of, giving over a 7th round at this stage of the half to M80 is be pretty devastating for them. And it's frustrating because, yeah, they used a lot of their big ultimates in the previous round. Null Command, I think, already got used. There was a lockdown thrown by Poise, which I already liked. It was more, it was a further forward lockdown, which meant that like M80 couldn't even play towards the stairs at the back of that B site, sort of towards rafters. So the weaponry is okay here, Gompers. They've been able to buy up to a degree, but yeah, really need to try and secure a post plant here. But like a default player towards B behind this wall could be good. They've got to get ready though, because M80 love playing close up here amongst these containers of green.
Dizzy's down.
Oh, the Dizzy shot down immediately. They know they're moving up, so yeah, they have to be pretty cautious in this moment. But the op shot just downed on a Proto, and you already lose that main initiator.
And that wasn't anything really egregious from a Proto, right? It was a very innocent shoulder pick. One of the only ways to really punish that, right, is with the operator. And that is gross.
My ultimate is ready.
Well, we've got a Vandal now in the hands of Xander, I think. Now to pick that up off the body of Sim. And M80 noticed that they're playing so differently across the side scompers. They're playing off A entirely with net, but they play so deep into green on the B side.
Another thing too, just being that they weren't really willing to. Oh my gosh.
It's not out there.
Yeah, there's no. I was just waiting for 7 to go down. Yeah, flawless round from M80, but TSM, they weren't willing to do what M80 were. I guess also they're in a very different position where, you know, they can't really split buy and make sure that they have enough economy for the next round. But they full bought. And even if they couldn't afford a Vandal or maybe a Phantom, they pretty much went Guardian, Sheriff, whatever, and then settled for that, had everybody else full buy in the meantime, which really didn't work out. It felt almost very, very scattered, afraid to play most of the time with the weapons they were dealt. But of course, again, happening once more. Just not willing to let themselves just have a round of recollection.
They need to clear these spots. Nismo has a new little rat spot now after sort of playing pretty close in green earlier on. The 0 point doesn't actually catch on to any of these players playing close here. They don't know about Nismo and is able to burst out of this corner. Behind a flash, another opportunity. Poise is so low. Dizzy might catch here, but Nismo is ready for it. That is beautiful from BCJ. Sets up Nismo for his second kill here. And TSM throw themselves into the meat grinder on this part of the map, and it's not the first round it's happened, but M80 have made micro adjustments in their positioning here to again catch out the attackers.
Yeah, now they're playing the waiting game now. Watching as to where is GMD gonna go? Where's Grimon looking for? He does have that Viper Spit. Could that give leeway? Honestly, yes. I feel like this is brilliant because BCJ 11 and then a huge play
Toxins going up.
to just give themselves that Viper Spit for some space there.
Gimon
30 seconds left.
Wrap back around here towards B if he thinks that he's done enough in selling the idea of him going A to the rest of M80. Very little time obviously left here in the round. And again, the economy of TSM is broken.
10 seconds left.
He's going to go for it. Gimon is going for the 1 versus 3, folks. Spike goes down. This Viper's Pit extends here into Boiler. Into Screens area, excuse me. Gimon will have to duck back in every now and then to keep it up. Likely, though, he gets flooded. And there is a wingman that can check this as well as some of that utility. Mosh is also going to cover much of it, but Gimon can play to the edges of it. BCJ is going to step in, be spotted first. That's 1 for Gimon. Already 3 in the round.
Enemy remaining.
Has to be an ace for Gimon, and love that reposition. Now down to 24 HP. There's 1 player left. The pick comes down and he wins it out. That is dirty stuff from Gimon. Goes for the 1v3. That level of self-belief to drop the Viper's Pit and throw the Hail Mary pays off. What a round for TSM.
Dude, what? And all it took was a Viper's Pit, right? Knowing BCJ is low, taking advantage of the extremities of the pit. And it was so risky because for like a second there, it was about to go down, managed to go back in, give it some time and space, and then just being able to see the legs before they drop. That was the lucky moment. Dude, that's crazy.
Oh, man. An ace for Gimon on the round. Just when things looked like they were going so terribly. As TSM lost multiple players trying to get into B. Looks like this time the attacking 0 point spotted out 2 players from M80 pushed up on B side, and they think, okay, well, we might respect that, especially the Viper Spit been committed by Xander here. But this has allowed M80 to stack 3 players at A.
Back to me.
They lost that last round, so they need to make sure they have
The hunt begins.
Everything under wraps there. Xander's already pulled out that Viper's Pit down in B, so they do have tons and tons of information coming through, especially down in mid too, so they have everything covered on their side on the defense here.
Going through mid now, under tube, behind the Dizzy. Defensive smoke's getting thrown out here, though. Net was ready to receive Sim's contact in kitchen. What else is he cooking? The rest of TSM looking to pull back out of mid again. Try for A. Xander has not left the pit this entire round. So this is TSM's only option remaining. They've got to go for this A hit.
Even that's not going to be easy, right? Tons of util to utilize. Now finally being able to get some sort of vulnerability off that.
That was dirty stuff there from Nismo. Able to stop the plant, but eventually TSM were able to run him down. Now Xander has to leave the pit.
Yeah, how's this going to work, though? Already a wraparound coming through from net. Might just be able to catch up what the flank's looking like. Oh my gosh, and the timing is so weird, but this drop down's going to ruin everything. They've heard it. Now they can fight for this 1v1. Yeah, that's another round on the board for TSM.
honestly, nicely done. Their options were so limited, Gompus. They try to go to B. It's a Viper's Pit from Xander thrown down at green. They try and take mid. They get entirely rebuffed here by this play from Net. They were hoping that the Empress could get them in there. So they got no choice but to commit to this site. And it looked like M80 were anchoring really well.
Yeah. It really did. Oh my gosh. They did have everything. Like, everything was working out so perfectly. But I think right there and then, just being able to take a step back and just pick everybody off one by one, lure them into peeking the angle, growing impatient, working out for the best of their favor. But how long is that going to work out? Of course, 8-4 is the ideal for M80, but 7-5, definitely the way TSM want to go here.
Broder here with that hot flash at the ready. Once more trying to set Sim up for a successful each. I don't know if the flash even came out there. Did not really force Koala Noob off the angle though. We can stay here. Thrash brought down. Koala Noob finds that shot from yellow. Now 3 players grouped up. M80 have stacked the correct site, and again Thrash does not find its target. Koala Noob, that is a wild jump peek he tries to take there. In the meantime, Nismo though gets value. They've stopped TSM in their tracks behind this null command, and it's up to Poison and Proto to fight their way out of this quicksand.
Suppressive.
It's just so well placed for Koala Noob in case they do manage to fight down towards B. Seems like here, especially with the ultimate locked up now, they're looking for mid, and now the noise is heard. Net knows.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Nicely done. He realizes that with 2 players crossing, the second one likely has the spike. Beautiful stuff. Great half here for M80 in general. 8 defensive rounds. A little bit bumpy there over the last couple of rounds after Gimon just broke through on his own. But again, solid way to cap off the half. M80 got to be feeling good about this.
I wasn't figuring him to finish that off so quickly, but I guess the aim duels, they just work. But switching sides is where the danger really does start to come. Again, we've talked about the lack of duelists coming onto the side of M80, but man, they managed to make it work on Lotus. Could it work again? I feel like it's a bit different on a map like Icebox, but I think BCJ and Nimsmo have so much potential to just lead this team to victory. And especially like with the double controller composition, double initiator, this is like very, very much, you can't see me, but I can see you. So.
That's what M80 are cooking up. Nets had a great half here. Oh, it's been talked about a bit, but has really stepped into the shoes of Nitro quite admirably here. And now M80 obviously having a nice little hot streak in more recent times, and a pretty favorable matchup to start these playoffs of Challengers off for them.
Yeah.
There.
That flash, I think, was popped over by a Proto there. Didn't spot anything off of it. Now TSM are pulling their resources out of that A site. Now this is likely heard. And that's why the spike is drifting back, maybe away from B. We'll see if they opt to commit. And Proto tries to sell it with a couple of lazy ghost shots. There's going to be contact in mid, though, for sure, as the attackers try and cross back.
Kind of prepping for something big here, yeah, but already on the pistol round, playing as Arena is very much the way you want to go.
Yeah, I mean, what better way to show their strengths there, right? Anchoring a side here on that Reina, being able to take the 1 versus 2 and come out looking very comfortable. TSM in a great position to shut this down. A flawless pistol round to start their defense half. And given that 4-round deficit they've suffered coming into halftime, it's the perfect way to kick off.
Now just needing a little bit more to kind of give themselves some leeway. They are investing earlier into the Vandal, hoping it might lead into the next round. Maybe give themselves a little bit more space and room to play with here, which I truly do believe it will. M80, chances of them being able to take this round slim to none, but of course they're still running away with that victory from the last game. So it's still a lot more pressure on TSM to run through with this round, because if not, I mean, what else could happen there?
Sim pushed up here, over towards pipes, but there's going to be a wide multi-swing, and Sim almost knows it. He must have heard the pitter-patter of all those footsteps and opts out of the exchange. Great forethought there. Very heads-up play from TSM now as they dig in on this site. And it's looking good with the better weaponry. Only BCJ so far has been able to find anything. I love that from TSM. Such discipline there to pull Sim out of a situation that at best would have been a trade.
Oh. Okay, what? Well, it works, and now they have a new weapon to use. I would definitely hand that to Koala Noob. Yeah, okay. The chances of BCJ staying alive in this moment are slim, but they're not zero.
Yeah, the Spectre decent with a bit of run and gun, but Poise was just a little too far away.
One enemy
I think got jump scared a little bit by that. Sim with 3 in the round. Farming in some of these pistol and anti-eco environments, and there it is. TSM convert quite nicely. Taking a Vandal into their bonus alongside a Bulldog. Not too shabby.
Hey, but this has happened before. A new set of Deja Vu where M80, they didn't really get too good of a chance to kind of bring themselves back up on that pistol round off of the rounds they were aiming for. They managed to pick themselves back up after a while, being able to, take a look into their playbook, have an understanding as to how TSM want to play into the defense and how they're going to play with that without that duelist with this double initiator, double controller comp, right? So it is mostly just figuring out how this is going to work, what they're going to do moving forward. The wall set down over on B for space that might not be given away too easily on the side of TSM.
But you're already going to start to see some of this double controller utility, right? That smoke there shuts down like the posting up by yellow that Gimon was trying to make happen here. And Manny can now throw a mosh over the top of it, throw this Viper wall up, and make it very hard for Poise to trade off of any of the action happening on the B side itself. Here it is. Just a dry swing that M80 go for, and Koala Noob's able to come up with 2. 7 only had a Sheriff into this round. TSM, of course, still have that money to buy in the next year and would love just to get some guns out of M80's hands at worst. This will delay things, of course. The fragment thrown down on the site by a Proto prevents a plant. But they already have Net so deeply inserted over at the A side that, yeah, M80 know they can rotate across with some confidence. But Sim spots this out. He knows what's coming. Can Net find a timing on the Reyna?
Might just be able to Lear that split second before it blinds you. I mean, he knew that, tried to play off of it as well, which is great. M80, they're settled down on site, so they do have a lot of potential to play with here. So TSM set in a really bad position where now they know that this round is a possible loss here.
Now, Proto has to go massive. It's probably just asking a little too much there for M80. Pretty solid gun round here, keeping 3 of those Vandals in play. And we saw that, like, the good pressure towards B, force out some of that utility over from the yellow side of the map. Just pull out. And they made great use of Net late in the round. Look at him walk. You see on the minimap where Net is now. It gets all the way up here to Boiler. Yeah, just like slightly early peak there for Sim, just before the Lear properly bloomed, as you pointed out. Obviously hurts him there. Those are the kind of things that can be cleaned up, but it was unfortunate. That's what let M80 overrun that A site.
Fresh, readily available, is going to use it. So the timer now set down, but is it going to be in a position where he can easily pick it up? Oh yeah, he's giving himself some leeway there. So BCJ thinking ahead of the time. Pop flash out, the command is ready. And M80, they're fighting back.
1 for 1, but BCJ waits for that extra push into him. And you see that flank up through mid there was crucial. Xander was able to descend upon heaven. The 2v2 though. Poise only has a Sheriff.
Spike planted.
Proto the one with the Vandal. We're not in a great spot to see this action. This is good. This is going to force Xander out of that corner now. And he crosses straight into a Proto's face. Koala Noob in a 1 versus 2.
Shadows traveling.
Smoke to spend. That's going to be thrown on the site itself. He doesn't know if there's going to be a late flank coming through because that alarm bot obviously wouldn't tell him anything with Net already dead. Spotted out by the flash. Koala Noob looking for the timing, and a Proto is waiting for it. Great recovery there by TSM. Excellent clearing protocols, and that util for Nikeo is huge. It sets up both kills. The one on Xander that forces him out with the molly, and then the flash to dominate Koala Noob at the end of the round.
Feels like they're not even waiting to give some time over to kind of read into TSM at this point anymore for M80. They've grown impatient, right? Like, and this was fine. Isolate the fight, try to find that flank alongside B. Wait for your team to make some moves there. But at the same time, just they were really forcing that B push. And it felt like when things started to go wrong, there should have been some sort of plan B. And then there just wasn't. But for M80, just being able to learn from that and move forward from it. TSM settled down on B once again, just waiting for these players to make the same mistake they have, and tons of information just willingly given away early on.
Yeah, that 0 point spots 4 players on the side of M80 as they group up towards green. It might be Xander this round that gets inserted over towards A. Based on where this Killjoy turret is placed, though, you'll likely see that drift back in this direction as well, or recall it. Now the pressure starts to mount over towards yellow. Sim, though, not convinced, knows there is a player lingering here. Will hold A down and potentially force Xander to rejoin the rest of his team. That one way from the defense, that poison orb slows M80 up. They're going to have to wait for this to drop. Koala Noob ready for that contact. And there's no follow-up as well. No one looking to trade that. It was really just Gimon out on the site on his own, and Poise opts to back up. So that's a smoke now over in the direction of Snowman to cover that up. And even with the Viper Wall coming down, a Proto still can't see what's happening with the plant.
They're still waiting for at least the rotation coming through from Sim here, though. Thrash from 7 might just be able to clear some room for everybody else to make some way.
Maybe it was a 0 point from this mode that might have actually shut down the Thrash. Either way, it got shot to pieces anyway. Pretty straightforward stuff for M80. Ends up being pretty close towards the end of the round here, but having that extra layer of controller utility means that TSM have to flash themselves into B while it's being planted and can't get that information. That single Omen smoke over towards Snowman puts so much pressure on them.
It's very much a back and forth, too. Like, I don't even feel like there's a big difference leading up to this from either side. It really is, okay, this round, this is working. BCJ, you know, you're feeling quite confident. Okay, 2K comes through. Koala Noob, yeah, like just being able to win out that first 1v1 and then playing as a team to kind of have those refrags happen, make that possibility even wider or even more accurate. But yeah, 11 assists coming down from Nismo and Xander with that 10. So they're definitely attempting to lead the pack all the way, which seems like, again, they are doing a very, very good job at that. But I think TSM, with Sim being that main problem so early on in the round, trying to look for that first initial pick with that initiator, you know, dual kind of setup, does make it hard for M80 to know where they want to hit, what they want to do, as this constant information is just being carried away from TSM.
I feel like Gimon going up to check yellow there early on in that previous round really hurt TSM, because I don't think Poise wasn't really in a position to help him at all. It could have been a straight trade because there was a defensive Viper one way that sort of prevented anyone else from helping Koala Noob. It would have been a one and done for the Omen if there was just a bit more help there on the site for Gimon. That hurt them. That's what let M80 get in and get that plant down. So this time we've got 3 players on TSM side grouped up going over towards green. See, they're really, obviously on a low buy, they're really hoping to scrap things out, but they've stacked the wrong site.
How can they do this, though? Oh, but they pushed back away. They do see Poise, but they don't get full information as to who might be on the site. So yeah, that does create some sort of caution in their minds before they push here, given some time for rotation from TSM.
I mean, especially on an anti-eco round, Gompers, they have to really check this quite diligently.
Yeah.
The Viper's been coming down now for the attackers.
Cover going out.
Don't think this really covers up into Rafter. Koala Noob there again, reliving his first couple rounds where it was very hard for him to find these shots, and Hadizi's going to force him off the top of 410 now to play this low ground. A bit more awkward now for the Outlaw player. TSM are on the way in. They do have an Null Command here for a Proto, but not really the time to be using it now as Wingman spots out some of this action inside the smoke. Koala Noob only finds 1 kill with that shorty. Sim has to step away though from the molly. Well played by Nismo, and it's up to a Proto who gets spotted. Gets spotted first by Xander as he steps up into the pit and then is slapped back down. M80's economy not exactly established up until this point, so an important round to take 3 guns out of and still have Null Command and Thrash to spend to potentially shut TSM's gun round down again.
And there is a lot more they can shut down here, but I am seeing GMD. I feel like there is going to be a huge workup in A, and we're seeing Spike there, we're seeing the Viper there, Grimon, huge potential to just load up on that Viper spit to utilize on the A side. And this might give them potential to take this round back, but of course, how easy is that going to be? BCJ, flash of their own to use here. Yep, now Viper spit there, so it does give them some sort of win condition here, at least within the defense.
TSM may have been expecting a fast hit behind the Null Command from M80, and the A site's the only site that it really makes sense to do that on, just because of, you can obviously catch the defenders in an ult, whereas at B it's a little bit longer range. But M80 actually don't get very active early on in the round. This is going to tease some TSM players out of position as they push up for a bit of info. Great flash though, look at that setup. Oh man, a Proto threw that one from the next postcode by the looks of things. It ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. Now up on B are M80. They haven't had to give up too much to get this space. And yes, they're Vipers, they're Gompers, but they have that Omen smoke still that can cover Snowman. It doesn't shut down that top of sight though, and that was a little risky for Kawalanu.
All they needed to do was get Spike down now. And Gumon does have the Viper's Pit, but there's so many players watching, and BCJ like filled with tons and tons of util to use in this moment. So even with that Viper's Pit, it does give some leeway as to where these players are. And now finally the fight's picked off, and it works out in favor of M80, but not so much anymore.
BCJ's thrash here is big. Time is short for the defuse. And it's just 7 now. Has to go huge to take the round back. With just enough time, he's been able to do it. 2 or so seconds left in the round. And 7 finds a beautiful 2K to keep TSM in this game.
I don't know how dangerous it was to have the wingman there. Like, okay, technically what should have been a 1v2 kind of settled down to be a 2v2 with the wingman there, creating that distraction. They knew they had to take first priority on something for M80, and they just couldn't, right? 7 making it very, very difficult for this team to play against that. So I got to give them kudos, right? Last second decision making in that moment. And Gumon didn't even have to use that Viper Spit. So they do have 2 ultimates ready for this round in particular to keep this catch-up going.
Right, close gets checked, and that's the Viper's Pit getting thrown up here. 0 point obviously doesn't stop that. So Gimon will still be able to sit inside of it comfortably. And this is now going to narrow down or limit M80's options for those side hits. They do obviously have the Poison Orb in mid they can play off, but that's being watched right now by a Proto via Kitchen. So M80 aren't in the position to imply any potential flank. And you can see the net is starting to close a little bit. Poised has moved up and is holding an off angle looking in towards mid. And there's some drifting over towards A, as you'd expect M80 to really try and pressure that site now.
They're just... I'm assuming that the play here is either wait for Gumon to make a move on the extremities or just wait for some sort of explosion to kind of come through, yeah.
Kawanu. Oh, I love this. They forced Gimon out of the pit. Good information. Now we can't get back into the pit at all. That is about to come down. Nothing Gimon can do about it at all. But Xander and Nismo go very low in order to do this. Of course, because they were inside that pit trying to clear it. So now they'd like to wait a little bit for that health to regenerate after decaying down. But TSM aren't giving them much of a window to do that. Hoist is low from Crow's Nest, and now I love that idea. He thought about going for a lockdown to stop the plant, but he went down to 4 HP. That is going to allow for this plant to go down. Net here playing up close. Sees the wingman come in. Don't know if he spotted Poise there over towards mid. And Poise at 4 HP is able to find a kill. Will be traded out, and it's up to Xander here. In the post fire, but a double face. Even though they were decayed down, Xander couldn't get the job done.
They had so much. They overextended. Like, pushing themselves way too far out. And I understand wanting to have, like, majority of the site taken over. It's very, very hard to just push yourself back on the extremities, knowing how much that TSM have to work for, right? Blinds coming through from Reyna, from 7, from a Proto, and then having to work past Command and the smokes that he's already set down for the retake. So it's difficult. And, you know, that creates some sort of fearfulness. M80 feeling like they have the need to overcompensate. And then you're stuck in this roundabout of, man, okay, well, now we pushed up too far. Unfortunately, 3 people just swung us, and we have to try to fight this. So, yeah, more so keeping that discipline. Nismo's kind of going crazy, though, with the flashes and the assists. So, kudos.
Just 16 assists. That is such an unk effort from Nismo, as usual. Again, I really loved how M80 forced Gimond out of his own Viper's Pit there.
Yeah.
Flush it out with util, and then also confirm with the Omen ultimate that he has stepped out of the pit. They were able then to suppress Gimon and sort of prevent him from getting back in there. But obviously, you did have 4 people plunge into the Viper's Pit, so they're all decayed down to like 20 HP. So there's a window there where it's very easy for TSM to run up there and just fight them, spray them even. But that's when we saw the Thrash come out from BCJ, sent to yellow, and made it really hard for there to be any reprisal from TSM. The round breaks down. TSM end up winning it, of course, in those last moments. Sim saves the day, but yeah, clever to try and clear that Viper's Pit, because normally you just wouldn't bother going B on a round like that.
Placing swarm grenade.
Now it's got to get more,
Placing sentry.
feel more tactical. 'Cause again, that main source of firepower coming through from like the initial amount of util, and they're from BCJ now. Okay, information's come through. You know, nobody's out in the opening spots of you know, on top of catwalk here. So how can we play for this?
And they also threw a 0 point to pipe that saw nothing, so they can surmise here that Poised is holding the site very loosely, which is good for M80, right? They have the weaker weapons, so they'd love to be able to get in and actually get to play anchor on this site. Poised has a lockdown that you probably, you know, feel okay about using here. You want to force those weaker guns away. What did I just see? Koala Noob! No way! He could have taken Poised down as he went to deploy the lockdown and could have gotten rid of the lockdown itself. But he ends up pulling out of there. That is awkward as heck. Now they're going to try and retake back into this site. Good util. The Dizzy's getting very, very busy as BCJ finds Sim. This might actually work out. Seven has to play close up with an outlaw here. The first shot is good, but the second not so much. BCJ, 4 kills with the Stinger. Are you kidding me? What a nuts round for M80.
Dude, it's always BCJ. Like, in the moments where you really, really need it, it's BCJ to come up and clutch. It's BCJ to make sure everything's going well and settled. And again, the source of util just moving forward to allow them those picks, allow them the retake, allow them the refrag potential is insanely huge. And that was a round they needed. That was a round that they so desperately needed to come through with. But I don't even think they... Does it say they didn't win that? Was that a TSM round?
Yes, they got the defuse.
I'm dumb. Guys, never mind. BCJ did not do that. He's not him. It's over. It's over.
I did call it a nuts round for M80 because obviously you saw BCJ, kill the defuser, but it obviously, the defuse came in just before he could find that elimination. So very reasonable to be confused.
I just saw BCJ explode on the site and I was like, damn, that's crazy.
I mean, I was glazing homeboy even after he'd lost the round, so it's fine. It's fine. But that was, of course, a TSM round win. But they lost all their weapons to do it. And so it puts them in a bit of a weird eco spot where M80 now have Lockdown and Thrash, both really relevant when it comes to, either taking the A side or retaking it after the fact.
Oh, they definitely heard that TP. There's no way. Kill 7 had some early take on that. Now knowing somebody's just within side of Nest and they don't find it yet though.
Beautiful for 7. He is currently suppressed. Have it all avoid that paranoia that comes in. It's just back and forth trading here. And a Proto gets knocked. GMT, those going to be there from rafters. Ridiculous. And that's a bit of an awkward round there for TSM. They were very unsteady in terms of their weaponry. And a bunch of Guardians bought into that round. And M80 had a decent buy. See how that played out again. I think Thrash here... Gompus, there's a route that Thrash can sort of go on top of 410 into Crows and then onto Rafter. If you take that route this round, I think BCJ sees a heck of a lot more than what he came up with the Thrash there. I think he doesn't really catch anyone with it.
I agree. I think that's been kind of the cause of issue with a lot of what we've been seeing getting thrown out too. Like, there was a lot of just bare swings moving forward onto the site, and I feel like that was the demise of what M80 were really pushing for on the attack. 7 got away with way too many, knowing where 7 was too originally, which sucked, and kind of let M80 downhill. But B site looking pretty attractive, at least for a fake.
Yeah, and they check close M80. Know that TSM are on a kind of weird economy where there might be some permutations of Stingers and Sheriff mixed in here, so they do have to check so many of these corners. And yet, they're just not convinced that B is where they want to end. They might just insert Sandy here. Oh, nice. Okay, gets rid of Gimon. That is big. That also means that Viper one-way can no longer be used by the defenders. And that drags 3 players effortlessly over to the B side of the map, which means that A is right for the taking.
Lockdown does leave some space over to M80, and that's what they need. Finally, some space. Okay, there's nothing to worry about other than just getting themselves onto site. Let's focus on the post plan and leave that util there. This is potential to finally use your util and give yourself some space here.
Just a big investment in this round, alt-wise from M80. Lockdown came out. Now the non-command being used by Nismo. He's posted up on 410 and he wants to shut down any of that potential retake util because he knows 7 can thrash his team into the site. But that non-command's over now. Simno just takes that one raw, and here comes that Thrash. That was a concern, of course, for M80, and it's Nismo that gets caught on top of 410. So Koala Noob drops back to play off of him in case they try and dive on their detained player. but it has to be a save here for TSM. Boys going as far as to save a Spectre. That's how chalked they feel this round is.
They've done it, at least. Really, all they need to avoid is just picking off those fights, dude. It's just because of that lockdown, and that's what scares me. Like, they can't get the post plan. You know, if you're M80, it's not a good look. They just do so good for TSM in picking off, again, those early fights and finding that early info and making sure that this site is untakeable with such cheeky corners. And now for M80, they have to find a way around that. I think Xander's going to be huge detriment into this round, especially. Do you want to go OT? Absolutely not. But TSM do.
You can set up for a post plant here. Xander has not bought a Phantom. Just sometimes what you look for if you think that, you know, the Viper is going to play from inside the pit in the post plant, or that or a Judge, of course, in more cash trap scenarios.
Yeah.
Quite a push up here for TSM. This spot for Sim, with 7 playing from Jay. Yeah, that is absolutely terrifying. Great variation here from the defenders, and they're not ready for Sim playing from Nest either. That's 2 free kills, and TSM can just fall back now.
Too quick. It's too quick. They know TSM like to push. They don't prepare themselves for it, and this isn't the M80 that I'm kind of accustomed to. The M80 that adapts, the M80 that reads into the consistent plays of TSM. And now it feels like TSM are more so just reading into M80 and it's making it a lot easier for them. But GMD, oh, he's ready.
Still, BCJ gets... Oh, okay, careful there, young son. Still some of that killjoy util that has to be cleared. So in a 3 versus 4, you notice here that Xander still doesn't feel like he's online for the Viper's pit plan. Still, okay, he's going to throw that down in a much more passive spot, but this does cover the spike. Gives M80 a way to sort of work in, but it can be circumvented. You'll notice that already Sim's wrapping around this Viper's pit to try and enter it from the rear. And Molly's being thrown on in. 7 gets caught out, though. Sim has to make the play here. Tries to go for 2. Spray transfer, not quite there. And Xander thought he had it. The shorty found 1. And at the end of the day, M80 come up short. They had to make the play to try and end the match here. But we're going to overtime, folks.
The overtime.
Switching sides.
That's what was needed. But as we
Overtime.
switch sides, I think that'll give, you know, some time for kind of M80 to really look back at the mistakes that they've made and just go back to the roots of, okay, you know, this is when we were the most dominant and this is when we weren't. How can we fix things and obviously make things work in our favor? But I think TSM, they've just gotten better with time, right? The warm-up was the last game. This is now exactly what they needed, having Sim on that Reyna to fearfully get themselves onto the site, and honestly, just everybody else on this team really making those shots work.
Been a fun couple of rounds, right? That one went to the wire. Xander obviously felt like they was pretty confident that the Viper's pit would make things quite hard for TSM. They had to fight back from losing 2 players at the start of that round, right? So decent from M80. But now forget about that. We are into this overtime. And the one thing that's relevant is that you'll note that obviously 4 all orbs here is what you start with as the Gecko, I think. So BCJ has already managed to pick 1 up. There is the potential to use Thrash in some of these overtime rounds. I think that's what M80 are trying to play for. Okay, they're going to start hitting A little bit faster now. I think Dizzy just checks close just in case we saw M80 go for what TSM did in that prior round and embed those players quite deeply. Decent smoke timing now. This is going to funnel TSM. All right, BCJ and Crows. Doesn't actually see anything except the wingman, and he brings down, and Javon doesn't check his corner. Thinks that Crows is empty. And has a decent off angle here on Rafters. Boys might be a problem for him, though, as that wall comes down. He spots him out, though. Wins that duel. A second. 7 falls in a proto. Next up to the plate. Able to survive with 30 HP. But eventually being shut down by Nismo from Rafters. That's M80. Take the round.
We're seeing a repeating theme of not checking corners here. I don't like it. I think we need to reevaluate what's going on, but
it's so tough. Like, you have to be fast here, and I think GMD already sees the player at Rafter as he comes across on the zip line. So he's like, oh, I have to fight one of these people. I'm assuming that he didn't realize there was a player in Crows, but he had no choice but to take that fight there. When you have to play fast, and also, you just don't have like full info about where the anchor players are on that site.
I haven't seen anything out. Poison orb left down in mid, so yeah, it's pretty much an indicator that somebody might be wanting to peek out around in mid, but it's a different approach. It's so much more slower and trying to lure out the players and trying to change the positioning and make sure, hey, we know somebody's pushing out A, we know somebody might be pushing out B. Let's just slow it down just a bit.
Heavy flash util here over on the B site. And maybe not necessarily trying to sell anything, but maybe trying to obscure that there's a flank coming up through mid. Poised has heard it, has to hold this corner. Koala wins it out. That's best case scenario, honestly, for the attackers there, as Poise was in a one and done. Can they push up on this B side further? Xander is down, so again, the post-plant Viper wall is not an option. Manette thought he had an angle. He thought it was slick. But Sim comes in on that late reflank through mid to shut him down. And this is a player advantage for TSM on this retake. You see, Gimon is checking his corners, checking all of them as he now gets into Crow's nest. And there's about to be some frantic fighting on the side as Paranoia whistles past his feet. It's Koala Noob inside the dark cover spraying down, and Nismo, he reflanks the reflanker. And a molly for the sights here. Impossible for TSM to bounce back. And that's M80 wrapping up the series.
They in this moment when the pressure is high, you know what, guys? We were just fooling around. The attacking side, it's not really that hard. We're just gonna run away with it. And that's exactly what they did. The smiles on their faces definitely show how stressful it was, right? Going home with a 2-0, being able to just prove to everyone, okay, listen, we had a couple bad rounds on the attack. Yeah, okay, maybe the composition was a little quirky. No duelist, haha, silly me. But it just works. They went no duelist this whole time. That's crazy to me. The fact that we can see something so weird. We can see something so against the normal composition and normal meta of what we normally typically see and just see it work for somebody else.
Yeah, it's a classic M80 comp, and that obviously means that they have access to so much of this utility, right? Double controller, double initiator is extremely powerful. And of course, we mentioned it a few times, Net was really, really solid, especially on that first half for M80. Great showing here. We're going to head over our desk here to break things down, of course, have a look back at this first series and set us up for our second and final series of the day.
Hey, I mean, TSM put up a fight there to take it into overtime to try and take us into a map 3, but in the end, not going to be good enough. M80 are going to take the series 2-0. The curse continues. M80 still is not lost to TSM here. And they're moving on to live another day here at Lemon Kiwi here in our playoffs.
I think there's a silver lining here if you get a telescope out for sure. I think this was a way better icebox for TSM than they've ever played. Like, in terms of how many rounds they took, how close this was, and going up against a comp that didn't even have a duelist. I thought TSM were going to have an edge here playing the Reyna, but this is a TSM team that I still think need a lot of time to maximize the value out of their utility, but still a better showing out of TSM, but M80 still the better team.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that despite TSM having like an incredibly close match with M80, it did feel like M80 did have the more fundamental synergy that they needed to, like, in terms of executes, in terms of retakes, like, but TSM overly relied on a lot of these hero plays that kind of made this game seem a lot closer than it, in my opinion, was, like, in terms of macro at least. So I mean, yeah, that's kind of like a positive and a negative in terms of, like, TSM does have the firepower, but overall I felt like M80 had a very strong game plan. They maximized the value from the fact that they have 4 agents with rechargeable abilities. I mean, that just seems like kind of like Valorant abuse, no? Like, you are playing 4 agents that all have recharging utility. Like, the amount of value you can get from start to finish just seems insane.
And we were kind of laughing in DMs, just like a lot of these rounds came down to like team deathmatch. Like, you would have these great setups, and at the end, like, all that utility didn't matter because it was about once all the smokes came down or once you rounded that corner, it's team versus team and who had the better mechanics. And sometimes that was TSM, sometimes that was M80. It really was a scrap, and I like that Sierra said that it was a fight. Like, this really was a battle at times.
It was, and it was fun to watch. Even if TSM, it was the hero plays to bring them to the 12-14, it makes me, it still goes back to the TSM. They have this potential. They have the players. I mean, come on, getting this ace, you see all of a sudden, like, these 3v1s, these clutch situations is just so good. But in the end, M80, not going to be toppled quite like that. This is an M80 that they, for a little bit, kind of lost, like, the top dog status here in Challengers, and they're looking to try and get that back. This performance today, definitely a really good step in that. We'll have an opportunity to talk to them as well after a short break. Enjoy the post-series highlights. We'll be right back with Koala Noob.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remains left. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. 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 30 seconds. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One. One enemy One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
And with a strong 2-0 win, it's going to be M80 to move on a little further in the upper bracket here of our playoffs. And on the line to chat with me a little bit more about it, I have Koala Noob. I have to say big congratulations on the series and big congratulations on the stunt that y'all pulled off in this first map. We have to talk about that first. 3 Senti Lotus. What's going on over there? What are y'all cooking?
Honestly, it just requires a lot of trust. We were, like, my coach messaged me one night and he's like, what do you think about this comp? And I'm like, I love it. And then he's gonna be like, yeah, but we're gonna have to do a lot of convincing on the team because some of the team like might have not like agreed with it. But we talked to them about it. Happy's an incredible coach. Honestly, probably the best coach in Valorant. I'm not gonna lie, even though he's in Challengers, and he showed us great stuff, and we believe in him, and we trusted the comp, and we ran it, and it looks great, and we're very happy with the result.
Yeah, we all loved watching it. Watching this come together was great. So, coach is a genius. Bring this idea to the team. Says the team needs convincing. Did the team need convincing at all when they saw it, or because it is a little bit more unorthodox?
Yeah, so I'm not like, I got a little overzealous and I brought the comp up like really fast. Like when he talked to me about it, I'm like, guys, what do you think about this? And they started laughing a little bit, but like more in a joking way. But honestly, when Happy like started showing like all the ideas he had and stuff with it, like we were pretty on board. And yeah, I mean, everybody's very comfortable with the roles. We're all very flexible players, so it wasn't like anybody was off role. And it just worked, and we're very happy.
Hey, it was a show, that is absolutely for sure. And now we're in bringing something like that in the playoffs. I think is just absolutely wonderful. You guys get this 2-0 victory today. And even when we kicked off the series, seeing this map pool that was picked, Lotus, which M80 have been pretty decent on in the past, and then Icebox, where you guys slaughter, was this kind of a series from the get-go that you kind of thought was just gonna go your guys' way? Like, this is a map pool that seemed heavily favored.
Yeah, I mean, we have a very strong map pool either way. Like, we're very confident in all the maps we play, but I think TSM is a team that like works really well into the style that we play in the maps that we like really like to play. So I think we just pretty much knew we were gonna win.
It's great stuff. There's one last thing that I want to ask you. You actually tweeted out a little bit ago this was after your win up against MXS, talking about feeling the team is going back to vintage M80. And I want to ask a little bit about what that vintage M80 means. If it's something that's more results based or something with like a core identity of the team. Because when we're looking at the team in comparison to Ascension last year, you guys still have a core group, but you do have 2 different players.
Yeah, so I think the biggest difference is when we had Nitro, before we replaced him with Net, we were very static and like kind of just like hoping that the setup that we started off with works, and we kind of didn't really we didn't really have any like strong mid rounds to help us. Adding in Net, and that's not on anyone, I guess it's just the way that our team functioned. When we picked up Net, honestly, he's an incredible kid. He's a great player. I like the first day we tried him out, I'm like, I love this guy. Like, he's really good. He knows what he's doing. He's very vocal for us on the CT side, which is I think something that we lack with the old iteration of our roster, and being able to have a lot more like proactivity and just like good overall mid rounds on both sides is just something that's really benefiting us. And also Xander becoming IGL, he IGL'd in the past. He's a lot more comfy now with the time that we've had before playoffs, and he's doing a great job IGLing. Nismo is an incredible player. He's everybody on the team is vocal. Nismo is super vocal. He has great ideas. BCJ is just insanely vocal, has great ideas. Everybody just knows what we want to do now, and that's the M80 that was like that last season. We were all vocal, all confident, but by vintage, that's what I mean. We all are confident enough to call stuff and be proactive enough to where we are trusting each other with the comms that we make. And I think that's going to help us through this playoffs.
I'm glad to hear it, because M80, you guys were so close last year, so to see you guys hit that 4 with playoffs and a lot ahead is fantastic. Congratulations again on the series. Thanks for chatting with me. I'll let you go and rest, but have a good rest of your night, okay?
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Thank you. As for us, great first series for the day, but of course we still have one more on the horizon. We have Oxygen Esports going up against Sad Esports after the break. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers. We got playoffs ahead of us and a 2-0 series won by M80 to kicking off the day. Now we have Oxygen going up against SAD Esports. And when we talk about Oxygen and looking at teams that are ready to play in Ascension or maybe be the next one to ascend, honestly, Roy, looking at this squad, I think these players have put up a really, really good case for this season as to why this team is one of the ones to watch.
Sierra, if you're a saleswoman, that would be the easiest sell of your life. You just have to say Oxygen top 2, and I'm already buying whatever it is you're selling, to be honest. Like, I completely agree. I think Oxygen has been in contention for that top 2 slot since the beginning. Like, even before the season, even before the first stage, we were discussing and saying like this is going to be the team, and they've proved that to be true continuously without any point in time us doubting that.
I mean, yeah, looking at the players on this squad, I mean, you're talking, when you look at teams like Oxygen and this roster, they work so well together as a coordinated unit. But then when you actually do pick the individual pieces apart, each player at any capable point is worthy of like those hero plays. I mean, you get to see these clutches coming on out. Dapper, the one new addition to the squad this year, he has done so well. Mitch's calling's been phenomenal. Like, every part of this team is just so good for this squad.
Yeah, they have such a good mix of like veterans, like you said, Dapper, an experienced player who's won an international trophy, who can take these players under their wing. And honestly, they all fly on their own. They are all grown-up baby birds. Like, you see Redux, the way he's yapping and chirping away. Like, this is such a fun team to watch, not just because of their play within the game, but really how good they are, and also just how entertaining they are personality-wise outside. Oxygen is a well-rounded roster, but that have the star power, they have the clutch potential, and sometimes against like the top teams, that's what can save you.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about when they're up against the top teams. This is like the top team. I mean, even after a loss to Dark Zero, this squad, it feels like they're ready. I think that's the biggest thing looking back, looking at like going forward, how these wins are. Because the team of what they've gotten to show through us stage 1 and stage 2 is that they're continuously improving. They can get these kills. I mean, this has just been such a fun team to watch. And if they don't ascend, then I'm curious then to who's going to get picked up and who not, because I think that these two players are worthy of that next step kind of regardless. I think it's definitely something, like, all the people on these teams have a bright future. And when we're talking about the bright future, if you guys missed the video during the break, there was one person in particular I wanted to call back to. There is this quote from Redux, and we have a little tape to play back on that.
I don't really have like a favorite moment so far, because my favorite moment, I want it to be for me to win, you know, the whole thing.
Short but sweet, but Jen had to talk about it a little bit more. I mean, when you're looking at the star power of Redux, I mean, what do you say? He was like a baby bird or whatnot? I don't know, but like he's looking forward to the future.
He's a little baby bird. You just have to feed him some confidence, and look, he's just now a hawk. Redux is just I think one of my favorite players in Challengers. He's just so talented. He's young and he's fresh, and I think Dapper and someone like Midge, they bring their experience, and they have formed. I don't even think Redux got formed by his teammates, but really they learned from each other, whether it's the passion that is very contagious when you look at Redux, but his hunger to win. And sometimes just who wants it more can define a team from another.
Yeah, I mean, to add on top of that as well, like it's, you know, Redux has said multiple times, like after every win, it was like, no, that wasn't a clean win. Like he has this level of perfectionism, this like level of excellence that he demands not only from himself, but from his teammates as well, saying like, hey, we're making a lot of mistakes. And he's been pretty public about it. But I mean, look at his stats, like just absolutely nasty stats. 144 8 damage per round, pretty much 17.5% of first bloods, like going positive on the openers consistently. His KDA is 1.4. He's just an absolute beast.
The ulti kills too, like 40% is so insane. And Redux, yeah, sometimes he can be really, really aggressive on these duelist roles, and I like that Oxygen have started to incorporate even Scuba on Clove to even just match fire with fire, to like go in with them. And at least if someone's gonna be over aggressive and like just int in, if everyone goes in, it becomes a strategy. And I like that everyone on Oxygen supports these crazy ideas, whether it was Oxygen being one of the first teams in Challengers to bring out the Clove, to just anything. I really think they could bring out something special on compositional on these maps.
All right, well, we're getting ahead of ourselves talking about the future and what they can bring out. And I want to go a little bit to the past, because when we're talking about Oxygen, looking at recent matches that they've played up against their competitor SAD Esports as of really recently. And as we transition to talk a little bit more about SAD Esports, even though this was an Oxygen win in the end, Roy, when I'm looking at this, considering SAD Esports was this team that has struggled for a good amount of the stage, finally turning things around the second half, I think this is really promising, and it actually paves way for this potential upset today.
Yeah, I mean, if this picture was a painting, it's painting nothing is free. Literally, like you have to try your hardest on every map. And if I remember correctly, the Haven compositions were pretty wild on that as well, right? We had a Jet ISO on the SAD Esports side, and it was Phoenix ISO back when ISO had like the overpowered shield that lasted 20 seconds long. So it was kind of wacky all around for the Haven side. But again, SAD Esports is the type of team that is completely willing to innovate, and they're completely down to just like tread in this area of like unknown and kind of just pave the way for just creativity and just Zoomer-esque play styles.
Yeah, it's been a SAD Esports that's been really fun to watch how they play, because for a team that was dismissed pretty early on, they're definitely not one that you can take lightly now. Ferbza being the newest addition to the squad gen, I think it's done wonders for this team. I mean, he's been just consistent and been able to like highly frag out, and the rest of the team, I think when you're seeing that confidence, has kind of just come alive around him. Everybody has been stepping up to this same level, and it's been amazing to see this transformation.
Yeah, SAD are going through a transformation because they really were just one-dimensional. I felt like they were stuck on a lot of the same compositions and not kind of following the meta, like, you know, not bringing Neon, really sticking to the Sova on almost every map, which forced them to become a bit more predictable behind Dip's agent pool. So that's where SAD started to get beat. But then once they brought in Ferbza in about week 3, they've only lost twice since acquiring him. So he brings a sense of stability to this. They lost twice, I think, once to Blinn their first match, and then Oxygen to map 3, like we just saw. And I felt like Oxygen also gave that map away a little bit with the funny Haven comp that we mentioned, but Ferbza is still impressive in his own right with his resume from collegiate with Northwood. Northwood does a really good job in scouting their players in every esport, and I think there's so much value and potential in Ferbza that is still waiting to be shown on a team like SAD.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually on a team with Ferbza like a long time ago on the Kitten Shelter, and he's not only like a mechanically very gifted player, but he's like, in terms of his presence on a team, he's just a really fun teammate. Like, he just brings a really like goofy vibe, and just like that kind of level of like, hey, I'm just happy to be here, I'm here to have fun. That can like reduce the stress levels, right? It can kind of keep your teammates having fun. It can keep the environment light where they're not really over tensing. You know, it kind of just adds like a bit of an intangible, if you will, to the team dynamic.
I think that's great for the team dynamic, though, especially too when you're looking at these series being the underdog in it, because you need to keep that mental high, and if you know that you have the skill to kind of rely on, and you just can't get too ahead of yourselves or get too in your head, having that addition I think is wonderful. And I think too, even with their past matches, even just how SAD Esports have played, even if we didn't have that insight that you have into how Ferbza is as a player on the mental and stuff, I feel like we've gotten to see a little bit of that in just how this team has performed overall in general, which has just been really nice for them all around. It's still going to be a difficult one for today, Jen, but it's not impossible.
But is this going to be the iteration of SAD that can start to reach the top, that could sit at the cool kids table, right? Because they've gone through so many roster changes, like Bob, Zoe, Alvin Boy, their coach leaving, new coach coming in, and now Ferbza. So, like, can SAD really lock in a roster that believes in the long-term project? Because this is going to be a long-term project. I don't know if they've reached the top 3 peak yet, but they can start to threaten that top, but they need to gather some faith and have a plan for not only map per map, but also just the team overall over the season.
I feel like what's dangerous with SAD Esports as we head into our map picks and bans is you don't really know what to expect from them. I think having this constant rotation might be difficult, but I think if the team's feeling confident with it, it adds kind of a level of unpredictability that might be a little bit more difficult for Oxygen to deal with. And Oxygen have everything to lose in the series. SAD, everything to gain. We're not going back to Haven. Oxygen banning that out. That's going to be our first Abyss here in Challengers. Okay, Roy. What do we think about this?
That it is so like them to pick Abyss. I love it. Like, I'm telling you, SAD Esports are completely down to just like tread in unknown territory. They're totally down to be creative. Abyss is a perfect map to try to, like, I don't want to say cheese, but it is a good map for them to kind of just catch Oxygen off guard with a game plan maybe they have never practiced against, or some sort of composition they're not really used to.
I think this fits SAD's comfort picks. Like, a lot of what VCT is running right now is Jet, Omen, Sova, etc. And I feel like that's already at the core of SAD, especially when Dip. I like to not call people one tricks, but more the masters of one thing. And Dip is really the master of Sova, and I think Abyss fits that kind of composition well. And we were just wondering, what team was it going to be that they were going to try to pick Abyss, thinking that no other Challenger team was going to practice it? So how practice are Oxygen? That's the question.
See, when I look at this map pick and ban, though, what worries me is last time we got to see that Haven. Oxygen banned it out this time, and Oxygen with their Phoenix whatnot, I think it's a throwaway. They're just, the Haven was never going to be good. And yet they still win the series after going to Sunset and then Lotus as decider. Now Abyss is the first map in the series, and even if this is somewhere where you catch Oxygen off guard, you get a win over them, you go up in the series. If we fall down that same road, we need to see some sort of change of SAD Esports on Sunset or Lotus, because they lost like 13-8, 13-6 on those following two maps. Abyss doesn't mean anything, Roy, if they can't get past the next two and close the series out somehow.
Yeah, and hopefully they've sort of like learned their lesson from their previous matches as well, right? Because I mean, there's like a level of evolution, right? Like once you play a team on a map, yeah, it's easy to study them, but once you experience what it's like in the server, you get this like kind of level up, like, okay, I really understand how they want to play. So it is really just all about adaptation from, you know, an IGL perspective. Obviously, they brought in a new coach. Maybe the coach is kind of helping them put things together as well. So I do expect to see a higher level here from SAD, or at least I hope to see a higher level from SAD. And my mind is stuck on Abyss. Like, what are we gonna see? Like, are we gonna see like the NA style where, like, you know, people are challenging sites and like they're trying to hold it down, or are we gonna see more of like an EMEA approach where they're just like sort of like site abusing? They're hitting the sites, they're trying to like plant the spike as quickly as possible, then they're just 4 or 5 players falling back and playing spam, you know, kind of abusing the site, like the site dynamics. Like, I'm just curious to see what's gonna happen on the first map before we even get to the second and third.
At least one thing that does feel for sure is Sunset, and this was Oxygen's pick. This is a great map for flashes. Oxygen are very good, like their initiators are very good at flashes, and they beat SAD last time on this map. And I don't think SAD are a team that have really switched up their composition, and they're 2-2. SAD are 2-2 on Sunset since picking up Ferbsa. So I think if there's one thing we can be sure on, that Oxygen is going to look good on Sunset.
I just want to, as we're getting ready for our agent select here, circle back to what we're going to see on Abyss, because we have no information about these teams whatsoever. And I'm not going to lie, I didn't look too closely into Abyss because I was like, surely none of our teams pick it for today. I kind of, you know, forgot about the SAD Esports factor. And of course, they're going to do the silly, funny, quirky thing on this one. But Roy, looking at like the teams and their play styles, of course, Oxygen being this top team that has this confidence, the first to innovate with this Clove on Lotus, versus SAD Esports that's not afraid to do their own thing. Like, what style do you think that they're gonna try and like go towards?
Yeah, I think historically Oxygen has sort of been this like very defaulty, slow-paced team, but I'm not entirely sold that sort of playstyle works on a map like Abyss, where like it is relatively difficult to sort of play out some of these things.
All right, well, let's bring up the agent select so we don't have to guess anymore.
Yes.
We can get some confirmation on what we're gonna see, because I have absolutely no idea what's going on. And honestly, this did not help me out whatsoever. What the hell are SAD Esports cooking?
Okay, first of all, I do like the Harbor pick. I can understand why the Harbor is there, to be honest. The double controller is also pretty interesting as well, because I mean, again, the sites are very large, so having that wall from Harbor and the double controllers to sort of satisfy the rest of the smokes required for the map to function makes sense at first glance. Now, the only thing that is a little weird for me from the SAD Esports side is they don't really have a strong way for dealing with the Cypher traps. Like, they don't have shocks. They don't really have a way to break them. And I feel like this map is so Cypher heavy that it might be a problem.
I'm looking at all the agents on SAD Esports end, and obviously they're cooking. They got to feel confident if they're going to be taking Oxygen Esports here first. Are they overcooking, or what's about to happen? Converse, Uber, take it away. Let's find out.
Thank you very much, Sierra. Yeah, it's going to be tough to piece this one together, I think. On the Oxygen side, let's start there, Gompers, because it's a little more straightforward. It's actually the Leviathan approach to this particular map, right? I've seen a lot of teams go with like that Ascent composition, that some of them favor having that extra controller. Harbor definitely seems very popular on Abyss right now. If we just treat the Clove as like an analog for Omen, should I say, then it's maybe not the wildest comp on the side of Sad, but it's going to take a bit of work to piece this together, I think.
Sierra asked if they were cooking.
Mm-hmm.
And
thoughts?
Sad Esports, they burnt the food. I don't know. Like,
hey, we haven't tried it. It might be char grilled on purpose.
You know what? You're right though, because it could be. I actually agree with you there. My biggest thing is like, how the heck do we come to this conclusion? I guess honestly, in all reality, it might work. It might work. I was actually thinking that Clove would be such a good addition to this map though.
Right away, Sad already trying to take this mid control, right? One thing that really sets this map apart is just how hard it can be to shut down a lurk. There's so much of the map to hide in. But Oxygen are grouping up here and they might want a bit of a fast play over towards A. They definitely probed there briefly. And Mitch has given up so much of this B side that Sad have actually pushed out.
Yeah, Mitch, some sort of 1v1 already trying to take that one out near B. But it's not working. Mid control, definitely the biggest thing to kind of keep hold of on this map, but Skarn isn't going to be able to do so. Now rotation coming through from Ferbsa to try to find something pretty valuable from that as well.
I mean, Oxygen getting that free kill there is a big deal, right? Easy to catch out some of these people in the middle part of the map. And now Oxygen know that Sad really wanted to like exercise a lot of map control towards B, but it's weakened their position there. They do at least have Ferbsa embedded here towards mid, but they're very low. A Harbor Wall might be used here to try and sell this fake to B, but I think Dip knows it's just Mitch here.
Could be the possibility. So good for Verno, though. I mean, looking for some sort of information. Moving forward, is able to take out the extremities. So, yeah, I mean, very, very well settled in for the attacking side. Just being able to pick off so many 1v1s already off Sad.
Ferbsa here. Still not in a position to have much impact on the round. They've been very quiet. And it's really difficult for Sad to come back in onto this side. They used that Harbor Wall, but Oxygen walked around it, went to the bridge on the outside of the A side and still got the plant down.
But looking for a workaround. Redux doesn't even get the tap on. So it is kind of dangerous in this moment. Sad, they're looking to try to take something in from this, but it's almost impossible, right? So many players off the side of Oxygen. Yep, just going to be able to clean up off of that first round. So Oxygen comfortable on a map as interesting as this one. Sad was the one who picked this one, correct?
Yes, Sad picked this map.
Should have known that. I don't know why I question that. It makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense.
And I think that Sad not having a Cypher here is interesting. The map is so big that you do end up spreading yourself pretty thinly across it. It's hard to have like a numbers advantage here. So they can't just like have a weak A site with a Cypher holding it. They're trying to do that at B with Coburg, and they're stacked here. 4 players over at A. They might be looking for some early action here, Gompers.
That could be it. Yeah, they're just running it down. If anything, it works out with a Clove just being able to have some sort of engagement early on now, especially with Arena taking some sort of overkill in, and the initiation starts, but it doesn't work out the way they planned. So many just backed off on it. But for a pistol anti-eco round, this has went very, very well in the way of Sad.
Absolutely. I mean, they get a player advantage here, importantly, but you notice where the X's are, right? They're not in a position to push up for these weapons. Oxygen also don't try and dispose of them, throw them over the edge, right? So I think those rifles, if there are any, might have been left around there. I think Oxygen at least walking away with the Phantom and Vandal. But they know nothing about the map. They have zero information about it because they didn't clear any of it at the start of the round. So this is going to be really ponderous as they move through the map.
Oh, they don't know, though. Timing is so insane.
Ships in the night. You've got to group up here and play together. Again, Oxygen know that there was a high concentration of players over towards A. So approaching B in a really circumspect manner here means that they can maybe catch someone that's playing towards upper and get the plant, because Oxygen knows with a decent degree of confidence that there was one player left over towards B, and they haven't seen the harbor yet this round. They've done well to get across the map and actually have themselves a post-plant setup here over on this B site. They're in this round well and truly still.
Finally getting the plant down. They were very silent. They were working their way up. And again, owing some of that respect over to Sad, despite Those pistols coming through. Managing to pick something up from Dip. Now the B site looking scary, especially as they do start to prep themselves up for some sort of retake here.
Bit of a one-way there on that corner. Harbor wall getting thrown up now. And they're going to approach the site. Again, pretty good setup here for the post plant for Oxygen.
They're still watching. They're in such a good advantage too, especially with the Vandals. Phantoms working out, and yeah,
There you are, you little shit.
just shut down almost immediately. Sad. They took out a pretty good chunk of Oxygen though, so early on.
I mean, great start to the round. You're exactly right. Sad push up, and they have mostly sheriffs and like small arms to fight with, but their shooting is quite good, and also the way the Oxygen fell back meant that Sad could overwhelm like a couple of individuals. The fighting was really out in the open, and Oxygen weren't in a position to use any like util like proactively. Their composition, because they have this harbor, this double controller setup, and because they're not using a flash initiator, means that like when they get pushed like that, they don't always have like the in-fight util to give themselves an edge, where Sad can run at them and obviously make use of that Lear.
They've at least put themselves in a good position down in mid. It's so much to watch for. But for Oxygen, they know they can take something from it. The Outlaw making some good moves already off the start. Might just be able to make more. No, Darkus runs away with a refrag, so 1-1.
You see how weird and treacherous mid is. I think both sides ended up throwing some smokes down. The clove smoke gave Skarn the confidence, though, to swing that angle that was being held by the Outlaw, and that's gone over to Redux.
Ooh, K collateral. They just ran right into that one, and that's unfortunate because 3-0 is not looking too, honestly, too attractive on the side of Sad.
See, they tried to one-way this Sad to slow things down a little bit. That was obviously a posthumous smoke from the clove. We're gonna have a plant here. And you do have the option to push up onto the site here a bit further. See the flank being checked for Verno because they don't know anything about mid again. So hard to clear these lurkers out. Dip's gonna wait a little bit, then he and Coburg are gonna have a crack at this. There's a harbor wall here late in the post plant.
Getting ready for a paranoia to throw out. In case anybody wants to try to test the limits of Oxygen, but nobody is. And I wouldn't either, honestly. 2 Vandals for the next round would be very attractive, especially with this anti-eco coming through. But for Sad Esports, man, 3-0 already off the rip on a map that you've picked. A very risky map, too, is not looking so solid.
I mean, and it's sad they end up pushing out of the A site for information, right? They walk straight into Verno, who just, finds that collat, as you pointed it out. And that opens up the site entirely. Then you see just how long these rotations take. There's no easy rotate to any of these sites. Like, you've got to kind of go through mid. It's a very circuitous route. It takes ages. That's why when Oxygen on that round 2, right, when they were down to 2 players, but they did have rifles, it took them until 20 seconds left in the round to get a plant down. But here's that smoke that emboldened Skarn to actually swing that angle. Darkest at least was able to make use of it, and the way it broke up mid to take a fight on the lower lane and trade it. But this pushing up for info here is really gutted Sad.
Yeah, they've created a timeout to get away from the situation for a bit, kind of recollect themselves, which all in all is just not looking, I mean, too solid. Looking at the history of Sad too, it's been I feel like it's been a pretty rocky road for both of these teams. Kind of in general when it comes to what the overview is looking like. Not really for Oxygen, they've been pretty solid. But listen, hear me out. Sad Esports, they've been getting better over time. I feel like that's pretty much been the overrunning trend. With
the overarching narrative, right? Especially after like losing Bob, and so many of us thought that this team
oh my gosh,
would not improve as a result of that. But the additions of Ferbza and Dip have actually taken them to another level. They look really good. They, had to fight, I think, to stay in the top 8 to make it into Challengers finals. And you can't actually, can't just toss your gun up there at the start of the round. But yeah, so they're definitely an underdog here, and they're going up against one of the top seeds. It's a big ask for them, and on this map, they need to show us more.
Gone. Ooh, and more they will.
Revealing area.
This time though for
Dip opts to play on the other side of the wall. Coburg cannot play off them there.
Okay, Coburg does get 1. Although is that going to be enough? No. But regardless, anti-eco still intact from Sad. And just looking to to get at least one round, which is going to be almost impossible, especially with the way things are looking now. Just having to work together.
I can't believe that Cascade turned that into a 1 versus 1 for Oxygen. Yeah, Coburg, I guess, had no choice there, either to push the wall and try and help Dip and trade, or Dip had to fall back, but neither of those things happened. And we're already in a post plant. This is about to get messy here. Sad are pretty entrenched in the site, but they have to find a way to dig Verno and Redux out.
First shot down though, Dapper is not looking very, very nice at this moment, especially now with another down. But a 1v2, and they still do have some sort of sight on the spike. The defusal comes through. Nope. Wow. All right. Zippo clutch though. Crazy. Listen, even if it's not the guns, it's the timing. I don't even know how to feel about that.
I mean, look, Sad against those better weapons are already well and truly in the B site in that post plant. They're like swarming over it. And Oxygen are opting to play for like a retake or like a post plant situation, but they don't have like this util that we see from comps on Bind, right? They don't have like the Brim or the Mollies or the Gecko. So they have to just like peek that window to try and take the kills. It's pretty dicey, and it's pretty good for Sad considering their weaponry was quite average coming into that round.
Cage triggered.
Okay, back in mid. And again, always having to fight mid, but obviously there's so much leeway, I feel, on the attacking side with mid that if you're not taking advantage of it, it really doesn't go your way. Darn, knowing that, taking advantage of it as well, though Dapper a bit too close for comfort there in the 1v1s. They just keep erupting. And if you're Sad, you're not really going to want to be in a position like that when Redux getting very aggressive but not watching the flank, and there it goes. Finally, they found the advantage for themselves.
Oxygen mix it up. It's a big mix up in this round. Attempted a mid take with 3 players, but there are so many angles. The timing of that Dizzy from Dip forced Oxygen to push into the smoke, and they lost that duel. And that were only 2 players left here, and they are ambling onto A. Darkest has a great passive off angle, but they actually pass under their line of sight.
Still not wanting to make too much noise. Again, silent approach. Ooh, peekaboo! Oh god, me too, because I would not want to be in that position. Backing off the A site looks good. And in this moment, they definitely have pretty solid information to keep going with this.
This is an important thrash here. Yeah, Dip was trying to set up for like a one and done, a cheeky little spray down corner. That gets cleared pretty easily, and that's a thrash that now is recovered by Dip.
Yeah, they just ran away with that one. That was unfortunate. Honestly, it was also pretty rough that like Verno was trying to make quiet movement and then oh, I see you and now I don't, but now you know where I am and now you know what I'm targeting for. Especially with time being kind of on the board there. But unfortunate, round 5 going over in favor of Sad, which is good.
And maybe Oxygen might be just tempted into a bit less of an aggressive stance towards mid here. They do need to find some way to take map control, and hitting B is risky with the defenders pushing up as much as they have been, but we've seen Oxygen find success there in that round where they were able to split Dip and Coburg up as they tried to play aggressively off the site. We're seeing pings here. It might be a relatively quick hit over towards the B side now with Reckoning, Bladestorm are also available here. A lot of these big ultimates coming up for Oxygen, and they are all grouped at B.
Get out of my way! Aggressive once again. But once that goes down, they will be able to see who's on the other side. Smoke. Giving them some coverage for the time being for Oxygen.
Standing ahead.
I like this. Big recon. No pings, but Redux gets into the site here. I think Sad just, on the full retake, especially the harbor wall, just keeps them out of the site now. So Oxygen get what they came for. They're going to be dealing with Clovolt and also that Empress.
Okay, wow. Just go in the smoke and Redux takes you right out. Now you've lost one. How are you going to work around this? And it seems like it's not going to be easy. Already everybody else going to the extremities, and a Vandal picked up, and it's big off Redux if they can find more. And they do. There's one more that just needs to be taken away. But at this point, Redux has pretty much led them to a sense of victory, and the ace is theirs. The player, the myth, the legend, the reason why Sad. My apologies, Oxygen, just continue to do so well.
That was quite astonishing there. You can see like how deep they get onto the site here. Redux also opts not to make use of those knives, I guess, after the fact. Finds that kill there and then just runs at them. Dapper there, good guy. Looking to just set it up to make sure Redux can take that frag. But Oxygen get the post plant situation pretty instantly. Sad are forced to play Flood retake because of this harbor wall, this double controller setup from the attackers, it makes it very, very difficult for Sad to stand and fight. They're going to push aggressively off the B side here.
They heard it. They know that they've at least picked something up, and yeah, they play off that very, very quickly. Just denying Sad and any sort of push that they want to move forward. I'm interested that they didn't clear that before they just continued to kind of
the double controller setup makes Sad fear, you know, being inactive on the site. They really feel like they need to get ahead of a lot of this sort of plant-based utility, these execute from Oxygen. But they just serve themselves up there and just get played on from both angles. And now they're almost guaranteed not to win the round because they've got to fight through this double controller util still.
They're not looking to fight this, though. They've backed off. The score's not looking too hot for any sort of fight, really. Coburg was just, honestly, he was like, you know what? I can 1v5 this. I got it. Which did not work out the way that they planned. But Sad Esports, yeah, more so looking for the save.
At this point, right, Sad are not in a position to buy up. I don't think a 3-gun save is the craziest idea here from Sad in a round like that. But again, they're having this problem of trying to figure out how to be proactive on B without giving away all these free kills to Oxygen and just basically inviting them into the site to take it for free. This 2-player push-up behind some of Dip's util is what they've been trying to leverage here, but Oxygen waited out, right? They waited out at the entrance to B, and then they just swing from both angles and take down both those players. So maybe we see like the aggressive pop make a return on the A side again here for Sad, especially because they're working with a pretty average buy here.
Coburg does have nice possibility for a retake with the ult here. Oh my gosh, the lineup. Where did that even... What?
I love that. It catches the players that are pushed up here, right? So Verno able to give some advance warning in case there was that defensive pop we talked about. It never comes, though. They're all in mid. Everyone set up in Iskan, obviously watching this low ground here. And I think the Gecko of Dip is watching the high for them. This is a real default here, Gompers. Very slow play. I mean, Oxygen are hoping to tease Sad out of position here. Down to 47 seconds left in the round. We might end up seeing just a straight up execute here onto this side behind the recon. Pretty good 0 point though. That sniffs it out.
30 seconds left.
Down in the B site. They've waited long enough towards the other side to see if they can kind of execute on something there. Yeah, and the smokes go up and the information into the repositioning starts to happen.
The cloudburst was thrown there by Redux to try and bait some shots. Maybe he can get some traces out that he can capitalize on. Either way, Oxygen get that post plant yet again. Sad here with pretty average weapons, but with a reckoning to throw down. This is definitely something that Oxygen have to respect to some degree. They're going to be dancing amongst the site here, and Dip's able to find the molly kill on Redux.
But they still keep the site, at least for the defensive side. Now Pop Flash is moving forward towards the extremities, but it's not like Mitch can do anything about it. They've missed already on the first shot. The only thing left to really rely on is that Hunter's Fury, but it's not good enough. The wall bang's not hitting, and there's Dip just around the back to make it happen.
And in the end, it's honestly that Harbor ultimate that really messes Oxygen up, because they do, on this occasion, want to play the post plant from inside the B site. Because we talked about how hard it is to play post plant without the molly lineups from outside of B. It gets overwhelmed, and there's good retake control utility from the Harbor here that allows Sad to get in and start to work from behind it. That was much better from Sad here, that sort of retake, and that's what we're looking for. But you don't have Harbor ult every round. You're going to have to find a way to be able to deal with Oxygen when they get anchored on B in those post plants without reckoning.
This is just gets harder and harder. I feel sad. They did handle themselves pretty well. I think biggest Q was just obviously relying a little bit too heavily on that Hunter's Fury, which did not work out in favor of Oxygen. It's so hard because you'd think for the post plant you'd be so well covered. Like there's not a lot of entry point or access points, my apologies. I feel like when you're working from, I mean, that side of the defense, you know where you need to look, but SAD Esports so good with, I think the harbors just surprisingly actually working pretty well.
Yeah, they have double smokes, right? So they can do a heck of a lot to obscure their movements once they get into the site. And I think where we've seen Oxygen find great success is when they don't give the site up, but where they fight from inside of it. Harbor just doesn't let you do that really with Reckoning. Like you have to respect that to some degree, or you're going to end up just like moving into someone's crosshairs and not being able to fire back at them. So yeah, again, we can see both these teams really just trying to figure out this map a little bit more. And that round went down to like 18 seconds before we finally saw Oxygen commit. But something that Roy mentioned in the pregame is that Oxygen are that kind of fairly slow, methodical team that like to rely on their defaults a lot. And this was a situation where, you know, there wasn't a whole lot served up to them by SAD for free, and they weren't really able to take any mid control. We've seen Oxygen go away from like thrusting 3 players up mid and trying to just fight for it. I think if that works out, you're in a very good spot as attackers. But Oxygen there, we're fortunate to be able to get onto B essentially for free. I think 1 smoke was enough to force Coburg off of the site. But you're fighting in the post plan against that Harbor ult. It's a big ask.
But a new round means at least some sort of new potential moving forward. The Dip's kind of just watching mid all by their lonesome, making sure the util's there to bait them out.
Right here.
That can't really clear mid. Moving up to do that is far too risky, and they don't know if there's someone on the upper causeway because of that cyber cage thrown down, and Dip is being very safe. Is that one way? It'll be an Owl drone here to scout out this A site. Now, Ferbster knows where their bread is buttered. They've gotten straight on out there, and Oxygen will have another post plant.
Yeah, but they've moved out. They have the A site pretty much under wraps. Location now, they figured out where they want to plant, but everybody else moving along. And it might just be it for SAD. Finally, the clips come out. And why is Redux always going out with the shorty and making that first play?
Revealing area.
Another recon here. Metal doesn't quite connect. Looks like there was a ping off of it at least. Ah, very cool. Another reckoning here, this time from the attackers. SAD have no choice but to move in as quickly as they can. It's like they got lit there briefly by one of Dapper's trips.
Yeah, they've already received word up 2 on some of SAD's location there. And everybody else already downed. 4th account, 63 health left on Coburg. And of course, that one goes in favor of SAD. But at the end of the day, yeah, win condition over towards Oxygen, player advantage there, and 7-2 now.
See, that plant location there on A is extremely rude. It's right on the edge of the map, such that a player inside of like sort of a lobby on the attacker side can swing out to the right, to the edge, and be able to see it. So that means that there's 3 angles that the defenders can shoot at you in the post plant when they're sort of playing off the site on the attacker's side. That's pretty hard to deal with. And Oxygen were allowed to get in, and they held on to some trips. Dapper could throw them down to really set them up.
Flash.
Quicker approach from SAD, actually, just moving outward to see. I'm so surprised Bruno read it so perfectly, though, and maybe not too surprised anymore now that the shots are firing, and they know Dip is there. But are they going to try to counter that before he leaves? And yes, they will.
That is so nice. What a great adaptation. We've seen that play from SAD before, but only on their pistol round. This is a little bit of an awkward buy for them. And you notice the Ares in the hands of Coburg. And now that Cascade's going to keep Ferbster at the back of the site. Recon will clear it as well. At least some of these closer corners. And Oxygen again can... Now, notice the plant location is much more central to the site. And they don't have upper control. So they do need to play a post plant here from main.
Right here.
The moment that wall goes down, that's when the fight commences. So they're pretty much just mentally preparing themselves for Oxygen here. Oh, but they know Clover's put some of that util down to make sure that they're covered, but it doesn't matter. The wide swing over. And Mitch, absolutely no match for him. Flawless.
Take them out before they even pull the trigger.
Yeah, it was a really nice round there from Oxygen. I think, like, you can't fault them, of course, for, you know, taking that side off this aggressive pop. Verno just sat behind the bench here. And that's the part of the map that kind of really has to be cleared if you're going to take a risk and expose yourself like that. I think there was a cove briefly put up by Coburg, but yeah, not much chance there of being able to defend adequately. You know, even with the attempts of SAD to try and one-way that site off there, they were well and truly behind in that round. But some of those big ultimates are coming back around for SAD here. Null Command and that Thrash are both online.
Cage triggered. Drop in a smoke.
Actually didn't get anything early on with that suppression down A. Which gives them a full sense of comfort. Oh, nice pop flash. Ursa just running it down, but that was a bad idea. Not even thinking that somebody might be there for any sort of refrag.
I don't know if that was really the plan. I think Verno thought they'd have that for free, but Scuba was holding that passive angle. Verno just had to hop, skip, and jump away and take a bunch of damage. So look at the deep smokes in mid here. This is going to cut Skarn off and imply that Oxygen are looking to take some more aggressive mid control. But there's an angle from upper being held by Dip, so Sad know that it's a bit of a fake.
Yeah, but they're wrapping back around. They did at least get one down in A, but I'm curious. They didn't find any more information off of this. They're just using, or at least taking the risk of whether or not the A site is the one, but they know the KO's here now. Especially now with the placement of that mosh pit.
The information off that Al drone is also now, it's outdated. So a lot of util coming out from the defenders here, but Oxygen do need to commit pretty quickly.
That they will. Now the dash getting ready, and the Lear taken out. Somehow Redux stayed alive longer than was intended, but the Sheriffs are working. Everybody on this side, on the anti-eco, they've managed to make it work.
Okay, a little bit awkward there. So Redux obviously playing by that coastline, kind of has to hit those knives and overwhelm. Once you overwhelm that rain, you're in the back of the site and you can start to wrap around. You will see it play out here. There's even a Thrash used, I think, by the defenders, and that's what really, that's what really messed them up. Ah, yeah, go straight in towards main. So Redux has no help, and that Cyber Cage actually ends up breaking them up. That is a Oxygen Cyber Cage that unfortunately makes it very, very hard to help Redux or trade that frag out.
That's so big too. Pretty much just moved in with such huge lack of info for Oxygen, but you hear the TP? Actually, no, they don't. They're still waiting. Some sort of signs down in mid, maybe trying to just wait for the patience, lure somebody out, but they've heard the op. And is it worth peeking? Hopefully not.
Unfortunate missed shot there for Redux. I was wondering if we'd see a repeat of the round where there's like a clove smoke halfway down, and that's what Skarn tries to swing off of. Instead, it'll be 2 flashes thrown out. And nothing spotted here. Dapper has been sat here pretty quietly. Might have taken some wallbang damage there, but so far undetected.
And there it goes. Hunter Fury does get information. Hey, these two are still here. Not planning on moving anytime soon, especially now with knowing where Darkest is kind of residing as well.
That harbor they've thrown in mid. This is to cover for the absence of Skarn, who has now turned their attention over to the B side. So pretty astute here from Sad, realizing now as the round ticks down, it's much more likely that they're going to get some attention over here. Paranoia, unaffected by Skarn. Oh, okay, he actually got lit there. He doesn't take the recon out. Good Lear, though. Finds a bit of space here for Coburg to try and descend, but now Oxygen gets a fight in the site.
I know exactly where.
Yeah, Coburg's just giving themselves something to work off of, but it doesn't work out the way they plan. Now rotation coming through, but a little bit too late for Ursa. The party has finished. They are looking for some snacks afterwards. So can it work out? Maybe not. Now, especially with the information already given away, all they need to do is play off it. Shock darts, damage lacking. Yeah, time of the essence, and of course the trip is there. So much information. 3 players ready to just clean up.
Yeah, there was actually a connection on the metal there by Ferbster, which was nice, but yeah, no opportunity to capitalize there, and they only had 8 bullets in their gun either way. So again, Oxygen finished the half with 9 rounds. That is pretty impressive on the attacking side with their slow, methodical style, and they end up settling on the right side there. They push into B, and that recon was massive to give them the information of the Rainer playing the off angle.
Yeah, they've got good coverage too. I feel for Oxygen, especially like playing with the op down in mid. It got so hard for, actually my apologies for Sad, playing with the op down in mid. It did get really hard for Oxygen to kind of contest that space, but they found a way. Works out in the end. Now a side switched. I feel there's more potential for a composition like Sad to really work forward here.
They might go for a fast hit over towards B. Yep, Harbor Ball thrown up to basically force Oxygen into retake. And Oxygen will, they'll oblige here. They're going to group up. They do have the retake util of their own Harbor to play off of, but only a paranoia in terms of flashes.
They found themselves out of the way. Oxygen, everybody's already there, right? It mostly is a factor of how this is going to work. Redux just not even caring about the util at this point, gathering information for everybody else to hop on. There's no sight. The vision gets blurry, and at this point now all you can see is Redux's legs, but they're still making sure that everything is cleared and covered, but halfway through. And all they need is a little bit more time to make this happen, but it's not going to be possible. Maybe so. Coburg left.
One enemy
Too late.
remaining.
4 out of 5.
Still having it half. 1v1. Yeah, there's no way.
So again, there's good retake util there for Oxygen, right? They use both the High Tide and Cascade to block off the site. But it doesn't stop SAD from spamming in, and that's always going to be the issue. You don't really have the util to prevent that from happening. It gets a bit dicey. We saw Oxygen go for that same retake where they play off the B site and they have to contend with the defender's retake util. I mean, Dapper, look, we were on his perspective with the Ghost there. He sees two players sort of swing. Neither of them are really looking at him. If he kills them, if he's able to kill them a little bit quicker, it probably means that Oxygen can get close to that defuse before the backstab comes into Dapper.
Back to me.
Dude, everybody. The whole crew settled up on A. Sitting in the smoke, waiting for a simple right click that really isn't going to come.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a reconsideration from Verno about this recon just because they see nothing with the cam. SAD, this is going to be a weird route because SAD are definitely anticipating this kind of pop. But they also don't know if someone's pushed up mid. That's what the pings probably are. So this will force SAD probably to the B side of the map, and they're going to have to be fairly slow about it.
Yeah, that they will be. Still owing some respects. Over to Oxygen.
Such a weird round. Just beyond weird. It's also the size of this map as well. It means that Oxygen are going to be it's going to be a long time before they sort of get here. I like the idea of them trying to embed Dapper here.
Planted.
Making his way through mid. This recon from Verno is going to be very, very important. Coburg, though, might have the perfect angle to answer this. You have to contact the corner. There's no choice. A little awkward for Coburg.
They smelled it. They knew who was coming along. It was Oxygen, of course. The spike planted, though. Not much to play with. You have kind of pistols residing. Now Dark is kind of making his way out of where that smoke's going to reside so that they can just get one. And at this point, pretty good coverage. So, leaving Oxygen wanting more for the next round, if any.
And Verno, he's pretty happy to perish to the blast, of course. Not much that he could do in this round to make a difference. And that's just Oxygen gambling on the wrong side. SAD ultimately, despite having like zero understanding or knowledge of what's happening in mid, they know there's a likelihood Oxygen have stacked in some way or form. And I don't even think that Verno threw that recon out at the start of the round. So I do think there was a bit of guesswork involved by the attackers, but they end up on the right side. And that post-plant util from Oxygen to try and cut things up a bit is pretty disrespected by the better weaponry of SAD.
Yeah, just trying to dabble. Honestly, for Dapper too, having that ult is going to be very, very nice addition into the round. Maybe especially now with like so many players residing down in A. But like you said, like the size of the map is crazy. It's so hard to just feel comfortable moving up because there's so much opportunity for the defense, maybe even for the attack, right, to make a move at any moment.
This is new though. This is a high tide there thrown into mid, which actually forces Oxygen out of it entirely. They can't really efficiently re-clear it. So they're going to have the heads looking in that direction, but here we go. Reckoning going to be thrown down now. And they're going to come straight onto the side. Here comes SAD.
They continue to move up. Oxygen in a good spot, but Dapper's just waiting. And of course, information comes out once again, so they know where everybody is. And even then, they are able to work themselves up off that. To Coburg, last one left alive. Is it gonna work? Maybe so. They hear the defusal, but they can't get past it. It's the Harbor util. It just works its way down. Now, absolutely indestructible, and everybody else surprisingly getting downed.
Coburg does well at the end of the round there, but again, they are just looking for exits at that point. So many of the sad players, I mean, they didn't have any chance to really penetrate into A deeply. They couldn't get over the site. Look at their positioning here. They're all still sitting in main because Oxygen, basically, they come and flood just as the spike is planted. So there's no time for Sad to get set up safely in towards A main. And again, that's the only really place they can watch this post plant from, because there's a bit of defensive utility on A, like tripwires and such, that they don't want to test.
Yeah, more silence still. Up towards mid, another slow approach to the situation. This time Oxygen being a little bit more precautious around the A site. Whatever's happening there.
That same high tide got thrown into mid here. There's actually an extra player watching it. Now Dapper is going to be set up there. And they clear it with an owl drone. But that's not enough here to make Oxygen think it's a safe part of the map. But they might be pulling players over for an eventual rotate to A. There's one trip set up on the plant location here. So not a lot of early warning mechanisms for Oxygen. This harbor wall should give it away. They've cut off upper. There's still a chance here for Werner to get into the site and fight properly.
The fights get harder and harder, especially now with so many players on the side of Oxygen making their way onto the site. Verno takes the 1v1 and he does win it out, and it gives opportunity. Maybe not as much as we thought. It's so difficult. There's so much to utilize, at least for the side of SAD Esports, right? Suppression left onto Darkest. Everybody just goes down. Information is lacking. Dude, what is going on? It literally, like, I think the map is just so big. It's like you just have to.
So SAD trying to go for their wingman plant inside the cove, right? Fair play, but there is a player in upper here at the top of this A site who isn't cleared. And I think that it might be Scooper, I think. They just spam into that expected plant location. Because SAD aren't really varying their approach here. We noticed that Oxygen played like really close to the edge and planted there a couple of times. SAD are not getting deep into this site. They don't feel like they can do that. They're playing it like Bind on the A site, where they just sort of walk up short, take minimal map control, and then try and fall back into strong post-plant positions. But the wingman got interrupted, and at some point they've got to commit. That's what Skarn tries to do there, but they have so little information, and the side is crawling with Oxygen players from that point onwards.
Dude, they're just... At this point, it literally is just working with the harbor util and everything. I don't even know. It's so crazy, because it really does feel like a deathmatch sometimes, where you just really have to win your fight. You really have to figure out how you're going to make things happen. And it's seeming not too easy. At least for both. Not for Oxygen so much so.
We might need to see like a look at B here for SAD. Their weaponry is pretty awful in this round, so don't expect to sort of see Thrash committed to that degree. But remember, Oxygen had like decent executes on towards B with a harbor wall, right, to basically cut any of those sort of flood angles off, get in and get a post plant, and they fight in the site. They anchor and sort of throw down there. SAD here again are going to attempt this A. They did buy up reasonably well here, Compass, and they can play off the Thrash, so there's definitely potential.
That potential's there, especially now with Thrash making its way out, but that's actually not, no, doesn't find anyone still. Luckily enough, having the Sova there definitely works in favor, but the Harbor ultimate proving to be difficult now, especially with Darkest falling off and listening into that from the defensive side. So they have some pretty solid info there.
We have a defensive reckoning here as well, so SAD now do have to fall back to those post-plant positions, Compass.
Nobody running down. Redux is trying to find his way around. Oh, this is perfect. Finally making his way. And he doesn't miss the shot. No, the second one down. And of course, the approach was there. Yeah, but the win condition not theirs anymore. Oxygen looking so good with Scuba. Just annihilating everybody off the board.
Well, again, I think that, look, we saw both reckonings used in that round. The fact that I think it was Redux found a free kill there in upper, just spamming through the smoke that came down is pretty massive. Eventually the Jet gets the site. They get to sort of wrap around and try and pressure A main. Yeah, it was Verno. This kill there is huge. You've just taken the Reyna out for free.
One enemy remaining.
Dude, look at that.
This goes here. Oh, this is a nice spot.
A wraparound from Redux, and then Scuba's just there to kind of assist. I like the timing on that. It was a little bit off, but you can see the vision of just wrapping around, sandwiching everybody in, and then taking pretty good advantage off that.
What a round for an outlaw. This is very nice for Redux. He's about to get busy.
Oh my gosh, and it's already so good too. Does drop, doesn't get blinded. Instead, now Skarn actually being able to take away, but Redux has to reload, and it takes so long, so they don't know what's going on. Waiting for the wrap around, and there it is. Just completely taken off of the site. Everybody on Oxygen, they're looking for the victory, looking to just close things out, which may happen. The way that it is, knowing that nobody has any shield on them, forcing the buy for Sad.
One enemy remaining.
They got clowned on. There's no other way of putting it here. I mean, the presence of mind to go for the outlaw in this round for Redux is pretty huge. And they have to make a hard decision. Do they try and shoot another player or stop the wingman plant? They fall back to the site, play around the corner, and again, they just take contact from Skarn, who walks up, and again, does not have full armor. So it's a one-shot to Redux's weapon. Now for the game, Darkest needs to go massive. Spike is a long way away, and they are invariably going to fall as soon as they pass through this wall here. Omen Resmoke is there, and the angle is not being watched. It's actually like the wider angle, so Darkest might have the drop here. Yep, they do. Takes Redux down.
When everybody now, a waterfall of deaths and a win that comes through for Oxygen, fighting long and hard on Abyss, which I don't even think they were expecting to really be pulled out on SAD Esports. So it's interesting. I'm interested to see if they had enough time to kind of prep and practice, which I'm sure they definitely had a few reps on that. But, you know, for Challengers moment like this one, playing against a very, very odd composition like Clove and Harbor and everything else along those lines is pretty rough.
Yeah, honestly, and I think if you're Oxygen, you're feeling pretty happy to have a strong showing on this map. Remember, Split was a map that Oxygen really lent on quite heavily in Stage 1, and actually didn't get to play it at all in Stage 2, if I'm not mistaken. So come back here, get a good Abyss game. I thought like their side hits on towards B were especially good, but it was messy either way. A lot of those post plants. You know, we are going to hear, I think, analysts talk about how puggy that map ended up being, but there were some good ideas there to build on. We're going to go to break. When we come back, we're going to break down map number 1, Abyss, for the first time seen here in our Challengers finals, and then we'll see if SAD can bring the series back in map 2.
They say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine? In life, you make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
face.
All right, well, that was our first look at Abyss, brought to you by SAD Esports. But when you're talking about who was looking good, well, this was Oxygen through and through. Strong win for a series on the day. I mean, Jen, going into this series, SAD Esports are the underdog, but even an unorthodox comp, even the one to bring Abyss Challengers first, it just wasn't enough to upset this team.
Yeah, they really cooked with the composition, and I think that's what hurt them in the end. First, this was the Battle of the Harbors. You play it a lot like Icebox, you cascade on offense, maybe have a bit of a high tide to enclose the site. And on defense, I feel like you play it like a Giga Chat Cypher. You know, use the wall to hold down the site by yourself and hope and pray your team gets there on time. But I like the Reyna from SAD. I thought it synergized well with the Harbor, the way you can play front to back. And I thought there was going to be a lot of pressure on Redux, considering I feel like Jet gets countered really hard by Harbor, just all the slows and stuff, and how you have to play around it, but Redux handled himself well. I think SAD just got out-comped.
I mean, out-comped, but even when we're just looking at the kills and whatnot, I think just out-fragged as well. And Roy, I want to talk about this when we're looking at the stats, like what your eyes are drawn to first.
Yeah, I think the first thing I'm looking for before I even get into any of this is the fact that I'd like to give a shout out to our observers for attempting to observe that chaos that we just witnessed. Second thing is the first kills, first deaths. I mean, yeah, this was SAD's map pick, but I think for me, the takeaway was that Oxygen was extremely prepped, and there's a reason why they floated the map, right? Like it almost felt like they baited SAD into picking it, but they had a very well drawn out game plan.
Yeah, the weakness isn't in the composition for SAD, which they cooked up this composition special for playoffs, thinking they could catch them off guard. We were like laughing because we were talking about how Dip is the master of Sova, and we didn't see Dip on Sova, which I think really hurt really hurt Sad in that part because they lacked so much information. There's only so much the KO knife can really bring, and even lacking the Omen, instead playing the Clove instead of the Omen, it's just another layer of attack in the round when you could have a Paranoia and maybe still have a Jet Dash active. So there was a lot less options for Sad in that regard, although I thought the Reyna and the walls, I thought that was cool, but like Uber said in the cast, it was chaos. You pointed it out, Roy. How do you observe it? How do you cast it? How do you play it? You walk into Cypher Cage to Omen Smoke to just different harbor walls. You couldn't see anything.
No, it was absolute chaos. But now to circle back to your point about the Sova, I think that actually did play a massive role, especially on their attack side, right? Because whenever they were trying to get on the sites, they kept walking into the traps. They kept getting like kind of killed for free, and it's the lack of like Cypher counter, which is honestly a little bit surprising because Cypher has been the meta pick on this map, or at least in the other like tier 1 VCT matches. So I'm a little surprised to see that a bit of an oversight from the SAD esports side in terms of composition choices. But yeah, it did end up kind of biting them in the back, and that is really unfortunate.
I want to circle back around to the prep that Oxygen has done on this map and kind of talk about that confidence a little bit, because I think the biggest thing that kind of sums that all up for me, like the easiest way to just kind of like put that in a little bit of a picture, is to pull a couple of clips that we got to see coming out from Redux. Redux picking up the Jet for this one. You're talking about sometimes with the Harbor, you can get slowed down. Redux just playing right into the abyss, Roy. Like, just, even if he's not getting the kills, creating that sort of space and putting this pressure on, I loved it.
And it must be so fun to be Redux playing on this map. Like, you just get to fly off the side of the map, float around, updraft, look for your kills from the side of the map, completely avoiding all the utility. Like, that has to, at minimum, be fun to play. And it kind of just showed because he was just having a grand old time. He was just kind of just doing his thing, and it was awesome to watch. It was fun.
And that's what I loved about the Jet pick, is that it does give them offensive options, especially on a map like Abyss where you wouldn't expect it. Now, I'm glad that there was awareness from that Reyna side, and the Reyna, yeah, it can't maneuver around the map as much, really just tried to bunker down and play off the Leers, which you don't have infinite amounts of. So it was a nice, I love those clips that you picked out, Sierra, because it really showed kind of the duality of Reyna versus Jet, what they're able to do, and what it really came down to at the end, which was winning your gunfights sometimes.
And I mean, for SAD Esports now, they tried to cook and unfortunately fall a little short on that one. And looking at the next map in the series, when I was looking at where they needed to cook and change something, I was looking at these next two maps because they've played really recently, as of week 6. And unfortunately for SAD Esports fans, Oxygen here, Roy, had a great showing on these two maps. And Oxygen, even on just Sunset, just looks so disciplined. Like, this is a toughie.
Yeah, I think a part of that reason is the fact that Oxygen's roles are just so, they just like fit very snug and nicely on that map, right? Like, you have Mitch on one of his best agents, statistically speaking. He's on the KO, Scuba's on the Omen, Verno's on the Breach, right? Like, Dapper's on his Cypher, Redux is on his Raze. Like, everyone just, their roles are just perfect for that map. And it's a very defaulty style of map, right? Where we talked about before, it's like that is their bread and butter. They're down to play slow. They want to have a read on the round. They don't really want to get caught by gimmicks, and just have like a very well constructed round from beginning to end. And it's a map like Sunset where that really shines.
And you've heard from Oxygen before, there's not a map that they don't feel comfortable on. It's now we're looking towards SAD and how they've adapted, where they play a lot of Sova on Sunset. They play a lot of Sova everywhere. But now that we saw Dip on Gecko, is he getting enough time on the agent to really like master it and to be able to utilize it on a map like Sunset, where I feel like Gecko can be a big part of that playmaking ability to get information, also to get into sight. So I'm looking towards Dip to be that impact player for SAD.
I'm even just wondering about this first hurdle going into the map is what agents and what SAD Esports is kind of thinking of. Because when we're looking at the loss, SAD Esports I don't think has necessarily been a team to be scared of changing things up, trying something that works out a little better for them. And when you're looking at a Oxygen that has such defined roles, has been playing at such a high level, I'm curious where we see that change in SAD Esports. If it's just going to be a stylistic thing here, Roy, whether it's how they hit the sites, or if it's going to be the agents, which we have our agents select up now. So I'm going to toss this one to you for your reaction. We'll get this one firsthand.
Yeah, I'm going up first. All right, bet. Now, there are
all right,
absolutely
it's not a fun one.
zero changes happening right here. There's the exact same compositions on both sides. And yeah, I mean, despite the fact that there are no compositional changes, it does not mean that these teams haven't made evolutions to their strat book, right? Like, surely they have made some sort of adaptation. They have kind of learned from playing each other previously. And I think maybe not in terms of, you know, comp changes, but there probably will definitely be like approach changes.
Yeah, SAD are still allergic to playing KO, so you don't have like a good anti-cypher utils, so it's going to be a lot on Skarn to try and clear those, or really also Dip as Sova. That's, you know, his bread and butter is to try and clear that util, so SAD have to work together on this.
With no compositional changes, I'm excited to see how they change things up here on Sunset. Try and push a map 3 here in our series, and for that, head back over to Uber and Gomps.
Thank you very much. Obviously, with these two teams having played each other somewhat recently, we have good information about what Sunset looks like between them. And it's been such a good map for Oxygen over the course of this stage of challenges. That's why they picked it here. They get through Abyss, obviously not their pick. They come out with a very solid score and then get to play on what feels like their home ground. You've got to be feeling good if you're an Oxygen fan.
No, absolutely. And then now you're coming into this, so it definitely feels like you're, if, like you said, if you're an Oxygen fan, you're feeling pretty solidified coming into Sunset. And now especially, I mean, for SAD, they're not going for the typical, let's go silly, let's go crazy, goofy. It's very straightforward, and I think they started to realize, but for Sunset, I feel like there really isn't any forgiveness in that. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing, you know, what SAD has to offer. I feel like now, especially when the tensions are high, there has to be, I feel like this is going to be a really good game because of that.
See how this one plays out here. 3 players stacked over towards the A side here for Oxygen to start with. And again, we're going to be seeing that sort of strong side, weak side dichotomy, with Dapper being a very dependable anchor here at B. And Scuba being smoked off of top mid. Opts to play more towards that Boba side. Fault line thrown up there just to see if there's any action to tease out of Oxygen. But they're playing pretty passively here. Mitch is shoulder peeking this corner and sees a Cypher. So, you know, Oxygen kind of know if they've just spotted the Cypher, they're probably solo over towards the A side here. This now is going to get a bit more action out of Oxygen over a B, but it's heavily smoked off by SAD as they move in.
Now kind of looking to see who's on the outskirts, but they're keeping their patience. First is just waiting to see what they can do. If anything, now everybody's read into that as well with the rotation coming down to it. But everybody else moving down in mid. If you're SAD, this is so perfect if the timing works.
The retake here through Market to be a big scar. It has to be a solid anchor here. Going 1-for-1 is good enough, but now Oxygen can swarm all over this. They're going to have to contend with the post-plant position of Coburg here in B main, and that's a decent way to deal with it. I think there might have been an aftershock even thrown in there, but they're not ready for the late reflank coming in from Market. Scuba and Mitch in the 2 versus 2. Mitch tries to go for a defuse there in Darkest. Such an astute angle to take, but they're under some pressure. There's no time for Scuba to get this defuse anyway. Very well played by SAD. And using that little jutting lip on the left-hand side to be able to fire at the defuser while breaking up the 2 versus 1 there for SAD was huge.
Dude, they got that on lock. And again, a lot of that really was just because, you know, they pulled for that wraparound. They committed to the plan at hand, and yeah, Dip being able to just execute off that. Pick everybody off one by one, win condition there in terms of what the personnel was looking like, and at the end of the day, it's the confidence to kind of carry through. So SAD doing an impeccable job at running away, I mean, with that first round.
Revealing area.
Pistol taken here for SAD now. Again, Skarn a little wary about this stack up here towards B main. It even pings in towards Market, but it's actually only a cam, and that camera I think is set up to be able to watch both into B main and Market itself. And Mitch probably won't move from this position for quite a while. It's just as well, because Ferbs are there waiting on the periphery for a push up off of A. Are SAD going to get anything for free here? At what point do Oxygen get cold feet about this setup? If at all.
No, but for now, waiting for their chance to make a move. There's so many players just on the side of Oxygen looking to take one pick away from somebody, but of course that's going to be Mitch that manages to make a play.
This is definitely going to force that push in towards Market now. Oh, I love this. They might be able to pressure Dip down with some of that breach util. Dip is able to get out, but Skarn is now surrounded by players, and the Cypher Cage is making it impossible to see. We might see a ping back towards A. And Mitch is ready to catch it. This is perfect here for Oxygen on this anti-eco. 3 for Mitch, pushing off of A. And now SAD are in a tough spot.
Spike planted.
Yeah, they make way. This wasn't the expectation they thought was going to come along, but of course, a map like Sunset that Oxygen are comfortable in, it's going to work exactly how they plan. Maybe not. Sad Esports taking everybody out in a matter of seconds. So now you got this 2v2, and the orientation not looking so good, especially with a Bulldog and a Stinger. My apologies, a Spectre. Moving forward down to the A side.
Enemy remaining.
At least some sort of decay goes through there. Redux now trying to make themselves some sort of spacing, but the time of the essence here, and they can't seem to find anybody else but a 1v1. And now if they don't get the defusal, now it's over. Coburg knows that. He's good, and he's settled.
That could have gone south very quickly there for Sad. Great play for Mitch, catching them as they made extensive use of mid for so much of the round, but better weapons do prevail in situations like that. But many of them got stripped out of the hands of Sad. Great patience from Mitch here, and the timing was very good. Again, I think it was Jen talking about the GigaChad Cypher over at B, right? That util completely stopped Sad's hit in its tracks, and they were forced to awkwardly pivot through mid with their backs to a player.
They still did a good job, though. Taking out so many players. I mean, the execution was flawless, but how flawless is this one going to be? Oxygen already off the rip, just taking out 2. It makes it so much harder to prove to themselves, if you're Sad Esports, that it was worth a fight. Now they do have to back themselves off.
Right there. Yeah, that's really an ugly way for this round to start. Sad were really hoping to come into this round after a clean anti-eco and have a strong bonus to really build off of. Now, though, they get really rushed early in the round. And they're heavily contained by Oxygen now, who obviously have Mitch embedded here towards top mid. And at some point, Scuba is going to push off this A side. Or at least look to reinforce top mid if there's a split through link.
Camera taken out.
They're going for it. Inferno's ignored the util.
Cage triggered.
It's quite difficult now, too. So they have Spike wrapped around in mid. Lack of cam, lack of information. Mitch trying to fix that, solve the issue. They do have suppression, yep, and that's exactly what they're going to use. Information given away. 2 players just sitting inside of market.
30 seconds left.
And Oxygen, they make actually no movement after that.
Grouping up towards A now. This is more of a contingency for Sad, and you'll note that there is very little time left in the round. Scuba opts not to fall back, but will delay them a little bit with his paranoia. Sad cannot push through that. They've got to respect it, and Mitch is going to be there to catch them. They're going to walk straight into this crunch. Spike goes loose, only 2 seconds left. But with no real support here at the site, yeah, Oxygen know there's no time for the plant to go down. And Sad, just run the clock too lean.
Taking that away. Yeah, Sad Esports. That's got to be it for them. Rolling Thunder almost readily prepped up. If they can take A orb here, which I think could be possible, it seems like that's exactly what they're aiming for. They do have big opportunity to get themselves back onto the A site.
That's a big round to win, though, for Oxygen. Throwing a wrench in the works here for Sad pretty early on. And a lot of it comes from that, like, great play over towards B main that gets them that 5v3 early in the round. Pretty aggressive here, though, positioning for Skarn. Already made his way into elbow, but he's going to be inserted here solo.
Sad like to take their time, though. They don't like to rush into anything too quickly, especially considering the fact that there is a Cypher on the defensive side, so not wanting to make too many wrong moves here.
Now, at least, I think SAG feel like they have a decent staging ground to play off of with Skarn in elbow. And there's no one actually at A, so Oxygen are going to walk in the mid and find it empty. And now they have to make their way in through Link. There's an opportunity here for SAG to sort of catch them before they can be sure-footed defensively here towards A. And his Aldrome will confirm that the site is clear.
Scanning ahead.
No, but they've broke it down. Doesn't give too much of an indication as to how many players are there, but they do know somebody's watching. They're from Sat, that's going to be good enough. The A site completely cleared up, and the post plant looking good.
30 seconds
Really
left.
take their time. So much so that Oxygen aren't really sure that they're ending A until right about now. Some of these rotates are going to be a little bit slow, and have a look at Ferbs' positioning. If there is any sort of play through tiles and Oxygen attempt to wrap, they're going to run straight into the Cypher. Timing, though, will be important. We'll see how that plays out, but for now, yeah, Ferbs is ready for that. Nicely done. Now it has to come from Link. That's where the pressure for the defenders needs to originate from.
There it is. Already Oxygen taking out majority of the players here from SAD and the Rolling Thunder.
Player standing.
Proving to be the extra effort. They're just looking to kind of solidify the round, but it's not looking too easy. I mean, so much util already expended, but they need to pick this 1v1 off before they peek the extra angle. And it might just work out in favor, but Mitch makes it work even better. Oxygen, they're not out of the game just yet.
That's a pretty solid retake for Oxygen, considering that they can't wrap from A main because they lose out on the Cypher duel, and they actually don't set up over towards Link whatsoever. They explode out from spawn, but they have, of course, that really reliable breach util to make use of there. And they just pop through and win a lot of those fights early on. The kind of fundamentals that take a long time to drill into a team. And that was pretty good considering Oxygen were playing for that full retake scenario. But with Breach KO, you always have options to give up the sites and come in and hit them hard with 5 plus all that util.
Oh, and this is big. Okay, become impatient. Just a little bit, no. They still keep their ground. Redux is watching, though, and the moment they know, it's the moment they want to peek. They have so much to use here, too. Like,
I mean, yeah, there's no way that Oxygen can clear this elbow position now. They basically have to try and contain SAD there if they can. And have strong presence in Link is going to be critical.
get out of the way here. Okay, they do have a shock dart. How much damage is that really going to do? Not doing too much other than maybe holding Dip back in this scenario, but now that Pain Shell comes through, does do a good job at holding off, and that's all they're doing, waiting for that 30-second mark to push, but that's not going to be easy for Sat.
Yeah, that clock is getting bled big time. If Verno can play off this, especially, I think he's trying to get rid of a recon that would come in from Dip to light the site up. That's where he has his crosshair position. Aftershock thrown out to dig Redux out of that box corner. And Verno's going to be here with a fault line to catch them as they try and push in. Hunter's Fury now. Redux needs to get moving. Skarner's pushed out. And Verno ends up getting caught. He was the one with the util that was supposed to interrupt the attackers.
Spike down A.
Still even then getting two. Yeah, they got tagged by the Hunter's Fury. But now for Sad, there's not really too much of a player advantage anymore, and especially with the information coming along as to where everybody is. And the spike not even there. Might just get caught alongside Scuba.
10
Scuba.
seconds left. One enemy remaining.
The 1v1. All they need is the last one, but it's not looking... No, actually, maybe he's not. Wow, that's crazy. First, it just came through.
Well, he has a Sheriff, so, I mean, either he just dies and, you know, can just buy up normally, or he can, you know, take a gun away from Oxygen and give one back to himself and, you know, prevent him from having to spend that extra 3k credits here. So much, I mean, great job for Mitch here, who was, like, anchoring and really embedded in this site here. With Verno going down, losing the breach there, I was definitely concerned about, you know, Oxygen's access to that retake util or the ability to disrupt Sad as they pushed up. But Sad are giving Oxygen all the time in the world to play off their breach. An agent that needs a lot of premeditation, that needs a lot of setup. They're bleeding the clock down so much and they end up just walking into a wall of util.
Gonna have a field day right now in this moment, especially with like the come up from Oxygen, just constantly taking these rounds in.
Here.
Again, so for Sad as they extend into mid. Also pinging top mid because they're obviously concerned about just like an Omen or someone being sat up there. But that part of the map gets given up entirely. That does open the potential for a split for Sad or a wrap onto the B site. And that's what that smoke that they've thrown top mid is supposed to imply. And that's drawn Mitch up here to check it.
Okay, some slight movement forward.
They blew up that 0 point, so they denied the info from the defenders.
Yeah. Did settle down for a paranoia. Still working off some more information, especially now with the pop flash moving forward, but Oxygen.
They've got a flanking play here.
30 seconds
towards
left.
spawn. Dip is set up here to be a real nuisance.
Oh, they've already settled the paint shell too. So the paint shell gone. Dip doing such a good job at just eliminating the majority, and it's Oxygen to try to take things back. But with one health on Redux, it just gets harder and harder. Of course, they can use the paint shell to maybe just push back, create some sort of damage there, but it doesn't doesn't work out in favor. Of course, the bait coming through, and now there goes one.
Deep
And the next
again,
one as
still
well. The
backstabbing.
flank, it's just crazy. Oh, they do have that, though. Surprisingly enough, it works out. Sad, they didn't need too much to work with there. They had good timing. I mean, good pieces of util as well.
But this is what happens, though, when you give up the map like this, right? You give up mid and you opt to anchor heavily in towards the A site. Dip is able to walk up top mid and wrap around towards CT and find like 3 kills in that situation, then can double back to harass and flank through Link there. So that's like, you know, one deterrent from Oxygen just like trying to play inside these sites and fight. They do need to be a bit more diligent, I guess, at maintaining some degree of map control or at least info. Losing that 0 point at top mid, having that shot before it pinged out any information was pretty critical.
Oh, and they're so close now. Dude, Oxygen. They're using the close approaches and the anti-EQ to see if they can get something, but yeah, Vandal in hand from Dapper, and does make a lot of solid moves. This might be it, but doesn't know that Furbs is down on the other side. Either way, Scar plays with that advantage as well, having their own showstopper to utilize there.
All the guns are in mid, so only classics here for Oxygen and a shorty, I guess, from Mitch. And there's only a couple of places that you're going to see players with those shotguns play. It might be good for a little one and done in elbow, but not in a position to actually use any of his util for information about this A-side extremity. And slowly. Note that there's no flash here, so this will have to be manually checked. Maybe Dip can shock the corner. He has one available. Contact it and lose a player. All right, Mitch gets his. And out of his Scuba and Verna, they have to cross the map to help out here now in this sort of post-plant setup. Again, 2 versus 2, but now access to mid is opened up and Oxygen have been able to salvage a Vandal.
Spike planted.
Oh, they do. They know Rolling Thunder's there, so that's why they're sitting on the outskirts for Sad. Even then, are they going to use it? Like so, Skarn in such a good position, but now the 1v1 there, and it gives opportunity for the ult to be used.
That would be wild. If Verno Rolling Thunder's here, that would be absolutely crazy. He has all his util, though.
Oh, that's perfect. And not so much to use. No, even then, they're just completely stunned.
The stun was just expiring, right? But again, if you have a Vandal, that first shot is still lethal. Let's see how this went down. Again, Oxygen look to fight him in. This is very Crew Esports-esque, right? Take those sheriffs and try and stick them down the throat of obviously the team with the better weapons. This is just Mitch. Good, honest Valorant. Double face here with the recovered weapons from mid. Oh, man, that is wild. Verno definitely any other day has that one dead to rights.
Oh, man. Hear me out. Rolling Thunder would have hit so hard there. No, it's hard. It's so hard because, oh man, like I feel like there's so much pressure, especially when you're stuck on the defensive side of things. Now you got to try to get the fusel. You have so much to use, but you also don't want to waste that ult for the next round. And honestly, it's not really in a dire moment because we are still in that first half, 3-4. You know, not too bad.
No, it was fine. And again, like you have the Rolling Thunder here for the retake, which is obviously something that both of these compositions are pretty adept at providing. One has the Sova, right, versus the KO, which is, I think some of the differences are pretty minor, but definitely relevant when you start talking about like what the ultimates provide you in some of these fast hit-based rounds. But yeah, like you have Verno who can play off sites here. Also, Mitch can reactively be making use of that null command here to really shut down, again, another util-heavy team in the form of Sad, right? It's very, very effective at like nullifying breaches impact and making it half a Sova to get that information. So, a ton of very helpful resources there available to Oxygen in a round like this. And so far, it's been like pretty competitive. I just think that we've seen Oxygen give up a ton of map in the past. That last round, right? It's a thrifty round, or would have been a thrifty had Oxygen won it, but they are bought in with only a few sheriffs. They go down mid. The showstopper for Redux, unfortunately, goes for nothing. Skarn ends up having like a pretty big round. I think 4 kills in that round. Up until that point, they've had a very quiet game. So now that Raze is starting to get involved a little bit more. Sad can still buy up despite losing a lot of those guns. And here we go, back in round 8.
Approaching the B side with caution, though. They do have cam. Where is that settled? That's so interesting because, I guess, well, Reduction has his back being watched, but beautiful. Already one taken out midair as they try to find that approach, and they just get backed off by the ultimate. That's crazy. Rolling Thunder settled down to the extremity, and now SAD Esports, they have to find another way.
And they can have a go at this again, right? They have a Rolling Thunder of their own to work with. They have enough util that they can, take this B side again. But right now, cutting noise is a great option. Because Oxygen have given up mid, they don't know if that's where SAD are wrapping through. That's why Dapper is watching mid from market. No one has eyes on B main outside of the probably that Cypher cam, I think, if it's placed where I think it is. So mid has to be cleared. And also SAD know this because they have a Cypher cam there that just spotted 2 players top mid for Oxygen. So they know they can basically walk up on B again for free.
Here.
30 seconds left.
Oh, they're moving back in.
Spike planted.
Oh, the sprays down works so perfectly. How does he just run away with that one? So much potential. And the jump peaks, Dapper's trolling. There's absolutely no way. Dude, he had such a huge opportunity to just keep that one going. But of course, nobody was there.
Feels like his opponent is low enough, but here comes that retake YouTube from the defenders.
Yeah, they just work as a team. That's so good, though. Holding each other accountable. Now at this point, protecting each other as well. Suppression there, so Dip can't necessarily do anything left, especially with now, though, 5 seconds left until they can possibly pull out the recon, but it was almost there. And Verno did not do that well of a job at making sure that was secured. Unfortunately enough, so much util moving forward, and Verno can't seem to do anything about it.
One enemy remaining.
And there it is, another round comes up for SAD. Beautifully done. And again, having that Rolling Thunder, that was aimed directly at market. So very hard for Oxygen to try and set up for a retake of their own. And Oxygen also spent the null command to try and shut that very thing down. This is a lovely little spot, the 10 spot, we call it. Ends up being a one and done for Redux ultimately. And yeah, this was a bit off for Dapper, right? Obviously, only at 5 bullets left, but really still feels committed to that fight, tries to jump forward. Here's that null command sort of retake that ended up coming in and sort of falling apart a little bit there for Oxygen. So SAD are really up to the task on this map. They've looked very competitive. So much more than the first map, it's not even funny. And again, on a map that tends to trend more defense-sided, Oxygen have struggled. Now they've asserted themselves here towards Elbow.
Oh, this guy's goaded. Situation with this. What is going on? Scuba's just rolling with the punches there. And the game is immaculate. Confidence, booming. Especially sprays through box. Mitch makes it look easy, and it is for Oxygen at least.
Okay, that's wild. Scuba, a little nasty with it. Ends up trying to take that last fight with 3 bullets left, which is a tall order, but definitely doable. And that's nice. I mean, Oxygen this time are not content to just sit inside the A site and cover their ears with their hands. Nice to see them be a bit more proactive about it, like establishing some map control and not letting SAD walk in. Something they've done, in fairness, quite well over on the B side with those little pops out from B main. But again, their attention in terms of mid remains pretty limited. I might at least have Dapper sort of check and keep an eye on it here, but notice that they've got the Cypher over on the A side to start the round.
Same thing happening here, though. Okay, one way. It's sad. They take their time with this one. Yet again, now waiting for the approach on the util. There only being a couple rounds left of this half. They need to take advantage of the attacker's side here.
Dapper has that passive angle here towards mid. This time he's not going to allow Dip or someone to slip into spawn. Sees Darkest. A little bit maladroit when it comes to the shot, but the spike is now loose, and this is going to get everybody's head swiveling over towards top mid. Drawn Mitch out of position there towards Boba. SAD are very much contained and have no option but to go back into mid. They insert Skarn here, who obviously only has a pistol, so not much really to be done for the Rays. And Dapper should eventually discover them here. As there's a noise cut in the market.
Enemy down.
But Skarn was pretty pivotal, I think, to this play, and now he's off the table.
Oh my gosh. The timing on that is so bad.
30 seconds
That's
left.
crazy, too. They didn't clear that, which is interesting because actually, no, Div doesn't have the recon.
You can't
so
clear
regardless,
that.
it wouldn't happen good. Oh my gosh. And the whiff. It just makes it even better. Finding somebody out and then getting caught yourself lacking is incredible. 34 health left on Dip, and now that's pretty much it for SAD. 5-5. And Oxygen, they do manage to bring themselves back up here.
Yeah, I think they bounced back from the tech pulls really well. That's 2 rounds won in a row, but the approach for the defenders has been quite different. That first round after the pause, there's like that scuba play in towards elbow, which is pretty sick, right? It's an Omen player just like throwing it down at the start of the round, able to find those 3 kills. Then, of course, there's Dapper left, up at top mid, pulled off the B side, which is not common, right? Normally you just stack A and have like the Cypher playing B, but that was important. Sad thought they could sneak up mid again, and this time they got punished for it.
Not deployed.
Yeah, quick to the same things though. Oxygen, you know, going for the same one way. Kind of waiting along for some source of information, but mid-side Redux, even then, down towards B, finds the first initial shot coming through from Skarn to the B side. You know, that pinch they originally had settled for is not going to work.
Oh, that ping off the neural theft, yeah, means Dapper can actually take some liberties here and wrap around. He's going to see the spike. Okay, it may have flashed on his minimap there with that shoulder peak, but it's unclear.
Right here. I have the spike.
Either way, Oxygen know that mid is just being sat in right now for Sad, which is going to keep Mitch watching top mid, right? So this renewed emphasis towards mid defensively for Oxygen has really paid off.
Maybe Scuba can take this one too. Nobody's there. Kind of help along. So Verno, yeah, settles for something else. Maybe using some of that util to back off once again. And it's so hard because Sad, they just want to push, but they can't find anything from it.
This rotation, though, you'll notice that Oxygen sort of move clockwise around the map and leave be pretty empty.
30 seconds left.
It might just be Redux playing inside market. Dapper can walk back into the site here. Oh, the cab. He sees Ferbs to walk into that cyber cage. He's about to see a little bit more than that. Tucked into the corner now. Redux definitely needs to play off this angle, and he does beautifully. What a brilliant flash that came in there for Mitch to set this up. And that very clean round with 4 players still standing. Oxygen have really tightened up on this defense.
Last round before the switch.
They know they need to give themselves some sort of advantage moving over to the next half. Even then, like, ending off things 6-6 is still pretty solid, but good adaptations, honestly, on the side of Oxygen for sure. Not allowing Sad Esports to get whatever they want. And I like the slow approach. I like the really, honestly, the aggressive hold from Redux starting off in the beginning, being able to take off Skarn so early, things like that. That tend to work out for Oxygen, and then having that discipline to take a step back and then you know, take a look at everything else.
Yeah, I mean, they really left Sad very little option to move around the map. And there were no gaps here in that defensive setup for Oxygen, which was crucial. And Scuba, who previously had like a big 3K round playing from elbow, this time just takes a shoulder peek and calls Verno in to fault line that for him, which is a pretty standard combination, but it also wards Sad off of even attempting to try and make a play for A. So we need to see Sad maybe get a bit more creative here. Maybe we see some more pressure towards market. They've not really tried to play out of B main since like that round 3 or round 4. They got pretty decimated over there. See, they're discussing now like what the approach needs to be. If they can't get up mid for free, if top mid is going to be watched by Oxygen like this, I don't think their sort of game plan from earlier on in this map is going to be valid anymore.
Yes, this should do. Wow, this is a nice spot.
Focusing heavily on B main.
Area.
Kind of leaving the util to speak for itself over inside of market, but mid, a place that Sad like to hit pretty repetitively.
Look at this. Good with the judge basically denying all of B main and refreshing that smoke. It's going to be keeping Skarn at bay for quite some time now. Look at the weapons here for Sad. It is a rough assortment of whatever they were able to cobble together for the last round in this half. Harness Fury is up. And also that neural theft, which is not insignificant. They have to spend an Aldrone just to clear lobby, which is insane. Over, what shot was that? Scuba emerges and gets taken down instantly.
I know, she has to keep his cover though. Not wanting to give away, but the player advantage there on the side of Sad. Mitch looking to eliminate some of that. Doesn't work out as planned. Still, at least so much to work with, right? Showstopper readily available, and they know they can make it. They know where these players are. There's so many just sitting on the outskirts.
Redux can pop the Showstopper here off a defuse attempt.
They have it. They have it. At least one. No. But the second one not there. Unfortunately, not even any damage to kind of come from that, but they can fight this. They know they're at least on the right-hand side. Beautiful from Verno.
Oh, he's cooking. That is why Breach is so good. Even solo, you can play off that utility so effectively. Stun one side, fight the other. Having a showstopper there pretty crucial as well. And Oxygen left a gap in their plan. I think Coburg snuck up through market. And he shot Scuba in the back, I think, as he tried to play around that smoke in B main. That looked like it could go horribly wrong for Oxygen. Sick little clutch there. Verno and Redux with the save. We're heading into our second half now as Oxygen managed to post up a solid 7 defensive rounds, but Sad have had some really good mid-rounding and calls, especially earlier on in that half.
Four rounds in a row, which is pretty solid, honestly, to end off on the half, too. But this is where these things start to take a turn, especially now with, like, kind of giving Redux that opportunity to play a little bit more than just aggressively on the defense. Now they can push themselves in onto the side and play the way that they, you know, that they were born to play, that aggressive duelist.
Try into mid here. I mean, that smoke top mid. How far is Dip willing to go to challenge this? Yep, he's pinging that there might be a rotation here, a split over towards B. Two players drawn out of Boba. I like the fault line, but Coburg gets hit by his teammates' stun. Redux got pinged there, but is able to get out with a satchel. Coburg is not ready for this, though.
That doesn't even work out. Oxygen, so good on the pistol round already, but they see potential. My question is, are they going to stick together and try to fight this one by one? It's not going to be too easy. 4 players still on the side of Oxygen, and they have to fight for this.
Just play the
but at what
post
cost?
farm in B main. Yeah. Good, honest Valorant. You know, it's very chop wood, carry water. And Dip is kind of basically no options here. There's also a flash up for Verno still.
Grenade. One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Thumbs up.
Pretty easy. Pretty good for Scuba there. So, yeah, Oxygen run away with a solid 5 round in a row difference here. So, I mean, not difference, but 5 rounds in a row. Just now, especially moving forward into this pistol round, into this half. It is a detriment for Sad. They have to figure out, you know, moving forward, how they're going to begin to handle this momentum from Oxygen.
Yeah, I mean, and it might be a 5-round deficit, to be honest, after Oxygen win the pistol here. Should be able to go to 10 rounds comfortably enough. That top mid smoke, I'm telling you, it drives defenders crazy. And they were able to actually push into Boba and Market simultaneously. Great hit over towards B. This time A is going to get some love. Not much to work with here for Sad in terms of weaponry. And Redux might just walk the heck up here. If he clears this manually, yep, they'll be holding that util for the side hit itself. There's the 0 point. Coburg run into the ground. Redux, of course, just swings that corner.
Throwing another one down. Now Paint Show actually moves and pushes back Sad Esports from trying to make some sort of aggressive play, but they've lost.
One enemy remaining.
4, they don't want to lose again, and it seems like that's not what the case is going to be. If anything, they put some firepower behind that. You know, despite having some of those classics down, and that is a solid pickup, but no, okay, Redux was just playing around. Yeah, he knew that he couldn't give a weapon away.
Grenade.
Yeah, this one is pretty cooked. I think Skarn has to have a crack at it because there's no cost to it, but you're quite often going to see that, right? That second round, if you're in a post plan, you're going to win the round. You send the ghost player off to maybe see what they can do, get the round over early. But yeah, this was pretty brutal, right? They didn't have to use any util at all, Gompus, to clear elbow. They just contact cleared all of it, and the Redux just sprayed as he ran with that stinger because he'd been able to close the gap for free on the defenders.
It's going to be pretty hard to close any gap at this point, but I mean, I guess now, you know, with these weapons starting to come back, there is an opportunity for Sad, especially with a big setup coming through from A. I mean, already 3 players there, but no, it's mid. It's mid information, it's a mid take, it's mid smoke coming down, and especially now lack of info from Dip. He could use recon to kind of settle down what's going on in mid, but is that going to be easy? No, Darkest already there with the early info.
Yeah, this time you see Sad out far more reluctant to allow Oxygen to walk up top mid, even behind that smoke. It wasn't a split smoke thrown, though, from Scuba. It was just straight in the doorway. Sometimes used to pull people off those, you know, peripheral sites. A lot of that A util, though, here for Cypher, including a cam, so there's passive control of elbow. Smoke here. I think we're seeing pings towards Link. So it should be smoke towards Link, and eventually Oxygen will clear through Elbow and make the way to the side. They've one way spawn. They have not fully smoked it off. So still looking to take fights there. Okay, there's that Link smoke.
So much slower too to this round. Just trying to gauge what interest Sad has.
30
and where Sad
seconds
might be into, I mean, the site in general. But of course, okay, some information coming through from Burbs' util, but already as everybody begins to explode onto the site, it's just the back and forth, and it's Oxygen to run away superior.
Yeah, look, I mean, they ultimately make the right choice. They take their time, and Sad are pretty obsessed about mid, even late into that round. That's the level of conditioning that Oxygen were able to impose on Sad in the pistol round and the anti-eco. So there were 3 people still looking towards mid, even with all of Oxygen converging upon that A side. See here, Redux gets a nice little spot up on top of that box, but Furbs have defeated that. Obviously, the Cyber Cage has a gap in it that can be exploited, but eventually, it's just hold M1 for the boys, and Oxygen come out on top.
Oh gosh. Oh! Hit away from it.
Here's their trap play. Fault line, obviously, to punish anyone that would sort of peek out and try and take a fight here, is that's what Oxygen are expecting with Stingers and Sheriffs on the side of Sad. Koberg does it, but it's a really passive shoulder peek, and then falls back to play off with Furbser.
Looking to continue along though. Okay, finally gathering some information. But they've caught out 2. They know 2 players are here. Actually, even then, they might even know that the Sov is here as well. So just kind of trying to catch out what they can do with some of this patience.
Yeah, patience is the right word for it, right? Oxygen. You saw in that pistol round, right? They just ignore this corner that Koberg is playing in, and they just clear it by walking around it. This time, though, they're certain that there's a player there, and they don't want to just lose a gun for free. Dipto able to punish. Dapper gets taken down, but Redux is pushing in towards spawn. Furbs holds his ground.
I cannot use that. 30 seconds left. Shock dart. Shock dart.
Shock darts just coming out like crazy from Dip to see if maybe somebody resides in the smoke, but Oxygen, they don't need to settle for this. Actually, yeah, they do. 19 seconds left. If you... Actually, no. Never mind. I'm getting trolled here. They have the ultimate there.
No, you're right. I was laughing because that Al drone just reveals everything. Sad get the confirm instantly that Oxygen are pulling out. So they can just stack this B side now with everybody. Walk up and give it a tap, start the defuse.
They still keep it going. Paint shell so beautifully placed down in the back of main. And even then, Oxygen, they can't fight back. It's a 1v5. Everybody else already down. Inverno's hit with so much util. I mean, I guess the opposing team is as well. Yeah, but even then, not going to be an easy round to win. A thrifty round from Sad as they're looking to continue themselves in the game.
And the setup for Sad wasn't necessarily like out of the ordinary. They are putting the Cypher over on the A side a lot more frequently, which is definitely something to bear in mind, as quite often teams just sort of have 3A, 1 mid, 1 towards B. That's a Cypher. But there's nothing crazy that goes on. Koberg just plays his life very safely there through Elbow. And they are able to draw Oxygen down into that part of the map and win 2 of those Sheriff fights against Oxygen players that are trying to rush. That forces Oxygen to back off the side, right? And that all gets spotted out by the L drone. So at all times, Sad have full info of what Oxygen are trying to do. Really nice, thrifty, backed up, of course, with that info gaining util of those initiators.
We do have Paint Shell to work with here. We're looking at ultimates. It's kind of close, especially for Darkest to kind of load up on one of theirs. 2 picks, maybe even
right there.
Orb collection on their part, but it's not going to be easy. Especially now as Oxygen, they've worked themselves up. They're looking for that first-hand pick. They know the trip. Settle down here majority of the time. Yeah, Mitch finds it. And they don't manage to make itself very known as to where Koberg is, with so much util already settled down, and they can't seem to escape it. Everybody else trying to survive if you're Sad. How easy is that going to be? Absolutely not at all. And now they've lost 2. And trying not to lose anymore. But it's not easy. Redux so crazy with the aim, and everybody else just already settled down in the extremity, so they know nobody's coming around the back. As a matter of fact, they very much know where everybody else is positioned as well. There comes the next shot, and it's a flawless round from Oxygen.
That's been beautiful, right? I really can't fault them. The only thing, of course, is they get caught on a reflank by Skarn, who by that point is just too far away for the action to have any real impact. They're going to have a crack at it anyway. That was their second of the round. But there's a play towards Link here. Scuba very quickly repositioning to punish. Look at the minimap. Look where all those sad players went down. None of them were really able to take fights inside Elbow. They were forced out of there. I'm pretty sure Coburg had to TP into the corner of the A site, into like a fault line, an aftershock, a ton of util. So very awkward. Once Oxygen again decide to bring their full arsenal of, site execute util to bear, it's a lot for sad to deal with.
That honestly was just a big...
Enemy remaining.
Honestly, just a big moment of util there. They managed to push back, I believe it was, Coburg with, what was it, like the fault line, coming through from there, especially like pretty much all of Verno's util. Just to secure themselves some sort of position. They cornered everybody out. And they knew exactly where to look. So that was perfect on their side. I think they're really, really good with kind of using each other in a sense of, okay, Redux, you go in, I'm going to do this. I'm going to position this person here. All you have to clear is the next side. And from there, we'll take it. Which I thought was really, really cool.
And look at Oxygen now. They are obviously only a couple of rounds away from taking this map. It's been one, I think, that their attack side play on Sunset has been a huge component of what has really given them the edge here. Sad have to call that timeout because, they can buy. It's pretty lean, though. But they're probably planning out their ult orb strategy here because they can get to a Rolling Thunder, which will be pretty important for some of those retakes. And, of course, the Showstopper will be online as well. So we might see them play a little bit more aggressively for that. And I think Oxygen know it because they have this pop set up here over towards A. Bone line, Redux ignores it, just moves straight on up and is inside Elbow. That's going to clear Coburg out of this corner. In fact, no, they just step back and the smoke allows them to play off the corner without being seen.
Here.
Yeah, they can't get past that trip. Cam set up in a position that does favor some sort of information over towards A, but yeah, they just back off. Oxygen don't really have too much going on over towards B, so they don't have that early information, but it's a nice touch off Dapper to take out Dip.
Dapper's managed to sneak up here. I like that little off angle Darkus was holding, but they cannot maintain that here, and they're exposed to Mitch. That's what he was waiting for. Someone to creep down mid and punish.
Everyone hiding.
Now, Oxygen are pretty much online here for this B hit. Skarn, okay, sprays him down through the cyber cage. That might slow things up, or it would if for any other team, but Oxygen just want to push on to B with 3 straight out from main.
When they push past that, Paranoia made its way, but so everybody else on B. Oh, the Showstopper's not going to work too well. No, maybe it will. Waiting for it. The flash doesn't work out in favor, but now Skarn looking around to see if they can gather even more information, but a 1v3. That doesn't work out in favor of Oxygen. It's Sad Esports to take the win.
And for me, the most important kill of that round was Skarn just firing through that cyber cage through market. That's what forces Oxygen then just to filter out through B main. They don't have the split opportunity. It looks so good at this part of the round. Darkus goes down there not long after. Neural Theft is also used, so you think maybe Oxygen can wait a beat on that just to get an idea of what the stack is looking like for Sad over at that site. Now Oxygen's economy has become a little bit more shaky, and there's still a Rolling Thunder online for the defenders.
They're still making way. This is good though. Skarn, I mean, here's that info, but it's way too conveniently placed.
So we have that smoke at top mid here again, which isn't designed to facilitate a split, but to draw people off those sides. Showing some action here in market. Skarn hit with the trooper. Can he follow up on it? Here we go. Null command going to be used instantly. Mitch goes on in. And able to find 2 there. It is back and forth trading, but the site is open. I don't know if the door's broken there. Yeah, okay, the door is open in mid, and that is going to allow Dip to move on up. It will be a very late flank here, but there's trips set up in B main. This should spot out Coburg unless he TPs over it, which would make sound.
Careful now.
Trying to dabble in that. Especially now with Coburg's information given away. He doesn't even need to see. Like, at that point, it really is just a game of location. 31 health left on Dip. Yeah, not gonna make it out alive, but the match point there from Oxygen. And they continue to really thrive on a map like this on Sunset.
I don't know what happened to Coburg there. He knew there was a trip in the doorway. He let himself get caught by that trip and then ultimately went down. Maybe he'd been able to shrug off the stun by the point that he got swung from B lobby, but yeah, a little surprised he didn't just destroy it or push past it. Maybe there's a way to TP like over that trip in a way that doesn't really rouse attention. I doubt it though. But Oxygen here poised now to take the whole series away and advance, of course, to our semi-finals here in our Challengers finals. And again, this is double elimination, so of course, TSM falling down to that lower bracket. SAD would do the same with a second chance here to be a factor later on in the tournament.
Oh gosh, it's like a run and gun. What is going on?
I don't, you know what? I don't know. I scooped my eyes out already in that first few seconds that I saw. I mean, obviously a lot going on there. The Hunter's Fury poses a problem for Redux. Kind of leaves you in a nowhere to go position. So Dip gets value out of that ultimate, make no mistake. And I guess a lot of hope's being put on Scooby here to establish some map control.
Yeah.
Market door gets broken though. And again, he's just smoked mid again. Wants to keep people interested in mid, but he might just push through that. That could open up an opportunity. Is that B main hit though?
It's a good smoke placement, but
he heard
still
it.
there's a lot going on here. Oh, but the timing is still not there. It's unfortunate, but Oxygen, if you manage to get that TP back, Mitch doing a good job at recollecting some ground there. But maybe SAD can bring it back up a 2v3 and the player advantage not there, not to mention the Rolling Thunder. That just doesn't allow Mitch any space. Still though, the wraparound, this might be it. This might be the potential for SAD to keep themselves in the game.
I mean, that smoke timing to market was massive. Mitch got caught inside that Rolling Thunder, and Darkus can't capitalize on the stun. Now you've got Ferbster and Darkus coming from opposite angles. Mitch will be waiting on this corner. Has Scuba watching it. It's all down to Ferbster. Made such a big impact for this team when he first came into the roster. Looked incredible on that Cypher role. But this is too much to ask, apparently. And Oxygen take the series away with a 13-7 win here on Sunset. And we're reminded again of why it is their go-to map.
They ran away with that one. I mean, the go-to map looked a little rocky from time to time, but I think that mostly was just the fact that, you know, we did get to see a pretty big pushback from the opposing side. So, I don't know. All in all, really good adaptations. I give kudos over to SAD Esports for, you know, being able to push this far and kind of play against a team that has been so dominant throughout the season, to be completely honest with you.
Absolutely. I mean, Oxygen have been almost flawless, right? There was that loss in Stage 2 against Dark Zero, which is, you know, pretty respectable when you think about it. Look, I think there are a couple of rounds there that were quite well for SAD on the attacking side. I think our desk is going to have a ton to break down here. They'll fall to the lower bracket. They're not eliminated yet. Let's head over to Sierra and the gang and get their thoughts on the match that was.
Thanks so much, you two. Definitely thoughts on our end. I mean, looking back at the second map, I feel like it was kind of inevitable when you kind of looked at the markers that were stacking up here, Jen. Last time we saw this Lotus, this was a good look coming out from Oxygen in a close one up until the side swap. I mean, SAD Esports, they didn't get rolled over until we got to see Oxygen on, you know, their attacking end, in which case they kind of went for it. Moving on, strong showing.
Yeah, I think SAD really tried to challenge Oxygen's fundamentals overall. Why else would you bring them to Abyss? Something that no one's going to be really stable or confident on just based on how long the map has been out. Even then, Oxygen proved that they just had a stable idea. Even Roy pointed out they came in with a game plan expecting that Abyss could be played. It was floated, and you go to Sunset where both these teams have faced off before, and just overall, Oxygen had better decision making. That was the biggest thing I noticed. Better double peaks, when to break trips, what information that you give, and how to stay calm in scrappy moments. Oxygen seemed like the most experienced team, knew how to handle the early round, and that's demonstrated in the first amount of first kills.
Yeah, and it's not like Oxygen has completely blown over SAD Esports' strategy, right? Like it was kind of like toe to toe in terms of strategy, but it seemed like Oxygen was just slowly creeping their way into those round wins. Like whenever the team fights were happening, they would come out, you know, with 2 players alive or 1 player alive, or like they were winning the late rounds. They were kind of just like evenly matched throughout the round, but it wasn't until like the very end of those rounds where like we really saw a breakdown in like the SAD versus Oxygen kind of like differential. And another key like thing for me as well is, I kind of mentioned it prior, but this is like KO is Mitch. Mitch, when I think of KO players, I think of Mitch, right? Like a high fragging IGL role. Statistically, it is his highest fragging role. His stats are amazing on it, and he showed it again here where he popped off MVP.
Which was great to see. And I think, too, when I'm looking at this Oxygen versus SAD matchup, I'm looking back to kind of what we've lined out for each team. SAD Esports, of course, this team that is still grinding, finding their identity after switches. Whereas for Oxygen, it's this team that we're looking to be this team that might be making Ascension, might be moving on into VCT Americas. So to have a stronger performance here, I think was really important to just kind of maintain that this is something that they are ready for going on forward. This is only the first step, though. It's the quarterfinals, so I'm not going to get too carried away, but a good first step nonetheless. As for us, we do still have an interview. It's going to be Mitch after our post-series highlight, so don't wander off too far.
One enemy remaining.
I suggest you.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Turn it One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. One enemy remains left. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Attackers win.
Strong showing coming out from Oxygen, taking down SAD Esports as they look to be pushing along in our upper bracket. And to chat a little bit more, I have Mitch here. Congratulations on the win. I want to talk back to a little bit earlier in the series with where we kicked off this series, because we got to see Abyss. And last time you two faced off, we got to see the most groundbreaking composition coming out from y'all on Haven. Banded out this time around. Was this kind of a little bit of a bait to go onto a map that you're actually kind of comfortable with, or?
I mean, no, not really. We're comfortable on every map, so I mean, whatever they pick, we're ready on. It was pretty exciting to play Abyss, though. We've been scrimming it a little bit before the playoffs here, and it's been like personally my like funnest map to play. So I was pretty hyped to play it.
Oh, right. Having it be the funnest map, I don't know if I get to hear that opinion too often. So I want to kind of dive into that one a little bit more. Like getting into Abyss, how is the team kind of looking at it in terms of as well expectations on how to be going into this with playoffs, considering it's not something you really have too much tape on, even on the other teams, or even just an overall meta composition that's been coming out?
I think I mean, obviously there's no meta right now. There could be a million different comps that could be played on the map, but as long as we, practice pretty hard on the map and come up with new things and stick to what we know is good, I think we'll be winning basically every Abyss. But yeah, I guess time will tell with that. And we also like getting the jump start on it, because maybe that'll be other teams perma vetoes, and then they obviously lose the veto if they have a perma veto. So
it's definitely a really good idea. So I'm glad that we got to see a strong Oxygen on that today. I want to ask a little bit about the rest of the series too. Looking at last time you two faced off, we got to see the Sunset, then followed by the Lotus. Oxygen win coming on out. Were you a little surprised that we got to see the exact same result? Did you feel like they swapped up enough on the Sunset? Because we still got to see a pretty strong Oxygen win there.
I mean, it's basically the same thing I said for Abyss. If we
if we keep doing what we know is good, we're obviously going to get good results. So they did swap up a few things, I think, but our coach's game planned us really well. Had a good start to the game, and obviously we snowballed with it. So.
All right, well, I feel like I know the answer going into this next one, but I still have to ask nonetheless. Next up, you're going up against M80. They're feeling a bit more confident. They're looking better. They're talking being back to like this vintage top tour. How are you feeling going up against them now?
I mean, I think it's going to be a fun match. Last time we played them, it was, I think it was overtime or like 13-11 games. So they're obviously really good. They have a lot of firepower. They have, a good coach, everything. They also added net recently. So they're obviously no slouches. I think it's going to be a really fun game for us, and it's going to be a good test going further, I guess.
All right, I'm definitely excited for it. You saw that they pulled out a triple senti comp today. Are you guys ready for the shenanigans that they're kind of pulling?
I think we're really good at adapting, so we'll be able to adapt to whatever they throw at us.
Perfect. Looking forward to it. Mitch, this was a great series, so I'll let you get on with your night, but thank you so much for chatting. Best of luck going up against M80.
Thank you.
Thank you. As for us, it's been a fun day, albeit a little bit on the quicker end, but we still have a show to be wrapping up. So we're going to bring back our analysts, Roy and Jen, for one last time to be closing out the show. Roy, I definitely got to say, I am excited for that matchup because M80 in their vintage form going up against this confident Oxygen, whew, it's going to be a good one.
Listen, I hate Mitch, okay? He is so comfortable. It actually makes me jealous. Like he's just down for any competition. He's ready. They're so confident, they're calm, they're collected, they're prepped. They play every map except maybe Haven because they're not sure what's going on with that map. But on the surface level, at the very least, they seem like they're down for whatever. And it's like, I hate him for that. I obviously in like a good way, but like still, it's nice to see. I like the confidence. Like it doesn't seem fabricated. It seems like legitimate, right? It seems like actual genuine confidence, and like that level of it with such a high level of competition is really nice to see.
Yeah, I think it's an earned confidence, which is really nice. There's no ego about it. Ego about it. It's just like, yes, we're good, and this is why. Pulling up the bracket, of course, we've talked about this Oxygen going up against M80, as those are the two teams that we got to see going up today. Be moving on into the upper semis. We still have stuff on the other side though, Jen, and that's going to be happening tomorrow. That'll be a lot of fun.
Oh my god, Dark Zero Blinn is gonna be a banger. Moist Shopify, Fluffy Aimers, that rivalry continues. And yeah, there's a lower bracket, but we still have so many good matches. And even Oxygen M80, yeah, that's not gonna happen for another 2 days, but that's essentially like, feels like a grand finals already, feeling like top 3 teams facing off this early. This lower bracket is gonna be so cutthroat. Like, to say goodbye to SAD or TSM this early feels like a crime, but this is do or die. These teams have been grinding for weeks to improve. They're so hungry to get to Ascension, to be part of the best, but this is like the finish line. This is where you put it all on the line.
That's exactly it. I mean, if a team's looking to make it to Ascension and to perhaps be that team that moves on just that little further into VCT Americas, you got to perform at all stages. So it's going to get cutthroat, and I'm all here for it. But unfortunately, that is it for us today. It has been a lot of fun. Roy, Jen, you guys crush it, especially Jen too. You hopped in last second, and it's been awesome having you. Gamer Gobs crushed it. Of course, big thanks to all the production behind the scenes and you at home for watching. We hope to see you again here tomorrow for our next round of matches. But until then, have a good night. Good luck in your ranked games.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remains left. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. 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 30 seconds. One enemy remaining. Last enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
You're nothing.
One enemy remains left.
Ultimate slip.
Fire in the hole! Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.